It is 75 minutes.
6 minutes ఎక్కువ हल्का सा check nice check हल्का सा चाहिए हाँ echo हल्का सा echo check नहीं गाएंगे चिल्ला के थोड़ी हाँ मुझे आती है check
Welcome address and keynote. Where would you prefer me to stay with? Go back. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Done. Come on. पैर टाइट पहना हुआ ना क्योंकि बहुत ढीला पे बाहर आगे जा रहा है टाइट है
Good morning, distinguished guests, dignitaries, policymakers, industry leaders, faculty members, and students. A very warm welcome to the Governance Summit 2026, organized by the Bharati Institute of Public Policy in collaboration with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology.
We are delighted to host all of you for a day of conversations around one of the most defining questions of our time. How do we build an AI-powered future that is inclusive, ethical, and truly transformative for India?
Today's summit brings together voices from government, academia, industry, and civil society to explore how AI can strengthen trust, improve public systems, expand opportunities, and enable equitable growth.
To formally commence Governance Summit 2026, we invite our esteemed dignitaries for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, a symbol of wisdom, progress, and collective enlightenment.
May we please request Shri S. Krishnan, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Professor Ashwini Chhatre, Dr. Arushi Jain, and our distinguished guests to kindly join us on stage.
नहीं नहीं सरी ग रे पगरे सरी सगरे सरे रे सद सा वरवीणा मृदोपाणि वनरुहलोचनुराणि सुरुचिरपम्बरवेणि सुरनोतकल्याणि निरुपमशुभगुणलोल निरतजया प्रदशीला वरदा प्रियरङ्गनायकी वाञ्छितफलदायकी सरसीजा सनोजननी जय 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 वर्णी
To set the context for today's summit, we invite Dr. Arushi Jain, Director, Bharati Institute of Public Policy ISB, to deliver the welcome address.
Thanks, Grishma and Shri Abhila. A very good morning, everyone. It's my proud privilege to warmly welcome all our distinguished guests, eminent speakers, policy makers, industry leaders, academicians, researchers, innovators, students, and delegates to the Governance Summit 2026 on the very important theme of inclusive AI and for Viksit Bharat. We are very proud and privileged that we are collaborating with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, for organizing this event. We are truly honored to have with us an exceptional gathering today of voices from across the government, academics, industry, civil society, and grassroots institutions, people who have traveled from different parts of the country to participate in this important conversation. Your presence reflects the growing recognition that future of artificial intelligence is not merely a technological issue. It is fundamentally a governance, developmental, and societal issue. I would like to specially extend a very warm and hearty welcome to our chief guest and keynote speaker, Shri S. Krishnan, IAS, Secretary of the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Sir, we are deeply grateful, and it's a pleasure and honor for us to have you here with us today. Your leadership has played a pivotal role in shaping India's digital transformation journey and also strengthening India's vision for responsible and inclusive technological intervention. I would like to acknowledge and welcome all the distinguished panelists, the moderators of different sessions, the institutional partners who are here with us today, and the delegates who are here from different domains of AI, governance, and also technology. We are meeting at a very defining moment in history. Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept that it used to be at one point of time. It is not limited to research institutions or laboratories and technology companies. It is shaping the economies, it's shaping governments, the labor market, the education systems, the healthcare systems, and is impacting the lives of each and every citizen of the country and across the world. It's therefore very important for us to start discussing on how do you want AI to shape our futures. The real question is, what kind of future do we want to create? Who will benefit and who may be left behind if we are not taking care of this? How can public policy ensure that AI becomes the instrument of empowerment rather than the instrument of exclusion? And that is how we designed the theme of this conference this time, Inclusive AI for Viksit Bharat, which is very timely and deeply significant at this very juncture of time. We are home to one of the world's largest digital public infrastructures. Across the globe, people, institutions, and governments have been recognizing the technological advancements that India has made over time. India has demonstrated that how technology can be developed and also deployed at scale throughout the transformative initiatives of Aadhaar, UPI, CoWIN, digital public infrastructure, and also the rapidly increasing and fast-moving digital governance ecosystem. The innovations have not only transformed the service delivery domestically, but also positioned India as the important global voice in digital public innovation. As India moves forward, the central question is, how advanced our technologies become. We have to ensure that they are inclusive and they impact every single person. Whether it is the school-going children in Kinnaur in Himachal, or it is the frontline healthcare workers working in the state of Nagaland, whether it is the rural population in the interiors of a South Indian state, or this is the farmers working in the remote locations in Uttar Pradesh. Everyone should have the access to technology and AI in a very, very equitable and inclusive manner. So, on the whole, the idea of this summit today is to talk on various aspects that we will be touching upon, from cybersecurity to women and child safety, from last mile delivery of different services to the responsibilities that technology has as it progresses and grows. We will be talking about how AI is reshaping jobs and employment, and then many other discussions that will flow from the discussions that we will have here. The idea is also to document some of the proceedings from here. There is a roundtable that we will have today on the last mile delivery, and we are planning to also come up with a report. And very interestingly, our student community of the AMPPP program are completely involved with the Governance Summit every year. So this time also, we had a student organizing committee, but much beyond the SOC, all the students have participated to their full to make this event a success. So we will bank on our students for coming up with some knowledge products as we go ahead, not just ending the conversation at this level, but taking it much forward and informing policy in different ways. So once again, it's my pleasure to heartily welcome each one of you to Governance Summit 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We now invite Professor Ashwini Chhatre, Associate Professor and the Executive Director, Bharati Institute of Public Policy, ISB, for the opening address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is my annual pleasure to welcome you all at the Governance Summit. And the theme for this year is, as Arushi has already emphasized, very, 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 very relevant to what conversations are going on around the country. It also perhaps caps a year of tumultuous developments, somewhat disruptive forward movements, and an atmosphere of both high expectations and high anxiety. I'm glad that we are training our lenses further into the future. So AI for Viksit Bharat is not for tomorrow, it's not for next week, it's not even for next month. It's about what can we do today to achieve what we have set ourselves up to do 20 years from now. That is a generation ahead of us. I want to point to three defining attributes of this emerging AI landscape that I believe will define the degree to which we will achieve our aspiration. The first attribute is that of inequality. Now, India is second to none in investing in ensurance, equality of opportunity and access. We may have fallen short of what we had aspired to achieve, but we are second to none in what we have indeed achieved in less than a century, far more than what any other country could have claimed to achieve in the path to its own development. We want to bring those lessons to bear on the glaring inequality that faces the country in terms of access to opportunities that come from AI. And we have lessons to draw. And because the AI landscape is nascent, is yet to mature, it is possible for us to put in the necessary safeguards, the necessary social security, the necessary affirmative action to make sure that we are not looking back 20 years from now regretting that we should have done something that we have the opportunity to do now. We should build on our lessons to make sure that 20 years from now, when we are indeed happy to have achieved our targets, it is done in a manner that applies to everyone, irrespective of caste, creed, and gender. It is a responsibility that all of us bear, especially those of us who are privileged enough and fortunate enough to have access to opportunities provided by AI. We owe it to those who are not so fortunate. The second defining feature of this attribute, the second defining attribute of the AI landscape is the possibility of leapfrogging. Again, we have history on our side. We have done this before successfully. We basically leapfrogged the infrastructure costs of laying long, expensive telephone lines because we jumped on the mobile phone bandwagon. And we did it really well, and we did it really quickly. Our not just mobile phone penetration, but also internet penetration, cost of data, and smartphone ownership is second to none. And this is largely due to efforts by policymakers to make sure that, well, no village is left behind. Of course, the results are somewhat unequal. There are still villages left behind, but we are catching up very, very fast. We need to learn and apply those lessons at leapfrogging to use emerging technologies and artificial intelligence applications to help people leapfrog literacy, for example. the ability to interact with government services without having to type in English, read in English, or even type in Hindi. The government of India has already made significant investments that are beginning to bear fruit. What we now need to pay attention to is the areas where we can apply this infrastructure, Hashini for example, to provide services that were very difficult to access because of these literacy and language barriers. That is a disruption which we could not have foreseen, but it is staring us in the face, and we are already beginning to experiment. And this is where we can really leapfrog whatever services that we deem our citizens to deserve and create a pipeline for delivery that is not dependent on the user's ability to read and write, including in many languages. We are on the cusp of that disruption. The third defining attribute, and this is something that has caused created a lot of heat and dust. The third defining attribute is jobs, skills, and employment. There is a lot of anxiety. Even without AI, there are valid concerns about whether our college graduates are fit for jobs that exist in the economy today. These concerns have been compounded by the introduction of AI. AI in the service sector today is like the plow in agriculture. The only thing that it has done so far is replace labor. The more capital you can bring to agriculture, the less labor you will need. And that is a relationship that we have understood for a long time. This kind of substitution, the economic transformation, the structural transformation of the economy that the capital labor substitution brings, in the history of the world, it has created jobs, not destroyed jobs. We need to learn from that history. There was always anxiety whenever jobs were being lost because of the introduction of new technology. I remember when I was growing up, there were a series of strikes by bank employees who were protesting against the introduction of computers for record keeping because they were afraid that jobs will be lost. The jobs in the banking sector only increased. What technology does is increase the possibility of new jobs that we cannot even imagine today. And the anxiety is not misplaced. People will lose their jobs. What we need to make sure is that the new jobs that are created outnumber the jobs that are lost, and that this multiplier effect of technology is deliberate, can't be left to chance. Just because it has always happened in history is not, therefore, without cause for us to pay attention and make sure that this new disruption, the new technology, artificial intelligence, leads to the creation of new jobs that are facilitated, that are encouraged, and that is where all collaborative efforts between private actors, between policymakers, and between researchers have to focus. I think these three attributes of the AI landscape, the potential for inclusion, because we are just starting, it's nascent, we can put in place the safeguards, the barriers, the social security, the affirmative action to make sure that access to opportunity is equitable. We can leapfrog and address challenges that have prevented us in the past from actually delivering high quality services to citizens, and to ensure that the historical experience of technology always increasing jobs in spite of anxiety about job losses is maintained, is encouraged, in fact, is a part of deliberations as to how should we do it and not wait for it to happen. I hope that in our panels and informal conversations in the hallways today, we focus on the future, not only on the present, not only on the anxieties, but also on the possibilities and the potential. And to think about what our role, both as individuals and as a community of privileged scholars and practitioners, what is our role in that future? And how can we do it most effectively? I welcome you all to this day of very interesting and productive conversations. I'm looking forward to be part of these, and I hope you will all enjoy it as much as I expect to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. It is now our pleasure to welcome Shri S. Krishnan, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, for the keynote address. Under his leadership, India's digital transformation journey continues to shape global conversations around technology, governance, and public digital infrastructure. Sir,
Dr. Arushi Jain, the Director of the Bharati Institute of Public Policy here in the Indian School of Business. Professor Ashwini Chhatre, Executive Director of the Institute. Many colleagues and friends. I didn't realize when I accepted this invitation that I'd be subjecting some of my colleagues to more haranguing after about 20 plus years of when I last did this to them by delivering a number of lectures, but it's good to see some old colleagues back here and good to meet many new friends and understand that this particular summit is also part of a course which is going on here, which includes a number of civil servants. I had an occasion to see some of the posters and see how various policy issues are being viewed. And, reducing government policy and issues to a set of posters is a key skill. And I will say this because very often when we have to put across a point of view to the political executive or to leaders who have to take decisions, and the total time available for many of these decisions is relatively short, and you have to sort of come to the point quickly, make your point, and say what needs to be said directly and in a way that captures the key elements of what needs to happen. I think it's a very valuable skill that you're learning. There was a time I used to work in the government of Tamil Nadu, and we had a chief minister to whom we had to sort of provide a note. So the template was well laid down. It had to be in Verdana font, 14. The size of the font needed to be 14, so you can imagine that it's fairly spaced. And it had to be in double line spacing. And it shouldn't exceed 2 pages, 2 typed pages. So whatever is the issue, you had to explain it within that space. So it sharpens the way you think about issues. It really sharpens what is priority, what is important, and what do you need to put down, and what is it that will catch attention. Sometimes we feel, no, how can we sort of explain something so in such a summarized fashion, in a pressy fashion, but that is the most critical skill, because you have to come to that particular skill. And nowadays, of course, very often I see that, people produce PowerPoint PowerPoint presentations and notes of that nature. But then people are cleverer. Somebody looks at it and says, sir, this is produced by Claude. So they know fairly quickly that it is AI in operation, and that is something which has been produced in that format. And I really wonder whether even this particular format is, has some AI element to the way it went. But that is the kind of assistance that artificial intelligence is starting to have, and that is the concern that most of us in this room should really have. Because AI is really hitting at your job and my job in some ways, because what it's doing is replacing cognitive jobs, and which is why it's such a source of anxiety, which Professor Chhatre was talking about, particularly in the West, where people are worried about jobs going away and people losing out on jobs. And which is one reason why, at least in India, at a policy level, we've looked at AI with a more positive and optimistic outlook, that this is something which actually can do a lot of good than it can do bad. Clearly, it's a technology, it's a horizontal technology cutting across a range of sectors, applicable across every part of the economy, and therefore can contribute to a significant acceleration of both productivity and growth. That is the opportunity that it holds. Now, whether it will be jobless growth or growth with jobs is one crucial question. And if it is jobless growth, and if we do achieve those levels of productivity, then what it does to inequality is another crucial question, and that is something which has already been raised. It's difficult to answer that question right away, but I think it's important to realize in the Indian context there are 3 or 4 things which are important. First and foremost is that we have possibly an advantage in the fact that the proportion of white-collar jobs, the so-called cognitive jobs, to the rest of the jobs is very, very small compared to most Western economies. In the IT and ITES sector, with which my ministry is crucially concerned with, we have possibly between 5.6 million to 6 million jobs in all. The total number of jobs in the informal sector across industry, agriculture, services of various kinds in the country is almost 490 million, almost 500 million. So we are talking about a very small proportion of jobs. If you look at total organized sector jobs, maybe it's about 20 million. We're still not talking about a very large number. So the potential of applying AI across the productive physical sectors of India's economy, whether you look at manufacturing, whether you look at agriculture, whether you look at healthcare, whether you look at education, whether you look at what many of you are concerned with, governance, in each of these spheres is tremendous. And that is what gives you that positive vibe about what can happen with AI. As I drove into this campus, I was very pleasantly surprised to read that ISB has a school of manufacturing as well. I think sometimes we don't pay enough attention to what is happening in the manufacturing sector. It's a matter of serious concern in this country that the total GDP that we get from manufacturing is virtually hovering around 13% for quite some years, and actually has dropped a little compared to where it needs to be. Many people posit that the last country which transitioned structurally into industrialization may be China, and maybe India will not follow that path. But I think in a number of ways it's important to recognize that manufacturing is still important. There will be a number of jobs which have to be delivered through manufacturing, and we have to get it done in this country if we have to address the issues for a vast majority of the people of this country. So I think I'm glad to see that it deserves, or it is receiving, the kind of attention that it requires. The opportunities to deploy artificial intelligence, what is called the Industry 4.0, what is called the change in the way that manufacturing itself takes place is huge. We can actually raise the productivity of our small and medium enterprises very, very significantly. You can actually have a huge opportunity of retrofitting manufacturing in this country. That is something that we need to seriously work towards. As part of the India AI mission, we actually have 2 or 3 initiatives which we are working on to make sure how AI can be deployed for the benefit of MSMEs, because that is one segment. Large enterprises would be able to possibly do it themselves, but smaller enterprises may or may not be able to do it. Sometimes all that it takes is technology to be applied in a newer and more innovative way. It's an overlay of technology. You'll have to possibly retrofit it. Just to give you an example, I used to run a paper company a few years ago, and we had machinery which was bought over a period of 40 years. The first of it was installed sometime in 1984, and then almost every decade thereafter. And what we found was that if you looked at the equipment mechanically, the machine that was bought in 1984 still produced some of the best quality paper. So there was no need to actually get rid of it. But the more modern machinery had all the bells and whistles, and it'll print out reports for you saying that this is the quality, this is what has happened, this is where it stands, and so on. What you possibly need in order to control your equipment better, in order to achieve better outcomes, in order to optimize their use, is an overlay of instrumentation over the older machinery so that you retrofit it to have sensors, to have all the other measurement devices to make sure that you get the same sort of reports automatically from that machine which you get from the most modern machine. And that could in itself, by using resources more effectively, you could actually achieve significant productivity gains without significant job losses, and possibly with added jobs. And that could make a significant difference in the way that manufacturing works and in the kind of jobs that would get created. Likewise, if you take the example of healthcare, I think it's nobody's case that in a country like India, we either have enough doctors or enough nurses to meet our requirements. They are already overloaded. They already have a large number of patients. I was at an event at the Indian Institute of Science about 2-3 weeks ago, organized by the National Health Authority. And that was actually a set of hackathons on how AI can be used, particularly in the health insurance space, and what it can do to improve outcomes. And a question was raised to the panel by a doctor in the government system who said that, if you're going to bring in all of this, it's all very good, but please do not increase the workload for me. As it is, I possibly get 2.5 minutes to see a patient and diagnose, so don't make me do more things. But there are ways in which you can actually make it more efficient for a doctor like her. There are ways in which today that the entire conversation that a doctor and a patient has is just recorded and automatically transcribed. We talked about the application of how voice first can actually operate and why it's important. It's equally important in this space. If the conversation can just be recorded and transcribed, then you save the doctor time, they don't have to write, the whole thing comes out, and it helps in the final diagnosis in the way that it happens. So there are ways in which you could do that. One of the most sought after specializations in the medical profession, and Rinaldi, you can correct me as a doctor if I'm wrong, is radiology, right? Radiologists' efficiency can increase so much if you actually have AI to help you in a way. And that is something that we are seeing. There's an experiment of how you can run an intensive care unit remotely, because it's all with sensors, and patients can be monitored remotely, advice can be given remotely, and you don't necessarily have to have an intensivist available in a remote ICU. but you can use a set of normal doctors and nurses to actually provide the kind of care that patients in ICU require. So there are so many ways in which it can actually help to improve delivery. And likewise, where it comes to governance. Governance, again, I think it's nobody's case. All of us need to admit that it's nobody's case that we can say that the quality of governance in this country is what the people of the country deserve or what they would even aspire to. There's a long way to go to actually deliver the quality of governance that people would legitimately aspire to. That's one aspect. More importantly, you can actually, using technology, deliver governance beyond their expectations as well. Something that they wouldn't have thought possible, you could actually make happen. And so the opportunities of doing that are also immense. And clearly, we all come from situations, those of you who are in the government sector, we all come from situations where fiscal health of governments is such that you cannot afford to spend more resources, significantly more resources, but you have to get significantly greater productivity out of the people that you employ. Possibly you can employ a few more, but beyond that, you have to ensure that you get significantly more productivity. So I think these are all huge opportunities that exist. The other possibility also, and particularly in the Indian context, and I'd like to address this morning, is that, everyone globally thinks that, you've lost out in the global race. Where are you making these huge AI models? Where are these huge data centers, and where are you making these chips which go into this? So you're nowhere in that particular space. I think let's be clear. Chips today are manufactured in 2 or 3 countries of the world. They are designed in different countries, including in India. So I think in terms of chip design, we are very much part of what needs to happen, and we are part of that story. Large data centers will come. I mean, it's a matter of time as to how many such data centers do we actually need and how many do we have. Sometimes a figure is thrown up saying, though we have 20% of the world's data, but only 3% of the world's data centers, or 4% of the world's data centers. I would argue with that number. I don't think it's as simplistic as that. We probably may not have 20% of the world's data, because the world's data comprises of a lot of things which you can store or not store. I mean, again, I saw some posters on social media, and I'll come back to that theme. So whether you need to store so many photographs, and whether you need to store so many things of everyone's private life out there for everybody else to see is a question that you can ask, saying, is that the most optimal use of what needs to happen? And is all that content that we are creating really relevant and necessary? So that may be one question, whether that is an issue. I presume, when people say it's 20% of the world's data, it's simply based on the total population. You're about 20%, and therefore you would be producing 20% of the world's data. Possibly not. Equally, when you look at storage capacity and you say you have only about 4% of the world's data storage capacity, you have to look at it that, almost 50% of the world's data storage capacity is in one country. So it is in the United States, and you're wondering, why do they have so much data storage capacity in one place? And what is it that we need to learn from this, and how do we sort of work around how that data capacity gets spent? And today, I think, as we talk about AI and the diffusion of AI, the crucial question that comes up is, how is this infrastructure going to get distributed across the world, and where will they set up more and more data centers, which the world will need to sort of take care of some of these issues? And some of that compute will have to, and a significant proportion of that compute will have to get set up in India, simply because we actually have the infrastructure to make that happen. We have renewable power. We have a grid which is big enough, and that is why we are an attractive location of where this needs to come. And that is something which will happen in course of time. And therefore, the reason I say this, that these are spaces or these are issues about which we need not get overly concerned. I think this will happen. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of sustained effort. Undoubtedly, government will have to provide the kind of policy clarity and ease of doing business to enable this to happen. And that is something which is still the focus of what we are doing. And many states have already figured out ways in which data centers can be set up faster. States have legitimate policy questions about it. I remember a few years ago speaking to my then chief minister saying, we have to support these data centers to come in. So he just asked me straight off saying, why are we doing this? It doesn't give me any jobs. The power which is meant for consumption by people of my state is being, eaten up by these guys. Why should we even encourage this to happen? I think one thing we need to be very clear about is that data centers do not require any kind of subsidies. They need to pay for the power as to what the cost of the power is. They do not need subsidized land. They do not need any subsidies from government. What they need is ease of doing business. What they need is sensible regulation. Simple example of sensible regulation is somebody came to me at one stage saying that, look, we are setting up data centers. You have a requirement that if you build so much of floor space, you have to provide so many parking spots, because you assume that people will be working there and therefore there will be parking spots required. Hardly anybody is going to work here. So please relax the parking norms, at least for data centers, so that they can be set up. I think that's an eminently sensible suggestion. You don't have to waste space and waste land for parking. So those are changes which governments are already making. So some of those changes are necessary, need to be made. You have to ensure that they have access to power. And in some ways, I think the announcement in the latest budget, which is more in the nature of a clarification on taxability of overseas income of people setting up data centers. And, that was publicized as this big tax holiday, which it really isn't. It's just a clarification that, overseas income of companies which use, overseas entities which use data centers in India to provide services overseas, that income will not be taxed. That is the clarity which is provided. In any case, we don't tax that income under normal circumstances. This is global income of global companies. So that relaxation or that clarification will ensure that more and more data centers will come into the country. What we should attempt to do is make sure that alongside creation of that kind of infrastructure, there are other jobs which are created, not necessarily just the construction-oriented jobs. We also need to ensure that there is some of the equipment which is sourced domestically to make sure that the manufacturing segment in the country gets a boost, and that's the way that the data center infrastructure would get created. There was this question, of course, alongside the data center infrastructure, the chips. The third real question is about the issue of models and what are we doing about models. There was a serious debate when the India AI mission was launched. We had a vertical which dealt with developing foundational models in the country. And experts told us that maybe you should not worry so much about developing your own models, because why would you invest so much money? Why would you waste money? Why can't you use open source models and develop applications and focus on applications? I will come presently to the importance of applications, but on the models itself, I think after some serious internal debate, we finally came to the conclusion that it was important for a few reasons to have models of our own. First and foremost is the need to address the cultural and linguistic diversity of a country like India, and the fact that many overseas models, many Western models trained only on the English language may not adequately sort of address our linguistic and cultural diversity was a very important reason why we needed to develop models which will be linguistically and culturally specific to what India needs. More second, and the other significant reason is that as far as models are concerned, the important element is also that the kill switch literally needs to be under our control given the size of our country and given the strategic depth that we need. And therefore, clearly, if you do not have ways in which you can ensure that the kill switch is something that we have under our control, and it is something that the entire mechanism, if not in every sector, at least in all the crucial sectors, and what we need for the country is able to operate within our own system, that is a significant element of strategic autonomy that a country like India needs. So that is the direction in which we are moving, and eventually this strategic autonomy means that we should, in due course of time and under the India Semiconductor Mission Phase 2, be able to also make sure that we have AI chips, GPUs as they are called. We have chips of that nature also which are designed and eventually manufactured in India. Again, I do not argue that in this day and age we should be looking to do everything in the country, because you cannot. What you can aim for is resilience. What you can aim for is a diversification of the supply chains to make sure that you're not held ransom by one or two manufacturers or one or two producers of a particular technology. And what you have to make sure is that in certain areas you become as indispensable as some of the others are, so that you cannot be bypassed. So as a strategy, that is the direction in which the country needs to head in order to get where we need to, in terms of having adequate strength to address this issue. And therefore, when you truly become a Viksit Bharat, and we cannot become a Viksit Bharat by 2047, and the theme of this is inclusive AI for Viksit Bharat. So you cannot get there if you do not ride this technology wave. That's the only way you're going to get there. So the technology wave, and riding it with adequate strategic depth, is the only way that we'll get there. But we have to get there, and that's where I think I really appreciate this theme, by being inclusive. Because if you're not inclusive, and I started with the 490 million that we need to speak of, and the 490 million who need to be included in this overall development process, and which is why applying AI in the real sectors of the economy is very important. Which is why, when I talk about linguistic and cultural diversity, the point that was already made, that probably for the first time you really have the option that the way that you access any of these services is voice first in your own language, and it really doesn't matter. We often don't recognize the importance of this. It's interesting, they've changed the names of what were erstwhile called the governor's mansions, Raj Bhavans, to Lok Bhavans. But we still call it Raj Bhasha. We don't call it Lok Bhasha. So, but it's interesting that in the way that we use, usually it is the language of the rulers. And the language of the rulers has tended to dominate what happens, right from the beginning. Casting no aspersions, historically that's the way it has been. And it is true even now. We do not use simple language in the way that people speak it. We complicate it unnecessarily. Whether in my own state, if you look at the way Tamil is used in official parlance, the way it would be written is not the way anybody would speak. In any other state, I'm sure it's the same thing. I also speak Telugu, so I'm aware of how that works. The kind of Hindi they write on files, I've been educated in Hindi and I can read it. Not many people can actually figure out what exactly it means. So the point is, it's still a Raj Bhasha. It is not yet a Lok Bhasha, and I think as a democracy, and this is where technology gives you that option, you can actually convert the way anybody speaks into something which is intelligible even in administrative language, right? So even in administrative language, you can actually convert it into something which is usable and something which you can include just about anybody. And that makes life so much simpler for everybody. Everyone talks about vibe coding and the way that I just write in plain English and the entire, software code comes out of that. Now, why can't we do the same thing for a common man on the street in the way that he speaks and to convert it into something which is intelligible to the administrative machinery, if not the computer machinery? So I think that's where the inclusion element comes in. Technology gives you an opportunity to be inclusive. Technology today gives you that opportunity to actually improve the lives of everybody else. The example of mobile telephony was given. The amount of, it'll be interesting, and I'm sure there are studies which will point this out, the amount of time saved for people in terms of not having to go and wait for a variety of things. And, just figuring out from a phone call, coordinating better, making sure that deliveries take place, making sure that job opportunities are there when you turn up, and not just wasting time waiting for a lot of things to happen. All of those are important elements in which productivity and efficiency would have risen. It's a similar opportunity that exists with this technology to make it simpler and easier for so many people to actually work and operate in the economic environment. It's a similar opportunity to actually overlay this technology in a range of spaces. We are in the state of Punjab, an agricultural state. Today, one of the weakest links in the agricultural system is the extension system. And in the extension system, our biggest problem is the fact that what farmers often want is actually sound advice on what they should be doing. Instead, what farmers get is a range of inputs which they may or may not like. I remember very often our agriculture department in the state would say, no, there'll be no takers for this if it is not given on at least 80% subsidy. I said, there are no takers for this because the farmers don't want this, and you guys just want to buy this and supply it to the farmers. I mean, what the farmers are asking for is give me advice in time, make sure that whatever inputs I need are available in the appropriate outlets in time. Timeliness is what they are seeking. And instead what we are trying to do is saying, okay, I'll give you this, I'll give you that for free, I'll give you, or at a subsidized rate. So it's an entire mindset about how we address this. And that is something that AI can actually deliver. The agri-stack, and I'm very proud of the way that the Ministry of Agriculture has actually done this state by state. The opportunities are immense. Not far from here is the Center for Excellence in IIT Ropar, which is to deal with what is to happen of applying AI in agriculture. And I'm sure that's a huge opportunity which can actually be used to make AI work for the people who really matter. And likewise, I gave you the example of manufacturing and industry. And in every other sector, this is something that can make a significant difference in the way that it can work. The other big challenge we have in India's economy, the financial penetration. Now we have achieved the aspect of inclusion in terms of everybody having bank accounts and everybody being able to pay through digital means. About more than 98% by value of transactions today are actually electronic transactions in the country. It's a huge amount, and likewise the value of transactions, the volume of transactions also, a very, very significant proportion of them are electronic in today's world. Everybody across the world marvels at the fact that even a street side vendor in India is able to receive electronic payments. So that is truly a transformation. But has the transformation been achieved on the other side? What is our lending record? What is the access to credit for such a large proportion of India's population? If you see the ratio of private credit to GDP, and this would be an interesting study you can do across countries, across the developed world, the proportion of private credit to GDP is significantly higher than India, about 3 or 4 times higher. And even in India, the access to credit is limited to a very small proportion of the population. We talk about housing credit. We talk about the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, under which there is a credit-linked subsidy. Banks keep pushing, saying, no, affordable housing goes all the way up to 2,000 square feet houses. 2,000 square feet houses in large cities, how much do you think they cost? And we treat that as affordable housing and subsidize the credit. Housing credit probably reaches about 5 to 10% of the highest income percentiles in the country. The rest of them have no access to it. And the same thing for various other productive forms of credit. So how do we actually push it? We had the self-help movement, we had microfinance, we had all of this. And the criticism, some of it legitimate, is that the rates of interest are very high. And it almost seems usurious. So how do you reduce transaction costs? How do you give people a credit record? And that is where technology can truly help. Both fintech and an overlay of AI on fintech is something that can crucially make a difference. Somebody had a presentation on GST, and if we threw open the GST and records of most of the businesses, in a way, if we can actually share it with lenders, then you have a transaction history based on which lending can take place. You can analyze that and do it. So there are the possibilities of using this technology. The point I want to illustrate is the possibilities of using technology to make sure that it impacts at scale is something which is very, very important. Of course, this is not to gloss over the possible negative effects. And of course, there are many negative effects. Talk about the impact of social media on what needs to happen. I recall that when I was first posted to this job of meaty, and I didn't realize this, my son told me, "You're going to meaty?" So I said, "Yeah." So he said, "Those are the guys who block all these social media accounts. Why do you want to go and be a censor?" So, I came in with this impression that, okay, there is a negativity associated with what we need to do. But as we move along and as we see the total amount of content that gets actually posted and, in the way that it happens, there was an interesting analysis. I think one of the posters also had it. It caught my eye. I had seen it in a completely different light earlier, and somebody had seen it in a completely different light. See, what happens is the total number of things that are blocked based on government instructions in India is 0.01% of the total takedowns that social media intermediaries do of their own accord. You can read those reports, and one of the posters also actually has the numbers. That a very, very large number are taken down by the social media intermediaries of their own accord. And a very small proportion is what the government asks them to take down. Now, whoever, probably that's a police officer who's put that up, so he says, look, so many are taken down and there are no cases registered, therefore enforcement is poor. I mean, that is the conclusion that they've drawn. But I think it's voluntary compliance which has truly been good. And I think it's truly positive that they have community guidelines under which they take down so much of that content because they believe that it is a social harm. And I think that's the way we need to look at it in some senses. And that's the way now as AI intermediated content keeps growing, this is something that we need to be concerned about and clearly something that we need to address. And we recently we amended the rule to say that if you're putting up any content which is AI generated, please label it, saying that this is AI generated, because I think all of us have a right to know whether this is genuine or whether it is not genuine. And there was a lawyer who argued with me, and I think, as I think about it, I think he had a point. He says, actually, as time goes on, you will find that practically everything is AI generated. 90% of the content will be AI generated. Why don't you instead ask them to just label what is true and original? So maybe, I think we will probably come to that stage where we say, okay, this is genuine content or this is true content. But whichever way it is, I think all of us as citizens have a right to know whether something is AI generated or whether it is genuine. And given that, Okay, nowadays our eyes also get trained, and you can quickly figure out that most of those videos about elephants saving giraffes and things are probably just AI generated and fake, which everyone keeps posting all over the place. But the point is that, okay, they don't do much harm beyond, it also reflects how much time we probably spend on distracting activity. But beyond that, I don't think they do much harm. But otherwise, I think we have a right to know, and I think that right to know and to respect our own democracy in terms of preventing misinformation is something which is significant and important. And we need to take charge of the kind of content that we see. There is a role that the regular media plays in terms of making sure that you see curated content which is authentic. The regular media should continue to play that role, and in certain cases more effectively, to make sure that, I think that beep tells me that I'm running out of time, but that is something, an important role that we need in a democratic society like ours. And democracy needs to be protected from disinformation and misinformation, and making sure that the right kind of information is made available as widely as possible and to the maximum number of people. So there are a number of issues that we need to address. But today, I'd just like to leave you with the thought that we have AI as a technology we can ride. That wave is something we need to ride to become a Viksit Bharat. India has no reason to be pessimistic about where we stand on AI. I think we stand on a fairly sound footing. There are ways in which the government has ensured that access to AI compute is made more widely. AI compute in India costs about a third of what it does in the rest of the world, simply because of the AI Kosh platform, where we supply this at a reasonably subsidized rate to almost all entrepreneurs and researchers and others, and more needs to be done in that space. Data is something that we need to be prepared to share in a form that can be consumed in the AI space, and that takes a whole different debate, but is important, because that also is an important element of inclusion. And we have the potential to becoming the application capital of the world. So all of those 6 million IT workers and more can potentially, with the kind of human resources that we have in that STEM space, they are people who can actually make applications and solutions for use across a range of productive sectors in India's own economy, in addition to what they can do for the rest of the world. And that's probably what the main opportunity that we wanted to showcase in the India AI Summit earlier in February, and that's an objective which we achieved in some measure. And I just leave you with this anecdote, which reminded me that we actually achieved something significant in the India AI Summit. Yesterday, I was at a lunch which was hosted by our Prime Minister for the visiting Cypriot president, from the president of Cyprus. One of the people invited there was a person who quit from the Indian Revenue Service and now runs a AI and cybersecurity company called Saptang. And it's sort of partly incubated at IIT Kanpur and partly at IIT Madras. And this gentleman was at the lunch, and I said, "What is your connection with this lunch?" Then he explained to me that the Cypriot Minister of Technology and their equivalent to the Principal Scientific Advisor had come to the AI Summit. And this particular startup was one of the 1,000-odd startups which was presenting there. And they met each other there. And then they liked the kind of work that he'd been doing. And he's been hired now to do the AI and security stack for Cyprus, and that's the opportunity that's been created. So that's a story for you of what India's AI entrepreneurs and AI companies can really do for the world, and I think that's the direction we have to take. Ride the wave and take everyone in the country along with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think you've really set the tone for the summit ahead. It is my pleasure now to request Professor Ashwini Chhatre and Dr. Arushi Jain to present a memento to our distinguished guest as a token of our respect and gratitude. I take this opportunity to thank everyone who has helped us make this inaugural session a grand success. The student committee of the MPPP program, Dr. Arushi Jain and Professor Chhatre have always been a source of support for us. Thank you one and all.
We now move into our first panel discussion.
I request everyone to please be seated.
Yeah, I'll just keep it ready.
We will be starting our first panel discussion right away. I request everyone to please be seated.
We now move into our first panel discussion, AI for Inclusive Digital Commerce, Trust, Security, and the Future of Value Exchange.
India's digital commerce ecosystem has scaled rapidly through innovations like UPI. The next challenge is ensuring that AI-driven systems, from fraud detection to credit scoring, remain transparent, accountable, and inclusive.
This discussion will explore how intelligent systems can expand access to financial services while also addressing risks like algorithmic exclusion and data bias. To moderate the session, please welcome Mr. Varun Sakhuja, Director, Government Affairs and Policy, MasterCard, South Asia.
We also welcome on stage our panelists, Nitendra Rajput, Senior Vice President and Head of AI Garage, MasterCard. Nitendra leads AI research and applied AI at MasterCard, working on the systems that make payments trustworthy, fraud detection, risk decisioning, and what it means for AI to transact on your behalf. He thinks about trust at millisecond speed.
May you welcome Shaurya Roy, Head of AI, Reliance Retail. Shaurya leads data science at Reliance Retail, building the AI systems that shape how millions of users discover, search, and shop. With experience across Reliance Retail, Flipkart, and Zepto, he has developed deep expertise in digital commerce and evolving question of what truly inclusive commerce design look like.
We welcome Priyanka Kamath, founder and CEO, 100 Giga. Priyanka founded 100 Giga, 100 Girls in Gen AI, with a very specific mission. Not just putting AI tools in women's hands, but helping them become AI-first entrepreneurs. She works at the grassroots where inclusion is not a policy, but a daily practice.
We welcome Kanishk Gaur, CEO, Athenian Tech, founder, India Future Foundation. Kanishk works on the adversarial side of AI, cybersecurity, deepfakes, synthetic identity fraud, and digital trust architecture. He brings the question this panel needs answered. What are the trust failures we haven't seen yet?
Thank you very much, Grishma and Shri Abhinav. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege for me today, wearing the hats of a student of AMPPP and ISB, to welcome, of course, our chief guest and our panelist on this stage. I know the first session was a power-packed session with the inaugural, and many of our audience is excited to meet the secretary outside. But I promise you that this session will entail a little bit more excitement for all of you enthusiasts, specifically with regards to digital commerce and how inclusive AI is an essential element of digital commerce. So without further ado, I wanted to, of course, be thankful to our panelists here. We have Priyanka, Dr. Kanishk, Shaurya, and Nitendra joining us. And we are looking at, making this very engaging for all of you. So what we're planning to do over the next 60 minutes, we will have you can say a thorough discussion on some of the topics we've curated for you, and we'll leave the next 15 minutes in the end to have an audience engagement. So one of the things that, of course, when we have 4 people and 60 minutes is not always equally divided, and how do I get started? So I do want to get started with one of the key themes for us, but before I do that, since we have very limited people here in the audience currently, I just want to ask a very important question, that how many of you would let AI, and please raise hands for this, would let AI handle your WhatsApp messages for you? I see 3 to 4 hands, fifth hand right there. How many of you would let it approve your photo gallery? Okay, I see a little bit more hands because people now using AI for photographs. Now, very important, how many of you would let it approve a payment transaction? I just saw half a hand here, probably. You'll let it do that, okay. How many of you would let it actually make the payment on your behalf? Okay. So clearly the number is going down in terms of percentages. So evidence is absolutely not evident in this scenario, but it's still very clear that the reduction in the percentage shows that there is a bit of trust element or a loss of trust when it comes to digital commerce, when it comes to AI. So let me quickly get on to the first segment that we have designed for you. Trust, safety, and an invisible infrastructure with regards to the AI infrastructure that we have in payments. So when most people interact with commerce, and this is a very interesting statement that I make. When I wake up in the morning, I don't decide which payment instrument or how will I make payment. I go about my day. I would probably book a cab. I will get a coffee for me, probably get breakfast, or go about my day. And a payment instrument or the commerce is a subset of it. So keeping that in mind, Nitendra, I just want to get your perspective. When people say trust the infrastructure, what does it actually mean in context of AI-enabled payments and AI-enabled commerce? What's really under the hood?
Yeah, great question, and thanks a lot for involving the audience. I think most of the audience here was lazy when it was asked that how many of you would trust AI to make payment on your behalf, and because of that laziness, you didn't feel like raising the hand. Because every one of you, I'm sure, have had AI do your payment automatically on your behalf. As an example, when you subscribe to any of these services like Apple Music or Netflix and so on, right? Every month, some amount gets deducted from your account. That's an automated payment. Every time you sit in one of the Ola and the Uber and then you get off, automatically some amount gets deducted. You're not making the payment. You're not even authorizing it. It just happens. So don't be lazy. Next time, raise your hands, please. But I think the most important thing about what Varun is asking is, trust is actually a perception. Trust is a perception based on experience. We do not, under the hood, there are these terms and conditions for the Olas of the apps and so on and so forth, the UPI payments that we do. We never read, when we install a particular app, we never read those terms and conditions. We trust. Why do we trust? Because we see how people are using these things. And when Mr. Krishnan was also saying that these days everyone on the street is now using online payments. Why? Are they reading? Have any of us actually read the Indian Penal Code? No. But still none of us are going out killing people. Why? Because trust is an experience. We see everyone else around us, and that's what we realize, oh, okay, I can trust this thing. I can trust this payment mechanism. I can trust this particular app. I can trust this mechanism of letting AI or any other technology do things, basis the experience around us. So coming back to you, Varun, under the hood are technologies that are so seamless, are technologies that are so pervasive, technologies that are so powerful, that we do not even get to see them. We do not even get to know them. And that's where over the years, things have developed so well, so fast, so that in the introduction, when it was being said that in milliseconds, you can figure out whether this thing looks like a fake transaction, whether this thing looks like a legitimate transaction, let me pass this on or not, and so on. So under the hood is all data, is all patterns, is all really sophisticated algorithms. But the most important thing is it leads to an awesome experience, and that's what people trust in.
Thank you. This is exciting. So, it helps me pivot to an interesting analogy we were discussing over breakfast. And Priyanka, you mentioned that over your previous experiences, one of the giants of companies like Pepsi, etc., you used trust as a key source of setting up the infrastructure. So do you want to throw some light onto how trust builds on from a perception or a reality to being a part of the infrastructure?
Absolutely. Firstly, Varun, amazing, lineup, and the entire day seems so much of knowledge and learning that can be actually applied real time. So thank you for that. When it comes to enterprise security with PepsiCo, it's a catch-22. You're working with legacy applications like mainframe and making sure that all these mission critical apps don't come down and you're not on the front page of New York Times. So it was quite a challenge for us to make sure that the black box, that is the enterprise security, we are going around that and maneuvering the security frameworks around it. So we actually adopted something called a wrapper pattern. So everything from kernel security to server security to application layer, you had to go through all of these strategically. Make sure that everything from network segmentation, which comes right at the core, to API proxy protocols, to gateways that you're making open to external transactions, all that needed to have its checks and balances at a regular cadence. Most of these were high mission critical applications. So Frito-Lay was like our most profitable business sector. 56% of PepsiCo's profits come from the food section and not so much the beverages. So just working with the stakeholders, getting their negotiations and buy-in was actually the difficult part there. So more on the strategic front, we had to work and basically build trust on a human level.
So from a stakeholder perspective, industry perspective, working together is important to set up a base from a B2B perspective, if I were to use PepsiCo. I want to pivot to, Dr. Kanishk and I, we had the privilege, of course, to have a pre-session with you earlier as well. I want to get to the consumer side of it. And I know there is another segment of AI, which when it comes to trust, people are kind of worried about, there is synthesized deepfakes. There is a concern around identities and impersonation at scale now. So trust failure, the commerce layer, both Priyanka and Nitendra spoke about, and at an enterprise level, it's taken care of. Now on the consumer side, how do you see that playing out?
See,
thank you for bringing me in. It's ultimately the responsibility of the enterprises and the government to ensure trust. And for a country like India, where we have 1.4 billion people, and a lot of people who are freshers, youngsters, are not finding good jobs, they're actually leaving India and going to countries like Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and are calling us from using these digital platforms and using evasive techniques for creating these deepfakes and using all kinds of mechanisms from digital arrest to honey trapping to a term which I recently spoke with CNN News 18 on pig butchering, romance scams, and everybody would have in this room would have got a call. How many people in this room would have got a call from someone claiming to be holding their parcel or calling from a police station? Digital arrest, everyone would have received a call, right? Everyone would have been attacked, would have lost money in some form or shape because we are trusting technology. But today, according to research, more than 50,000 people are in these countries who have gone on tourist visas and are actually attacking our systems and checking whether this system is trustable by design or not. So the key part that needs to be taken into account is that we need to have mechanisms for not only blocking all of this, but also ensuring that AI, when is put in the wrong hands, does not lead to chaos in the society. That is one of the biggest issues that we are finding. Yesterday, I was investigating one case where a bus driver, he lost 25 lakhs of his savings, which he had collected for his daughter's wedding, because someone sent him a message that he has to invest in an online trading platform. And he took loans from people to pay for that, and his life savings are gone. He doesn't understand what deepfake is. He doesn't understand that someone could dupe him by using AI technology and then promote something with the name of the Prime Minister of the country or with the name of popular businessmen or banks. So those are specific areas which we need to fight out, and it is an issue for the common masses. We also need to safeguard our children, we need to safeguard our women from all these online abuse and scams which are becoming pretty common. So I think that is the issue. The street crime which used to happen erstwhile is now gone online. So the thugs which used to be on the streets mugging us is all online. So that is the next harm we need to safeguard. So trust, if you have to build on online platforms, you also have to have measures to safeguard against these kinds of crimes.
And no, you've hit a very interesting point of, I'm using the word platforms, right? So commerce today, and we have Shaurya sitting here, and Shaurya has worked across Flipkart, Zepto, and now with Reliance Retail. Today we're as consumers spoiled for choice to say in few minutes everything is delivered to us. So speed has become you can say a USP that everyone's using. But I want to put it from a commerce and a payments perspective. Flip this out to you, Shaurya, to say, are we really using speed judiciously when it comes to AI, when it comes to commerce? And if speed wins in commerce platforms, where do you deliberately slow down, right? The journey down. Is it imperative to have everything instant? So Shaurya, I would love your perspective on that.
Thanks, Varun. Thank you, everyone. No, you have asked the question in a very, very thoughtful manner, I must say. Okay, see, speed is the drug and the adrenaline of commerce today, right? That's how we changed from E to Q, e-commerce to quick commerce, right? We never knew we wanted iPhone in 10 minutes. But when somebody started giving it, of course we all want, right? I mean, how can we wait for a day for the next iPhone, right? So that's the thing, and that's not only in delivery, right? It's everything, right? The way you do your shopping, you are told what to buy, and they should be knowing it, right? I mean, your choices very well, that should come at the top of it. Otherwise, like, oh, okay, how could my favorite brand at the bottom? I'm going to switch to another platform, right? So speed throughout this journey, this making it, what my friend Nitendra said, seamless, right? That's the key factor in digital commerce today, right? But this removing friction is not necessarily always good. You sometimes need to ponder, sometimes you need to slow down, right? Let me give you a specific example, right? A first-time smartphone user buying an expensive product on the platform with a complex return policy. Don't push him or her to complete the purchase, complete the transaction. If he or she is buying his replenishment for grocery, etc., just do it quickly at 1.5x speed. For the other case, slow it down, 0.8x, explain, emphasize. What Mr. Krishnan was saying, that everybody has the right to know, right? Let him or her emphasize the points and the causes that are there, and that is a deliberate place where you slow down. Because once after making that purchase in hurry, and I am taking a specific example and try to generalize in the next minute, then you might have got the transaction done, but you have lost that trust. And perhaps in that society, you have lost the trust of tens of others where words of mouth have spread, right? So trust is a big, what should I say, like a compounding factor, which is more than the compounding factor of discounts. So try to be cautious, try to leverage that. Anytime things which you feel may be complex for the other side of the person, and the other side person, if it is a sophisticated user in Chandigarh versus somebody in Shiliguri, the comprehensiveness may vary, but make that choice with AI, right? I mean, AI can do that, right? I mean, personalization and all of that, do that, and let them decide on their behalf. If they can take a thoughtful, judicious call, they are more likely to trust your system with the help of the tool in a way. So that's the nudge that I will take, Varun.
No, this is good. So there's this tension that I want to surface, right? Nitin's describing the system that works because it's invisible. Kanishk, in a way, mentioned that the invisibility is kind of itself the vulnerability. People sitting across anywhere, and the thugs are now, you don't know where they're coming from. And you're in a way alluding that the UX often leads to that invisibility of the conversion as well. So maybe I just want to ask one very different question, and learning from the biases that we all have. Yesterday, we were all debating on environmental policy and how there is a bias that we believe that trees actually help prevent soil erosion. But there is the facts and counterfactual that are actually very different. So do you think there is a bias amongst all of us working in this space when it comes to trust and when it comes to believing that the system can prevent, or everyone understands that this is a vulnerability? What do you think is a behavioral bias? So maybe Nitin, do you want to give a perspective on that?
Yeah, I feel that AI is like a huge elephant, right? Or a new technology is a huge elephant, and there's this story about the 6 blind men. So everyone is looking at the elephant, they are all blind, right? So if you are touching the legs, you feel that it's actually a pillar. Someone who's touching the ears would feel that it's the fan in the old days and so on. So I think all of us from our perspectives are seeing it from that point of view. When I mentioned my point of view was that something that can help people, and obviously the reason the adoption is there because things are moving faster and businesses are improving and so on and so forth, which is needed. What Kanishk is bringing in, that there are bad people who've taken the guns and rather than saving people, they are shooting people, right? So the same thing. So I think from that perspective, and it's actually good to have a diverse perspective so that everyone can then patch in the holes as well as what are the planned whenever it is needed.
No, this is good. So all three perspectives can simultaneously exist, and that's how it's going on. So puts me in a nice spot to pivot to the fact that Secretary also alluded to the theme that we have, that inclusion is important. So the real economic impact is where inclusion comes into the play, and it's sort of one of the most overused word in policy, and as a policy professional I can add to that. So let me be precise about what I mean. So I don't mean to say that access to smartphone or someone can use AI just to build businesses or earn income. I'm talking about how are we measuring it? What is the agency, economic agency, that as a term that we use from an inclusion perspective? And to begin that, Priyanka, I want to look up to you because I know 100 Giga is not just about access to AI tools, and we were very glad for you to be here because as policy students as well, most of us have been debating about this aspect that tools are not just about helping a particular segment learn AI, and specifically, let's say, in the rural segment, or women learn AI. So when somebody wants to become an entrepreneur, what does a real economic agency look like in that journey? What are the inflection points?
Amazing. This is such a holistic question. Like, I can go about this all day. Well, 100 Giga actually started with the fact that there are 1.6 million students graduating in engineering every year, and with the kind of development that's happening in AI, all the junior dev jobs are going away. So what do these bright students do? We basically showcase them pathways where they can add to the entrepreneurial sector of India. As you know, there's a very famous McKinsey research paper, the parity research paper, which says that 1 in 3 women need to be entrepreneurs for India to actually add 10 trillion to its economy. So that's exactly what, you know, we were just bridging the bridge there, technically building a bridge there. So all these students who are, you know, bright, they have their computer science prowess, they know how to, you know, learn AI with AI. Those are the students who come work with us. In fact, you know, just some of the success stories at the grassroots level. My youngest Giga, as we call her, is Mahishka Sinha. She's all of 12 years old, and she's built this incredible LinkedIn for rural. It's already generated 50,000 jobs in rural. As I say, India is a 5-city country where you have to go to these 5 cities to find employment. She's made sure that, you know, from the village of Kalindri, Rajasthan, to Utkamandalam in Tamil Nadu, to Tiruvannamalai, to, you know, Mangalore, where I come from. So jobs are right there, and you are actually able to generate employment. How do we do this? It's basically by doing entrepreneurial workshops, take them through like a 0 to hero in journey. So go from idea to implementation, understand whether there's really, you know, a market for this. Say, you know, predominantly across spectrum, it's papads, pickles, pads, businesses that women get into. So we try to expand their horizon by showcasing how, you know, a simple Ayurvedic, you know, product, which say through AI, you are able to detect whether the body is Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and the product can be actually tuned to that particular body type. Now, somebody who's sitting in the US would not know which product would suit them, but just by adding this AI, you know, segment to it and understanding the body type through our NLP practices, we have a vector embedding set that goes to understand the different body types to the Ayurvedic products. Suddenly now she has a $1 million business in the US. So that's how we open gateways.
No, this is great because, you know, it forces the policymakers and all of us to sort of rethink that how do we design, and if people are, you know, the sector which itself is designing for it, I think you're doing a fabulous work to getting them all in early, and 12 years, wow. So glad to know that. Yeah. I'm going to, you know, put a very provocative question to you, Shaurya, that, you know, you've worked across biggest giants, right, when it comes to having access to different sets of consumer bases. So, you know, what does inclusive design look like for, you know, the companies that you've worked with, right? I'm happy if you don't quote a name, I'll leave it to you. But there are different digital confidence levels, and we were, you know, we were having a conversation with UIDI at one point in time, and they mentioned that, you know, one household has perhaps one UIDI app which has one mobile number, one phone linked to 5 different individuals, and mostly women and other, you know, sectors don't have access to a digital device. So how do you think of designing your UX for those consumers who are probably using a shared device altogether?
Yeah, absolutely. I just made a note as you were introducing this question that you use the word inclusion and then something like economic agency, something, right, in one way. I love that thing. Is that 10 years ago, inclusion or diversity and inclusion, this used to be seen as like a additional thing, a CSR thing, right, a good to have thing, right? But what you said is something I always proposed, and I did a lot of diversity and inclusion work in the context of computing community, is that inclusion is market expansion. As a business, what can be better than market expansion and growth and all that? It's just a meaningful thing for you to do, not an afterthought, not an additional thing to do, right? Now, and nothing, it's not no different for a digital commerce company as well, right? Digital commerce has gone leapfrogged over the last several years and like gone from the cities to the towns to the villages and all of that. But what you were alluring to, Varun, is actually right. I mean, it started for the folks in Bangalore, Chandigarh, Bombay, Delhi, and so on. And then as an afterthought to the next generation of next layer of towns, for the senior audience, for the women in with a shared device and so on and so forth. Things have started happening quite a bit, and I know that multilingual interfaces, multilingual interactions and so on and so forth has been done one of the first things to address the linguistic diversity, right? So you design your product in a manner that it is accessible to people who don't speak in English, right? I mean, instead of add to cart, I mean, bag mein daliye, right? I mean, that's the thing, right? But the only caveat, and again, I'm a part of it, is that we did it as an afterthought, right? Bag mein daliye, you click on it, there is an error happened, and that error message came in English, right? So that's the problem of doing it as an afterthought, right? Or today, most of these popular commerce search engine understands multiple language search, right? Maybe at least the more popular language. But you see the results. Bag for brother under 1,000 or bhai ke liye bag 1,000 ke niche, the quality of the results are different. The search ranking, retrieval, all of those machine learning algorithms that work, they are getting it, but it's still not there. But the fact that I would say that Varun to say here, that intent is there, we are designing in the day, it's just that it happened one after the other rather than ground up in a manner. And similar thing happens for like these personalization, your digital confidence, if I may spend 1 minute on this one, right? WhatsApp users in India, I don't know, 600 million, 700 million of that order, regular user, and maybe Instagram users also of that order. Transacting users on media on commerce platform, less than 500 million. You bring it to monthly active user who does at least one transaction in a month, maybe less than 300. Like weekly active, like less than 100 million, right? So people are digitally confident. They're digitally sophisticated. Everybody has smartphones. Smartphone is probably more than 1 billion or whatever, right? But we still don't have that confidence because the right designs and the right mechanisms are not there for people to be confident to actually be able to do that. So again, things needed to be done. Intent is there. Things have started happening. I'm extremely optimistic. But for a diverse country in all dimensions, for India, it will happen over time.
No, and I'm glad you brought this up. So there is a need for us to sort of rethink design at the beginning and not as an afterthought is what my takeaway is. And similarly on the, when we take 2 steps back, and Natendra, if you go to, the back-end systems, right? So in that sense, risk profiling, people who have very thin transaction bases or, transaction or digital history. So is it safe to say that, the unknown automatically becomes unsafe, or are we, are doing it differently? What are your thoughts on that?
So technologically, it is addressed in the sense that if there is not enough information about whether a new merchant that onboards or a new cardholder that comes in the system, then you've seen some or the other patterns emerging from that area, emerging in that particular line of business. So you start, it's like a cold start problem, but you start with some hypothesis about it, basis what you know, if not about that particular customer, then things around that customer and so on. You place more safeguards on that particular person for whom you do not know, but still you would onboard them into the system rather than create a strong friction that you could only get onboarded only if you have XYZ kind of things. So I think, again, I am a proponent of technology, which is where I feel that nowadays, if there is no specific CIBIL score, if there is no specific credit profiling and so on, there are these alternate mechanisms that can help you with, in a guardrail manner, get on board to the system. People will see you more over the next few weeks or months because we are still creating our history. And if that all looks fine, then you would have much more access to their data and their profile, and that's how you kind of grow into their things. So I won't say that they are more unsafe. There are solutions through which you make them much more welcoming and much more easier, at the same time guard them so that they do not go in very wild ways as well. So I think that's what is helping onboard people much more better, faster.
Thank you for that perspective. So, we know that the companies and the platforms and the backend systems are using technology and doing so. So Dr. Kanesh, I want to get your perspective now from the consumer side of it, right? So what online safety and cyber literacy capabilities are essential if we want to get more women, if we want to get the first time entrepreneurs in the ecosystem and sort of have that confidence that digital commerce is also for them. So what can we do better and what are the gaps?
So it's important we make digital commerce more inclusive. So you have to start from the last mile. Let's take the example of programs like Aadhaar. They were set up in a manner that someone in the last part of this country would be able to access it. So what are the needs which are there? So primarily understanding someone who is not digitally savvy, tech savvy or literate can still use the technology and does not get mugged in the process. He can identify that an app that has come in is a safe app. So safety by design, trust by design, those are extremely important. So if you're on a Play Store, then the fake apps remove instantly through use of technology. It could be artificial intelligence, it could be machine learning, or it could be a combination of both. The other key part which is extremely important is that how do we make it more inclusive for women, particularly women entrepreneurs. Women entrepreneurs face the toughest battle in this country when they have to build up platforms, when they have to raise funding, when they have to look for even credit. How do you make it more exclusive? That's really the key part of it, because a lot of times they are denied opportunity. In the rural part of this country, even accessibility to smartphones is being denied to women. So how do we change that in a big manner is really the key part of it, and that can happen where we look at certain people who are still not accessing technology and are digitally trained and made literate, so that the inclusivity can come through use of technology, digital literacy, and also more awareness. So through programs which would involve your Anganwadi workers, through programs which would involve people who are going and delivering effective schemes. That's really the key part of it. That's what will make India more inclusive.
No, this is good. I just want to put all of you on a spot, right, and stress as this. What I'm hearing is that we need access and capability, but this sort of a tension, it sort of slows down development. There is a cost attached to it. Who pays for it? So I just want to take maybe 30 seconds each, Priyanka and Shaurya, to get your perspective. Is inclusion a sort of a market opportunity, or is it a market failure that we are trying to find a policy fix to?
Right. This again goes back to that McKinsey study, the parity research paper, right? It seems like there is a women empowerment angle to it, but it's actually an economic infrastructure that we are trying to build. There is a 2% famous in funding, infamous funding that happens with women, and it's most likely because they are told that, you are doing this maybe with the support of your father, of your husband, what is really in it for you, are you just the face of a business and somebody else is running it for you? So these are a lot of systemic biases that we need to come about. But I'm sure, I was just telling all my young girls who are launching their startups now, one of them is now selected with Y Combinator India, so she's going to hopefully fly to Silicon Valley and change these numbers again. So a lot of FDI coming in as well. Like all these examples, and again, one of the points that Kanishk brought was the financial education piece. Women might have the skill and the passion, but if the unit economics don't work out, that's where we are also going to take a hit. How much the government is focusing on AI infrastructure, I think AI fluency also needs to be a very big part of this. Yeah.
Shaurya, any closing remarks on this topic?
I mean, surely opportunity, as I said. Inclusion is an opportunity from societal perspective, from financial perspective, for-profit organization. But we need technology, we need policy to make that opportunity viable, to make it happen. I mean, as you're done. That's why, as Mr. Krishnan was mentioning, that Raj Bhasha to Lok Bhasha. Yep. I mean, that's a legacy that we are carrying, right? Some changes are needed. Similarly, to make inclusion happen for all the right opportunity reason, we need to do some work: technology, policy, government, practices, etc., etc.
May I add?
Please.
Yeah, since you didn't ask me to speak, I would want to speak. What I also feel is that another perspective is that inclusion is actually a mindset problem. inclusion access are tied, but these days everyone has access, and the access is going to only improve and increase at a much faster pace. Everyone has access to fruits. Doesn't mean everyone eats fruits. Everyone has access to technology. Doesn't mean they're using technology for the right things. People use AI to, put those filters on their photos and make those photos good and all that. They spend time learning all those things. They would rather spend time on learning things that can improve their business and all that, but that's a mindset problem. We, coming from Delhi, one of the good things among many, in Delhi is the Delhi metro. Once you get in the Delhi metro, all the stations, everything is spotlessly clean. The same people, when they go out, things are not clean. What is different inside the Delhi metro versus outside the Delhi metro is the mindset. If we could create this mindset somehow, which is a cultural thing, so it's not as much about access, it's not as much about having inclusivity from the point of view that I do not have the reach for it. Reach is really increasing significantly. The mindset is not changing. People are using technology to play games and all those kind of things, social media that Sir was talking about and so on. Boss, use it for your own benefit. Use it to learn things. Use it to improve your business. Use it to improve your life. That is a mindset problem. All of us also have more access. Yeah. But that's not that we've become smarter, and that's the same thing with others also. So perhaps that shift is what is needed.
I just want to add to that. I think governance also plays an extremely important role. Secretary Krishnan spoke about takedowns or accounts being withheld by platforms, by them without government coming into the picture. That is governance which the big tech is putting in. But you need more governance on online platforms to remove the scamsters, the fraudsters. The moment someone flags that someone's profile is being impersonated on WhatsApp, maybe mass messaging from 20, 30 people in your network should allow that account to be taken down. One of the biggest issues which I face today, and senior IAS and IPS officers have been impersonated in their own districts, right? And they also get these calls, and they find it extremely difficult to even get that account taken down from WhatsApp. I get so many calls from civil servants that they have been impersonated, or someone in their family has been impersonated, and the issue is getting that account taken down from social media platforms. If the big tech was so inclusive and the governance was so strong, the civil servants would have been able to do it. Imagine what is the plight for the common man.
Yeah, that was very, very, very provocative thought, and food for thought for everyone in this field to think through this. And maybe, and this is definitely not a plug-in, but thankfully, right pivot for me for my next segment. In the last 2 years, something has changed when people are talking about AI, right? It stopped being just a recommendation engine or a chat engine, and started becoming an actor in itself, right? It stopped just suggesting, it actually buys, books, pays. So agentic commerce, which has become the latest it word, right, after blockchain and chat GPT, sort of how does the accountability question comes into the play? And this is where our initial polls that we were doing with the audience. So when an agent makes mistake, who is responsible? So in this segment, I want to get some views around that. And Nathan, maybe I start with you, since I didn't ask you that question. So what must be true technically, legally, ethically, before an agent sort of should be allowed to transact on my behalf or anyone else's behalf?
I think this ties into the first question that you asked about trust. So we started to trust the digital platform after a certain while. When I moved to the digital platform, and back in the days when my dad used to get his salary, he would send me to the bank with a check saying that my salary is here, so take this check and then get 3,000 rupees back home. So I would feel very proud that, wow, 3,000 rupees I have been allowed to carry with myself, how responsible I am, and so on and so forth. And that's when I would see the real money. And then when I started to get my salary, everything was in the bank. I would never get that cash. So I would just never feel that I actually have money the way my dad used to have money. So from that perspective, now we are moving from digital to the agentic world. Right now, as you said, that we do the shopping. We feel the joy of looking for things and then identifying and then making the button and then putting in the OTP and so on. And suddenly everything would happen on our behalf. And that's when I question myself that it's more of a generational thing. If you would be asking my son, he would say, are you dumb doing all of these things on your own? There is a button that you click it and it happens automatically. Why are you every day buying the same stuff? You've been buying honey every month, and what's the point of again spending 10 minutes doing that all the time and so on? So I think that generational shift is happening because, again, there is trust in the system. So they have seen things work over a period of time, and the reason why that is happening is because all the things that we are talking about are stitching together. Policies are coming in, there are regulations that are coming in, there is enough digital literacy that is happening. When these days, even if we do subscriptions that I was talking about, that transactions that happen on your behalf, subscription transactions and so on, right? We as customers provide information that, oh, okay, on my card, I allow transactions only up to X amount through an online medium, Y amount through ATMs and so on. So those guardrails have been put in by companies and organizations that are providing these things. So that makes it secure. Then even after that, if there is something that wrong happens, then there is a dispute cycle that automatically kicks in. And so then now you know that there are organizations like as ours, and there are organizations like as banks and so on. So they will fight that battle on your behalf with the merchant, with the customer, and the right thing will happen. People have seen that over a period of time, so they are not now ready to take the next step. So I think, as an example, a lot of cards now get tokenized. You do not have to provide the card number at every merchant website. That tokenization is helping you to do transactions in a much more safer manner. If tokenization is there, riding Agentic on top of that becomes much more easier, because now the card details are not being shipped to every merchant and so on. So it's not like suddenly Agentic has come. Things had been moving from a policy perspective, things had been moving from a guardrails perspective, things has been moving from a customer understanding and trust perspective. And therefore, it's no wonder that Agentic will take the shape, not if by people in the room, of course there are many young people in the room as well, but the Gen Zs of the world are now trusting this technology, and that's why things are ready perhaps, and that's why they are moving.
Yeah. So Dr. Kanish, platforms and companies have an optimistic view, it seems. They feel everything's figured out. You are bringing in the real outside-in lens, right? What's the worst-case scenario in the agentic commerce world? One thing that probably keeps you up at night, and how should the ecosystem do more to defend it?
So it's so easy to make platforms go rogue, agents go rogue, that you could follow someone on Twitter and he will tell you that this is how you can basically remove the guardrails. So there are black hat hackers who have created social media profiles. I will take few names of theirs. So there is Pliny of the Liberators. If you follow this account on Twitter, all he does is he tells you how to remove guardrails on AI platforms, right? And the biggest issue today is not about deploying AI agents, but how do you prevent AI agents from going rogue or removing the guardrail? We are trusting platforms like OpenAI, where you give away all your data. But have you ever looked at where this data is landing, where this metadata would be used against you, and you will become the real product and everyone will be advertising it? Have you ever looked at the data that you give to Claude? You know, in the US Department of Homeland Security, someone gave away information of the government, and there was a guardrail which came out. But in so many organizations where we work, we put our official data on open platforms, and that same data could lead to so much of issues. If that AI system goes rogue and works against you, then how are we stopping it? So what is needed today is AI Safety Institute to be established in this country. We have already only spoken. You need AI governance frameworks to be set up, particularly for safeguarding against AI-based risk. The biggest issue I see is you're going to have elections. If agents today replace those people on social media, then it is going to be the biggest issues. And I'm sorry, I'm going to take an example of a new party which is just there on social media. The founders of that party are sitting outside this country and have created more followers than the number one party in this country. How's it happening? Is it just humans? Suddenly humans have started following that party in 1 week. No, it's not humans. It is agents-led bots which have been created by someone, and that's why they have 16 million followers. That's the reality. That's why their handles are getting banned. So this is something that can create a parallel economy, and it can question the integrity of this country. The democracy can be impacted. So the real world could be, completely manipulated by using AI. That's where we are living in right now.
No, it's always good to get a perspective from the other side also, right? There is a thin line between governance and innovation and the fact that as a percentage, how much of it is actually happening versus perceived. So I'm glad to hear that view as well. But there's also the other side where people know that the frameworks do exist, and then when do you bring in the governance too, so that the innovation is not curtailed? So it's good to get both perspectives, and maybe Priyanka, you can give a perspective that, are entrepreneurs and small businesses worried about this debate? How are they thinking about it? Are they looking at agents as a genuine commerce opportunity, or are they worried that they could, curtail democracy for that matter, to Kanish's point?
Got it. So yeah, I'm still thinking about it. I believe it's a cockroach Janta Party, right? So yeah, folks, just be aware. I was talking to these Didis that we are working with. We're building an end-to-end agent orchestrator for frictionless finance that can give them access to capital. And these Didis that we work with, day in, day out, they get this famous phone call from Amitabh Bachchan about MSME loans, and they don't know कि दीदी ये actually अमिताभ बच्चन जी call कर रहे हैं या फिर कुछ scam call है, So it's such a gullible and vulnerable audience, and we are trying to bring that trust levels up. So what we do is we do have like personalized WhatsApp agents that can actually go tell them that, hey, look, these are the certain transactions that have happened to this Sahakari bank. This is where your loan processing is, and you will get details step by step to your WhatsApp. So that's some things that we've done, not going to IVR versus choosing WhatsApp. The second part that we've done is optimizing on the awareness and discoverability pillars. Of course, back in the day, it was all about SEO. If you were not on top 10 SEO rankings, your business is no longer there, right? So it's all about AEO now. So we've partnered with my founder friend from Meta. She's built something called a Cockpit AI, which basically runs on the GCP stack, which is a universal commerce protocol for agentic commerce. So no matter what integration, be it Shopify or be it like your entire supply chain optimization, it all speaks in one unified commerce protocol. So it's very easy to get the Didis on board with their Pats, Pickles, Papads business, and we don't have to worry about the catalog to cart to identity linking. It just seamlessly does everything from product discovery to purchase.
Yeah. Great, thank you. And Shara, I want to get your perspective in the end on saying there are, of course, worries and concerns. There are guardrails and frameworks available, and time is our evident truth in this, that with technology and the right governance, we've solved for many concerns. So do you feel that, can agents now simplify commerce for real users with the concerns that Kanishk alluded to, or with the guardrails that Nitendra was alluding to, and the perspective on entrepreneurs that Priyanka, maybe you want to sum it up to say that what is it really going on, because you're actually at the helm of real commerce currently?
Yeah, I mean, from a commerce perspective, and frankly, actually piggybacking on what Nitendra said, it's not an overnight thing. It has been happening. Like, things are getting simplified, assisted, partially automated, and all of that, right? And agency or agentic commerce is a natural progression to that, right? I mean, today commerce platform knows what's my favorite brand, what's the brand Atta I buy, and all of that. So those comes as recommendations, right? And in the coming days, with agency increasing, with the automation increasing, more and more things will become not only agentic, but it will be my expectation that it will happen that way. Having said so, I don't disagree with what Kanish said in his thing, but perhaps it is that early teething issues and early stages of the problem that are there whenever a new technology comes in. When mobile phones came in, when internet came in, internet came in, technology virus was kind of a problem. Mobile phone came in, scam links and all of that came in, right? And people gradually and slowly learn these things, right? And they kind of get used to it. Government introduces policies, education happens, awareness happens, right? And this AI boom is, of course, as we all know, like it is like a first in a humankind, like that this fast of a this magnitude transition is happening. So of course it will come in with pitfalls and loopholes, but I am optimistic that we will be able to overcome this. We will be able to leverage technology more and more. The question of accountability continues to remain, because this is a two-sided or three-sided marketplaces where two parties are operating with a different motive perhaps. I am looking for the cheapest and the best. The platform is looking for probably profit and revenue maximization. Where does the equilibrium reaches and so on and so forth. So those are serious problems need to be resolved, but the extent of agency and automation is definitely going to increase.
I just want to warn, we should not undermine AI. The world is fighting new battles to get rare earth minerals to power AI. The 51st country which Donald Trump just put on his Twitter handle has been there because they want rare earth minerals to power AI. So don't undermine what AI can do. You can set up new companies, make them billion-dollar companies with just using artificial intelligence. You don't need humans. With Claude, you can build up agents and you can set up the entire company. People have fired their teams by using AI. So AI has such great power. It is like nuclear power. If it is uses for you, it can create a lot of jobs. But if it is against used people, economy, it can really create havoc. So we must not undermine AI, particularly with AI and quantum coming in. I believe there is a rapid transformation and we must learn from it.
And you're bringing me to the last segment, which was the most important for us, and you've set the tone again for me. Thank you, Kanish. Is that, what's the India's opportunity to build, protect, and scale, right? And when we're talking about the structural advantage, as a proud Indian, I'm very happy that India has taken a leap in the digital public infrastructure with Aadhaar, with UPI, and ONDC also sort of bringing platforms at population scale, right? So there has been great public interest. Now the question is, how do we scale the digital public infrastructure with more stakeholders being a part of it? And how do we build AI on top of it, to your point, right? If we don't have the advantage of having the rare earth minerals, or to what Secretary Krishnan spoke in the morning, that we necessarily don't have the infrastructure currently to have them at scale, but there is the design of the chipsets or the semiconductors which are happening in India. We have that advantage. So I want to take that advantage lens and get all of your perspective in that last section, that how do we move towards a Viksit Bharat vision and an inclusive AI. So Priyanka, if you were designing for the next decade, and women that are part of 100 Gig are thinking about this, what is your message to the young entrepreneurs? What would they build differently from day one?
Absolutely. So the whole foundation that we lay at 100 Giga is build global products from day one. So make in India from the globe. Sorry, make for the globe from India. One example I can give is Protobots. That's one of the assistive robotic healthcare startups that we work with. Since the brains of AI, LLMs have already been taken care by USA and China, India really has a margin at the manufacturing level, and the physical AI is where we are going to win big guns. So what my students have done, have built 3D printed robots for assistive care at the front line of the hospital. They're already in terms of piloting this with cancer care units in Surat and Ahmedabad. So we are already seeing this change happening in the manufacturing side. So I would say to all the young builders here, please focus on physical AI. That's where our manufacturing processes, and we could definitely add, it's a $1 trillion opportunity for you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And Kanish, yesterday we had one very interesting guest lecture, and one of the students had some feedback on a particular concern, and the guest speaker very interestingly said, why don't you come in my shoes and try to solve for it. So I'm going to put you in that shoes, because you've been talking about what could go wrong. So what cyber and trust safeguards should be non-negotiable as digital commerce grows more autonomous? I'd like to believe it will, irrespective of good or bad, it will become more autonomous. And what needs to be the policy change, not just sort of in product, but because we are all policy professionals, would love your perspective on, when we're building for Viksit Bharat, what should be the non-negotiables, also from a policy perspective.
Okay, so I'll take you back. Today we live our lives through the religious books that we have been taught. We go back to Bhagavad Gita, we go back to Vishnu Puran, Now our lives are shifting to the digital world. The ethics for artificial intelligence, the ethics for governance or for cyber safety will move from your traditional books to making the digital world more safe and secure. So the ethics, the safety would come from human values, from our books, from our literature, and that is where India is going to take a lead. You don't need to go to Oxford to learn about AI safety. That is going to come from India's literature, which is thousands of years old. And it is about believing in it. It is about seeing that the literature is something which the world follows. And most of the tech entrepreneurs in the Silicon Valley are Indians. They are the ones who are leading it, and they're also working on security. So how do we believe in our core values and make India the leader of Global South? That's really the key.
Lovely. This is amazing because, for us to succeed, we have to take a leadership position in the global south. And I want to, get that perspective, Shaura, from you now. We've built for 300 million users who are using digital payments in the country. What about the next 100 million? We still haven't touched the entire diaspora and, length and breadth of our country. So what innovation and product or platform do you see that we haven't, to reach the next 100 million?
That's a good question. Frankly, in the lines of whatever we have been discussing, right? All the linguistic diversity, like inclusion and all of those things absolutely should continue. Let me answer this in a little bit different, maybe it's a slightly non-technical answer. But see, one of the things that we often don't pay enough attention, that digital commerce is not entirely digital. There is significant offline aspects of commerce which actually runs this flywheel, right? It's a trifecta. We as consumers, then there are sellers, and there are what I call them enablers, or the workers who are actually running this flywheel, right? The person who is loading the inventory in the warehouse, moving it from a warehouse to the dark store, picking your order in the store and keeping in a bag, and the person who is taking it to the right. This is an extremely large population actually doing this gig work, what we call, who are running this ecosystem. And one defining characteristic of this gig work is that it's not a very well recognized and respected work yet. It employs a large number of people, giving good money perhaps compared to some of the other jobs that they could have done, but it is still not a sustainable livelihood for them. And you won't imagine this particular population has monthly attrition or churn rate of the order of 20%, monthly. 20-25% of the churn, right? They are moving from one place to another and so on and so forth because demanding work, life, one platform to another platform. Now, why I'm saying all this, right? To make it to 300 million to 400 million to 500 million, this ecosystem, and sustainable and not breaking down, you need a very solid foundation layer of this, right? You need the right work policies, you need the right incentive structure. These people do not have any employment records as such, right? You go from one platform to another platform, everything good that you have done in platform one remains with platform one. You don't carry forward your employment record in the resume as the bullet point, right? Okay, which gives you the next job easily, or even your bank loans or your insurance and everything, right? That needs to happen. That needs to happen. I remember Zepto's co-founder Adit Palicha had written a post in 2024 or so, that this economy is actually employing people, or is going to employ more people than Indian Railways. I'm not going to the factual correctness or not and so on and so forth, but it is an equivalent or comparable employment opportunity, right? We need to make this more sustainable to make this overall ecosystem grow and more importantly, keep it more sustainable.
Thank you very much. And, to conclude this session and probably open up to the audience, Nitin, I just want to get your final view because we started with trust. What is, now that you've heard so many of the views from the panelists, one public safeguard or a design principle that should sort of become a standard in AI-enabled commerce?
I think it's more about something that is a gold standard in governance, which everyone and everything should follow. If that is easily understood, then it's something that's easily going to be incorporated by all organizations and understood by customers. So it's like the bare minimum thing that everyone needs to know about types. If there is a way to express it and then let people know of it, whether it is organizations or customers. I think that's the most important thing needed here.
Okay, great. So we talked a lot about scale. We talk about how DPI scaled in India, and I know we are short on time, so I'm just gonna probably take, depending on the time, probably take one or two questions from the audience if you have, and then we'll conclude the session. So, Basuki.
Yeah. So, Varun, you talked about innovation and governance, and Mr. Kanish spoke about how the social media platforms are first responders, right? In case of any scam or something. But as of now, we don't have any legal mandate. But if you push so hard on the regulation part, there'll be a hue and cry about regulations and how innovation, speech, and all that is hampered. So how do you see this regulation happening? It's easy to say, but how do you? I'll take comments from other speakers as well. Where do you draw the line between regulation and innovation?
So, do you want to be governed by the big tech, or do you want to be governed by your own country? Do you want the election in this country, the next government to be formed and decided by someone sitting in the Silicon Valley and apply their rules, who to ban? It has already happened in the US. They decided who to ban and then they shifted sides. Do you want that to happen, or do you want India to be a true democracy? That is totally your call. Do you want your rights to be decided by someone who has the right to your data, or know more about you, or influence you to shift your opinion? The choice remains. We need more governance in these countries. The big tech platforms who have to follow the law of the land. They also have to create more jobs in this country. Look at the money they take out from this country. You need more data sovereignty in this country. You need more cyber laws. They need to respect. Look at Twitter. So I used to work with Twitter in terms of taking down bad accounts, fake accounts. There's not even one person in Twitter who is responsible for trust and safety in this country. The person left. They have not even replaced it. So you want this to be the world's largest democracy and be Atmanirbhar, then don't let the big tech govern you. That's all it is all about.
Great. Now we have that perspective. Do we have Rohit? Yes.
So my question is with respect to law enforcement agencies. So basically, like we have something like in Singapore we have online account. The platform accountability is there. So which platform is being used for cybercrime is being made accountable, so that they take regulatory measures and measures to like curb the cyber crimes. So we don't have something like that in India, and we see like if most of the mule accounts are being sold on Telegram, and now more and more different new apps are being used, and like our from law enforcement perspective, there's only like for say WhatsApp, there's only one nodal officer and very few nodal officers with whom we can coordinate, and still the laws are governed by the multinational companies and US and everywhere. So how to fix this, because the ecosystem of frauds is like it's growing at a very faster pace, but the regulatory mechanism is not catching up with it. And if we'll go for a law like Singapore, then there will be like concerns with respect to platforms also. So how to balance all these aspects?
So one key part, right now only Ministry of Electronics looks at apps. You have to break this law, give it to Ministry of Women and Child Development, one. So all people who are scamming women or bullying, those accounts can be taken down. Second, it needs to be given to Ministry of Defense. So everyone who's impersonating an armed service professional on a platform like OLX can be removed by Ministry of Defense. The third, you need to give it to Ministry of Home. Right now, IT laws are only related to Ministry of Electronics. Second, the platforms must follow the laws in this. That's why they need to have. So platforms like Proton, and I've been heavily criticized by Proton on social media because today Proton is being used for basically blackmailing people. All the mails where people ask for bounty come through Proton. All the Telegram accounts through which people are asked to pay in investment platforms. So these platforms really don't follow law of the land. you have to ensure that they have people who could be put behind bars. So there were significant social media intermediary guidelines which came in 2022, which made platforms accountable, and their chief compliance risk officer could be put behind bars. We haven't used that law, right? And they have put all legal people from third parties, from law firms to safeguard themselves. That's why. So we need to evolve our law in the cyberspace to ensure these platforms are accountable. If the founder of Telegram could be arrested by France, right, he can also be arrested by the police in India. So it's ultimately the will. If we can ban 256 Chinese apps, we could also ban some of these platforms if they are not following the law of the land. It's purely how we take this IT laws, cyber laws moving forward and make it more inclusive and accountable for our people.
Yeah, that's a great perspective, but I also want to throw a light and probably get Dibya, I think you had a perspective to add. Secretary Krishnan made a comment, and again, just contradicting to this fact, right? If only 0.01% was taken down by the government, so there is certain compliance by some of the platforms. Again, I don't represent them, I don't have the view, so just quoting that part, there is certain compliance and certain nodal agencies for each of the platforms that they're, that are being governed, and they're continuing to comply with the laws, and at the same time innovation is happening. So I do feel, and that's my personal view, that it can't be that extreme that nothing is happening. There is a great amount of work that the government and the policy makers are doing. Dibya, I think you had a perspective.
No, just wanted to update on this thing. The Ministry of Defense has been given a statutory mandate under Section 73 of the Amendment to IT Act to directly pull down content without wastage of time. They do not need to go through the mighty route. Yeah, that's it.
Great. All right, we just have time for... Okay, sorry, we are out of time, but I do want to take just 1 minute to acknowledge that I have been, it's a great privilege for me to be a part of this panel as a student, and honestly being part of this cohort as well. I've learned a lot from my batchmates who are senior policy leaders and from the private sector as well. But again, Priyanka, Dr. Kanesh, Shaurya, Nitendra, thank you for taking this time. And on behalf of everyone here at ISB and the Bharati Institute of Public Policy, thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Varun, and thanks to all the panelists. I'm sure our audience has a lot more questions, and they can take those questions, I think, in the hallway and over the networking lunch. I'd request Varun to please present some mementos to our panelists as a mark of our gratitude and respect for them. Let's start with Priyanka Kamath. Kanishk Gaur. Shaurya Roy.
Thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
And Nitendra Rajput. Can we have a big round of applause for the panel?
Thank you.
Our next panel focuses on an issue that impacts millions of digital users every day. AI for safer digital futures, protecting women and children online in the age of AI.
Fakes, cyber harassment, and misinformation and online abuse.
This session will examine how we move from reactive reporting-led systems towards proactive safety by design approaches that better protect women and children online.
To moderate this important discussion, please welcome Ms. Priya K. Shastri, founder, Vibhuda Consulting.
We also welcome our panelists for this important discussion. V. Neeraja, Indian Police Service. She is an officer of the 1994 batch of the IPS, born on Punjab cadre. She has served across multiple districts in Punjab and also on central deputation at the Directorate of Enforcement in Chandigarh and Hyderabad. She has held key leadership roles as Director of Vigilance Bureau Punjab, overseeing vigilance, community policing, and personnel management from 2012 to 2020. She has been promoted as Additional Director General of Police in 2020, leading welfare during the COVID-19 pandemic and later NRI affairs, before heading Cybercrime Punjab from 23. And she has recently been, almost a year back, been promoted as the Special DGP Cyber in Punjab.
May we welcome Rinalini Darswal. Rinalini Darswal, IAS, a 2002 batch Orissa cadre officer, currently serves as Commissioner cum Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Odisha. A medical doctor by training, she has held several senior administrative roles across governance, health and rural development, including District Collector, Director, Joint Secretary, and Special Commissioner. With experience across Odisha, Manipur, and Delhi, she has held policy implementation and administrative reforms with a strong focus on public health systems and strategic health communication during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Shri Siddharth Deb. Shri Siddharth Deb is an Associate Director at the Quantum Hub, working on online platform governance, online safety, children's privacy, digital public infrastructure, and AI governance. A law graduate from NUJS Kolkata, he has previously worked with Cohen Advisory Group, Internet Freedom Foundation, SCR Center, and CCG at NLU Delhi. His expertise spans digital policy, technology, regulation, advocacy, and research across industry, academia, civil society, and government. Please give a big round of applause to Shri Siddharth.
May we please welcome Siddharth Pillai. Siddharth brings 15 plus years of experience in non-profit work across India, with expertise in digital safety, research, and advocacy. At Rati, he leads online safety initiatives, including Mary Trustline and Ideal Internet researches focused on children's digital experiences. He has collaborated with the Ministry of Women and Child Development, UNESCO Asia Pacific, and ECPAT India on child online safety frameworks alongside earlier advocacy and media initiatives with video volunteers and CIEDS.
Over to you, Priya.
Thank you, Sri Abhinav and Grishma. It's an absolute honor for me to represent. Am I audible now? Yes. Thank you, Sri Abhinav and Grishma. It's an absolute honor for me to represent AM PPP 10th cohort and to be moderating this session with some exceptional panelists out here who brings in so much experience on this very important topic and a very relevant topic that we've been discussing today on AI for safer digital futures, protecting women and children online. The previous panel actually beautifully sets the foundation for what we will be talking about today, that the AI space is growing at an exceptional pace, and what we are encountering is something that we haven't encountered previously. So this can give us immense opportunity, but also it can bring in extreme levels of harm, and women and children actually sits at the center of it. So as AI becomes deeply integrated into everyday online interactions, the question before us is not really whether AI is going to shape our society or not, but whether it will do it safely, inclusively, and responsibly. Today we have about over 900 million internet users, and like I said earlier, women and children are the fastest growing segment. And at the same time, we're experiencing extreme forms of harm, whether it's deep fakes, misinformation, whether it's cyberbullying, so on and so forth. We'll be talking more about it in the panel as well. But what makes this especially challenging is that in many current safety systems, it is actually remains reactive. So it's only when the users actually identify and report, that's when we actually get to know that there's harm that has occurred. But there is no really a space for proactive identification. So this particular conversation would actually explore where current systems are working, where coordination gap remains, and how government platforms, law enforcement, and civil society organization can collectively move towards a more proactive safety by design approaches. I would like to begin by really understanding the current strengths, major gaps, operational constraints, and lived experiences that exist today in that space. And I would like to welcome all the panelists again, Neerja ma'am, Mrinalini ma'am, Siddharth Pillai, and Siddharth Deb. I would be, of course, mentioning your surname because both of you are Siddharth. So I would like to start with you, Mrinalini ma'am. The current governance framework, including the IT rules, the DPTP Act, and women and child protection systems often operate in silos. So from your perspective, where do you see the biggest coordination gap today when responding to AI-enabled harms, and especially affecting women and children? And how can governance systems better integrate online safety concerns with offline support and protection mechanisms?
Thank you, Priya. I thank the organizers for the opportunity. I welcome my fellow panelists. I'm privileged to be here. I begin by acknowledging two kinds of audience in this auditorium. One group of us who are here to speak, and the other group who are here for the credits. So whatever is the case, we still have very attentive speakers, and I would like to begin by saying that I was asked to present on a topic which is very close to my heart. Firstly, I have always believed in the inexorable march of technology. Many of you must have seen Three Idiots, and the definition of machine has really stayed with me after I watched the movie. It is anything that makes your life easier. And anything that makes human endeavor easier is never going to go anywhere anytime soon. So AI is here to stay. And like Krishnan sir, who was my course coordinator, Saurabh's course coordinator, when we started our journey as IAS officers in 2002, and he still was giving us very stern looks when we were not serious about listening to the speakers, because there's something about the academic environment, you get back to being the kids again, and discipline is not for you anymore. So I would be completely all right if some of you would not want to participate or listen to us, because after all, it is a school. So, second thing, I am Secretary of Women and Child Development in Government of Odisha. And when I was given this topic, I dwelt on it very deeply, because I take my speaking assignments with extreme care, because what I'm going to say, although I'm here in my personal capacity, but the government will never be detached from me, because in a way I'm government as well. So when I was dwelling on it, the idea that started formulating in my mind is that Odisha is still not ripe to be accounted as a state where we start getting worried about AI at this juncture. although 350 million social media users in the country, half of them at a very accelerated rate, there is an onboarding on AI-based platforms, because most of, like we were listening to the previous speakers, most of the platforms are now AI-enabled. So whether you raised your hands or not, AI is already governing our lives. One example is automatic repayment of your credit card payments. That is all AI-enabled. So even when you're not allowing AI voluntarily, it has already entered our lives. You might have heard a term IoT, Internet of Things. You know, your refrigerator, your printer, your everything, it is all AI-enabled now. So whether you like it or not, AI has not only come knocking on your doors, it is already living with us. And on the fall side, it is an enemy or a predator that never sleeps, that never rests, and that can create your personations, which can be obscene and explicit in a matter of mere seconds. So on the one side, AI has emerged to be a great enabler, a great equalizer, but on the other side, it is again becoming a big, I would say, arsenal in our fight for protection of women and children. And that is where I, as secretary, consider my job as extremely nuanced, because I'm a great believer in technology. I started with that. So is my secretary, and I'm very glad that with his help, we are in the process of doing end-to-end AI enablement of my department, which was the governance part he was talking about. We are in the process of taking away the mundaneness from everyday bureaucratic jobs. We are in the process of easing the interaction of government to citizens at every level so that things are automated. You know, interacting with government is very painful. You go to any Indian government office and try to get a license. It's extremely painful. And don't mind my saying it, ma'am, my husband is an IPS officer. Dealing with police, even I won't dream of it, even though my husband is a police officer. So can we take these interactions away for the mundane daily routine task under which we come face to face with the government, and use AI to enable that citizens seamlessly get the services, not only get the services, but they get the services in the language that they understand, which was again one of the topics Krishnan sir touched upon. And in Odisha, we are developing early education modules for small children who come to the Anganwadis, and even the children who are at home with their parents, early childhood education modules, which is, I'm proud to say, we are using Bhashini to conduct a program called as Ame Padiba Ama Bhashare, which is Odia, which in fact means that we must study in our own language. And delivering that instruction to the children in their own language. And it is not only Odia. Odia is a lingua franca. But Odisha has maximum number of tribal population, around 25% of our population, 22% to be precise, is tribal, and they do not speak in Odia as their mother tongue. So we are now developing modules and delivering modules in the tribal languages, and AI has been a great enabler. Now to your question, so I will be touching on it very briefly because I do not want to go into the details of two acts which actually govern the entire discourse of this conference from the government side, which is the Indian IT Act of 2000, and the DPDP, which is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which is a very recent phenomenon, 2023. They have a lot of sections. And the previous panel was discussing about social media platforms as intermediaries. So you just spoke about, content that is harmful, not only for people in general, but for women and children in particular. And there is a range of content which ranges from studying the social media interaction patterns of small children who have access to mobile phones and social media, so that algorithms can direct tailored advertisements to the children, to CSAM, which is child sex abuse material. So peddling that from, benefiting from the psychology of a child to the extreme of peddling CSAM and pedophilia. And we know pedophilia has been in talk, Epstein died, but his ghost is undying, and we are paying the price for it in increased oil prices and everything. So that extreme is now being dealt by all of these two acts, which are ably assisted by our BNS, which is the IPC, erstwhile IPC and CRPC. But the gap remains because we are currently in an inchoate, infantile stage in dealing with AI. We all recognize that AI is here to stay. We all are hearing the whispers that AI can be dangerous, but how dangerous can it be? And how can governments, particularly bureaucrats who are dealing with women and children, vulnerable, marginalized communities, where AI has already entered their lives? For example, I collect data on close to 10 million women in Odisha who are the beneficiaries of the largest direct benefit scheme. And I collect that data, and then I analyze that data using AI. So where is the consent in that? But we do, so let us listen to the other speakers as well, because I can go on and on because I've been dealing with this. So that is one gap where consent is not there. Other is that we do not have any platforms where these digital media platforms and our crime report bureaus talk to each other. And states do not have access to what central government is doing. So these are major gaps. I believe other speakers will be putting more light on that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You've actually sort of touched upon several important factors, which is essentially that we do hear about that how AI on one hand can be an enabling factor, and on the other hand, how much harm it can cause. And you've essentially equated it to a perpetrator that, it's taking a monstrous shape, literally. And we are dealing with that, and we don't know how to really handle that monster at this stage because we are at a very nascent stage. And that brings me, naturally actually brings me to the role of platform themselves, because they are really playing an intermediaries, as we've been discussing them also in the previous panel. They are actually at the center of it in the sense of how they bring, while governance framework are evolving at one end, we've several safety parameters are being considered, but at the same time, consent, a very important factor, has not been built into it, which ma'am has very categorically pointed out. And but much of the day-to-day user experience is often shaped on these platforms, and they really don't know what they are getting into. And Siddharth, that brings me to you, because your work is actually around intermediaries, and you deal very closely with them. And your recent report of on online harm of women and children actually brings out some really important insights from the implementation perspective. So my question to you really is that why do you think platforms and governance systems continue to struggle with proactive detection and prevention, particularly for harms affecting women and children? And where do you see the key limitations from an AI-driven moderation and risk detection system? So if you can throw some light from an Indian context, it will be really helpful.
I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So thanks, Priya. That's a really important question. And to just set the stage, the report that she's talking about, we published recently in about October 2025. But the interventions I'm going to be making is also in the context that TQH does a lot of work for women's inclusion in general public policy conversations as well, especially women's economic empowerment. We in fact run something called the Women in Digital Economy Network. And we do a lot of work through our sister organization called YLAC, Young Leaders for Active Citizenship, with kids on the ground. So we do a lot of trainings on online safety habits for kids through an initiative called the Digital Champions Program. And through this, we've been refining our thinking on the online safety of women and children. So coming to your question itself on the idea of detection, I would say that platforms at their individual cells have made a lot of progress in using tools like AI-based content ID systems to at least detect CSAM, which ma'am was referring to, which is child sexual abuse material. But the online harms landscape that women and children are facing are evolving at an incredibly rapid pace because, of course, platforms are getting more sophisticated and AI adds to that sophistication. Now, in that context, our governance systems don't create the right incentives for holistic detection of the online risk environment. So what do I mean by that? The same IT rules that have been mentioned many times over the course of the previous panel discussion and in this one as well, essentially looks at safety through the lens of individual incidents. So what that means is one incident takes place, there's a pressure on the platform to remedy the risk, and then all the actors involved more or less forget about it. But there is no real attempt to think about what are the systemic challenges women and children are facing. One thing that we did in our study was look at cyber crimes against women and children in the annual reports published by the National Crimes Records Bureau. What that tells you is that even though we have over 900 million internet users that you were referring to, between 2018 and 2023, while we saw a rise, we couldn't make meaningful sense of the data because the cyber crimes against women and children were either numbering in the few hundreds or the few thousands, which make no sense whatsoever given the reports that are being even published by online intermediaries under the IT rules. So clearly there's a discrepancy. We had to dig into that. One of the reasons is because when cops on the ground are filing cases and then recording the entry in the NCRB database, they have a certain constraint. That constraint is called the principal offense rule. So what that means is, if there is a crime that starts in the online space, but there's a more grievous harm taking place offline, then the cop is only recording the offline harm, which is the more grievous harm. And thus we're losing all of this data at the governance level of what kind of cybercrime risks women and children are facing. And that's a structural problem that we need to solve. And we talk about potential legislative amendments that can help us capture the data better at a cybercrime level. Now, coming to the platforms themselves, the platforms, as I said, they only have an incentive to take down individual posts. But we're not able to track, as I said, the risks against women and children on these platforms. So what are the profile of risks? Some of them are patently criminal risks, but some of them are also legal but harmful risks. So for example, kids face a lot of challenges nowadays due to excessive screen time. That's a conversation that's taking place. We don't really have an ability right now to measure what is the actual scale or scope of the problem. On the women's side, a lot of the challenges women, let's say women in private life, but also women in public life faces constant stream of misogynistic abuse. Now that's not illegal speech necessarily at an individual level all the time, but when it's a stream of legal but harmful interactions that they're facing, the end result is women end up withdrawing from online spaces. So our legal systems are not creating the incentives for us to measure these kinds of challenges across the various taxonomies of harms and the scale. So we said, okay, this is clearly a challenge in the Indian landscape. What are other parts of the world doing? So we've looked at, like, the UK has something called the Online Safety Act. The European Union has something called the Digital Services Act. They are talking about the fact that platforms should have at least an obligation to measure, are kids, in the context of kids, are kids frequently coming to my platform? If yes, what are the types of problems that they're facing? And then what are the risk mitigation measures that I'm submitting? We feel, at least at TQH, that these kinds of submissions need to be made to expert regulators. But on top of that, online safety is a whole of society challenge. So we want this kind of disclosures to regulators to also be made available to civil society, because civil society on the ground has a lot of expertise in being able to detect when a platform's disclosures are valid and how can they be improved. And one more thing is the Digital Services Act has a categorical obligation on large intermediaries to disclose what is the scale of tech-facilitated gender-based violence that is taking place on my platform. Conversely, India does not even have a definition of what is tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So because of these kind of systemic challenges, we've tried to say that over time, online safety has to move from an individual case-by-case kind of approach to a holistic systemic risk assessment plus risk mitigation approach, which over time helps create data that is validated by civil society to better understand how the matrix of risk that women and children face is evolving in the online landscape.
Thank you, Siddharth. I think the points that you've made is very relevant, because quite often we keep talking about online safety, but what we are not really factoring in that how rapidly it translates into offline harm. And that is a very, very important factor, because no longer online and offline are two different spaces anymore. The lines have blurred, and high time we start recognizing and having systems in place which actually is able to track those how quickly that happens and how quickly we are able to respond to it. Unfortunately, the way the AI deployment innovations are happening, security safety and security and trust is not able to keep pace with that. And that actually brings me to my question to Neerja ma'am, where I want to really sort of understand from you is that what are the biggest operational challenges in responding to AI-enabled harms, especially when these harms move quickly across platforms, accounts, and devices? And where do current coordination mechanisms between platforms and law enforcement fall short? Because we clearly see from Siddharth's talk that there is a lot of fragmentation that we see, and there is significant work that needs to be done on that aspect.
Yeah, thank you, Priya. So we should remember that in Indian context, we are dealing with an ecosystem where the digital population is, we have a large digital population, then we have a large scale penetration of smartphones, and with this kind of a positive, you have a negative with absolute lack of cyber awareness. In this ecosystem, the content like deepfake, impersonation, AI generated, CSAM content actually spreads very fast before the institutional response, before the LEA starts taking any kind of action to take it down. And when we start identifying and start reporting, we have when one platform brings it on, you find the same content going on and repost it on other platforms. So that's one of the operational challenges, and I'm just trying to say that these kind of challenges, makes it difficult to work, bringing down the content. And then we have this jurisdictional problems, because cyber offenses are not confined to one place. You have the perpetrators at a different place, we have the victims at a different place, the servers, the infrastructure, they spread in different states and countries. So then again, it's a lot of coordination is required, and then international platforms come into this one, in getting down the content. And late reporting. Late reporting is another problem due to lack of cyber awareness, that the victim has a victim can also report on the image to the platform and take it down. Due to lack of awareness, that usually we do not find, we usually guide them, and by the time they come to us, lot of, it has spread through many platforms. And spread of content is usually again on encrypted applications, like you have, and you have this, these disappearing platform message applications, like you have Instagram stories, you have Snapchats, which are available only for 24 hours. 24 hours, so by the time the LEAs, the iOS LEAs get access to the content and, take any preservation or collect any evidence, the content gets altered or gets deleted. And another important issue is with respect to determining who is the perpetrator, who has created it. So most of the time, anybody who is creating this content uses fake accounts, temporary numbers, and then usually once they start, usually VPNs are used, and once VPNs are used, it is absolutely difficult to get the identity because most of them are international based host servers, and we have to go only through MLAT. So with my experience, it is the most difficult to identify who are the perpetrators in this content spreading. And another thing, talking about CSAM, a lot of work has been done, and CSAM, the platforms do not report directly to LEAs. But the platforms report to an NGO in the US, which is called NICME, and that is called National Center for Exploited and Missing Children. So what happens by the time the CSAM content is shared with the LEAs of the different countries? I mean, it's segregated country-wise, then it comes to MHA, and then to state-wise. By the time it comes to us, it is already, there's a delay of at least 2-3 months, and then real-time action is just not possible. So recently, we were just looking at a lot of content we keep seeing, which is absolutely obscene child CSAM content. So it's like, who has posted it is identified. Who has created it is not identified, because it's not the same person who has posted and created. So when we were looking at a case recently, we noticed that as per the IPs, whatever we realized, initially when it was posted, it was from somewhere from Punjab, because that's why it has come to the state of Punjab. And now the number is roaming somewhere in Bihar, far away. So, but then it was an extremely, look at the operational difficulties of a state LEA, where we have to now look for the offender, now try to locate in a different place. And another problem that we face is platform data access from platforms. So platforms usually, we need the subscriber identity, IP logs. So we write to the platforms, and that information is usually not given immediately. Within 24 hours, they don't give. Recently, Government of India had got after the platforms that within, I think, 2 days, the information should be shared. But still we have a gap. I think it comes 4-5 to 1 week. And then they have to once again check with their own legal standards, legal standards, privacy information, and then they share the details. Once those details come, again we need to go to DOT and collect on information. And another problem, to take I was reading somewhere, it's like LEAs are more reactive and not proactive in identifying this content. The problem that we face is there's a gap in reporting. When the reporting is not less, how do we know the trends? In cyber financial crimes, we know the trends, what's happening, because the reporting is very high. Whereas whether it is in deep fake, impersonation, these kind of content, AI-based content, the reporting is low. Mostly there are lots of gaps in reporting, and it could be more because of reputational loss or social stigma. They do report, but they report late. And some of them do not report. The platforms do have a responsibility they do have their own, tools, machine tools, to identify and block it. But then identification and blocking is one level. Getting after the offenders and bringing them to the book is a different, that's most important. So the content is not created and spread.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, you point out from an external perspective, you feel that why can't we quickly take down content? Why can't we act on it? But the entire effort that goes behind the scene is useful for us to know, to particularly understand that from a user's perspective, while they may are very anxious because for them, it's obviously their overall identity is at stake. There is embarrassment, there is social pressure, social stigma. But there are also real world challenges which are, while you may want to act quickly, but if only you get to know things after 2 months or 3 months, damage has already been done. And there is no immediate repair that one can do when it comes to the damage, when it's about your individual character, so on and so forth, which brings me to Siddharth, to you, because you deal with the lived realities with women and children themselves. Through your helpline, there are a lot of reports that get reported through that. So would really like to understand from you that from your engagement with young users and families, what forms of online harm remains most invisible or underreported today, and why do current reporting and support systems continue to fail many women and children? And we heard that from ma'am, there are some systemic challenges which is beyond our control at this point of time, particularly those with, and when it comes to lower digital literacy or limited institutional access, how do you really sort of get them to immediate relief?
Yes, can I have the mic? Thank you, Priya. Good afternoon, everyone. Like the August panel has pretty much covered a lot. So like going over and above. So I think I'll just describe what we do. So we run a helpline for victims of online harms. And we feel that these are the 5 types of services that anybody who faces online harm needs. One is take the content down. Second is mental health support. When the content is up, they are under severe sort of emotional pressure, etc. 3, there is a lot of like social backlash, which is also mentioned on the panel. So they need some form of social support. 4th, of course, legal guidance and legal representation. And 5th is some sort of technical support, right? It's happening on a very technical sort of, it's happening on tech, so sometimes the solution is technology, right? Now, what we are observing on the ground is that, of course, most of the harms remain the same, but the form in which they appear, they keep changing. Okay, like for example, like this is the 3rd year of our helpline, and this year a lot of harms have migrated from the bigger platforms onto smaller platforms, pornographic websites, unregulated websites. Why do you think that is happening, right? It's because it's become easier to block content on like, you know, any of these big meta platforms. So people who are still looking to trouble, or, you know, they are sort of now uploading content onto the smaller platforms. Now this, in terms of enforcement or in providing support, is becoming difficult because these sort of platforms are non-regulated, right? Then I think at a policy level, what has happened is there is a lot of focus now on the severity of content. Like for example, if my completely nude photo is uploaded online, it's kind of easy to take it down, you know. But if I am like a younger girl, I'm wearing like full clothes, I'm holding the hand of my boyfriend, and somebody is threatening to leak that photo to the website. If I take it to the police, they're not going to be able to very correctly detect what is the harm here. If I report it to a platform, it's like 2 people in full clothes. Will it be censorship if I take it down, right? So this sort of low severity, high impact, you know, that sort of content is now being extremely prevalent. You know, while we are, of course, like, you know, a nude photo is extremely jarring and we can all get the shock of it. But there are other forms of content where the impact on the victim is very high, but the severity is not so easily detectable. You know, so that is kind of prevalent online. Then in terms of what you're asking, like, you know, how easy it is to report. So again, on the bigger platforms, I say it is like fairly easy for a English-speaking, educated person to report, you know. We had a client who called our helpline who was Malayalam conversant. I gave her the Malayalam form to fill, and from my further interaction with her, I realized like it is a direct Google translation of the Malayalam form, you know. So like the form was so technical in Malayalam that even like a Malayalam literate person can't crack the form, right? Similarly, like, you know, when you go to like, now this is just on online platforms, right? Now the government has a very effective system called grievance officer, which, you know, like all these, I think the previous panel discussed it, like you can sort of escalate a complaint as a citizen and the complaint comes down within 2 hours. Now the complaint mechanism is not standard. Different platforms have different mechanisms. So how you report on YouTube is not how you report on a Meta platform. Second, beyond this, if you want to challenge a complaint, right? Like suppose the platform says, I won't take down this content, and you want to challenge it, there is a mechanism provided called GAC, right? But the GAC is Aadhaar enabled. It is only in English. And the first time I filled it, I needed a lawyer next to me, So, and this is just like me being an able-bodied, English-speaking, very privileged person, right? Now imagine someone who, in India, a lot of people who have interrupted schooling, they use voice. Or you may be differently abled and you use voice. Now, if you use voice to operate a platform, how do you report? Don't differently abled literature, marginally literate people need to understand, don't they also need safety, right? And are we thinking of that when we are planning of inclusion? And then of course, at the police station, I think ma'am has covered, cases go to the police station and they come back disappointed, because number one, there is a lot of victim blaming, because in online safety, when you take a phone to a police station, the guy can see, oh, you have held the camera. So why are you complaining? You knew this was going to happen. So these were some of the comments we heard. And this is not just one state. This has happened across jurisdictions. Then, of course, we also offer legal representation, right? So the first case that came to us in 2022, we recently got a conviction in September 2025. Okay, so 20 years imprisonment for the... But for 3 years, this girl whose content was leaked had to go up and down the police station. And now this guy is going to is challenging this in the High Court. So when you say, agar aapka police content leak ho gaya, go to a police station, are you expected to be connected to the justice system for the next 7 years? So I think these are some of the challenges that happen when it comes to sort of reporting.
Thank you, Siddharth. I think what you've really, particularly highlighted is the point on language, which ma'am also mentioned, because in a country like India where it's multilingual, and if your reporting systems are not supporting that, then how do you really report? And that's the first place that we begin with, and everything starts from that. So that really, from the conversation that we've just had, kind of brings to the fore that with access is one thing, but what is really needed is that whether our systems are supporting users in a way that is accountable, which is supportive, which is more preventive-led. And we realize that there are several systemic challenges to that problem in hand. We all collectively understand that, and we need to work towards it. And therefore, that brings me to my second round of questions, where we have 2 minutes for each panelist here to talk more from the perspective of accountability and safety by design. So Siddharth, I will come to you first to understand. So what, from your perspective, meaningful accountability actually look like, which is beyond compliance reporting, and how can platforms move from reactive moderation towards genuinely preventive, safe systems?
Thanks, Priya. So I think just to kind of move towards a more proactive safety by design approach, beyond the risk assessment and risk mitigation recommendation I made earlier, we need to kind of take stock of what platforms are already doing in this space. And I'm going to limit myself to look at teen safety, just to make the intervention as focused as possible. So platforms are already introducing certain new features, like they'll call it teen accounts or parental controls and things like that. But the retort that I would have for platforms is, okay, you're introducing these features, how easy are they to use? Are you actually making your users aware that these features exist? And are you producing data on whether they're being used or not? More often than not, these are statements that are made in the public domain, but we don't see enough follow through in terms of these platform level safety by design features actually being implemented. Also, we don't know to what extent there is consistent benchmarking of these platform interventions across, let's say, a Snapchat to a YouTube to an Instagram and so on and so forth. So our point of view is, one is we need regulation to kind of help inform what is a safe platform design set of principles that are applicable for platforms across the board. And there the regulator, an independent high capacity regulator, needs to articulate what are the outcomes that you want from all digital services for under 18s, let's call it. And then what you need is that those set of principles can be debated with industry and with civil society. And then what you need is follow-up monitoring and evaluation. To what extent are platforms actually like going ahead and getting, let's say, screen time regulated by young people? Or to what extent are young people linking their accounts with their parents for some level of oversight? If young people do not want to link it with their parents, what is the reason? Are you thinking about sociological concerns in your safety by design principles that, often kids at risk often are most at risk from people that they know within their own households? So instead of just saying, okay, to access a digital service, you need parental consent, because that's a linear thought. Why don't you ground these conversations in evidence? But also, just to give you a little bit of a data point on why we're making this recommendation, we saw that in the UK and in California, they have been through consultations building out something called age-appropriate design principles, AADCs. So in the UK, the first year after the AADCs were adopted across under the data protection laws, there were several platform-level feature changes that took place across most large tech platforms. So more often than not, when a regulator backs a set of design principles, you will see at least immediate action by the platforms. But the thing is, in the long run, maybe those actions will slow down. So what you need is also to create some accountability where you have annual reviews, and if platforms are not meeting agreed benchmarks, you start fining them. Because that's how you create the incentive structures. Because even in the previous panel, people were talking about our incentive is either revenue maximization or profit maximization. So that's where regulation has to kick in to create a healthy equilibrium of healthy internet experiences. So I'll pause there.
Thanks, Siddharth. Those are great points, and I just wanted to highlight the point that you made about parents, because parents are seen as gatekeepers. Even if you see the DPDP Act, we are essentially getting parents to consent. But at the same time, parents are also most unaware when it comes to what those parameters are, what safety really means, and we are holding them accountable for giving consent. So I think that's something that really needs to be looked into. And from that, I would actually move on to the second question, which is a joint question to Mrinalini ma'am and Neerja ma'am. Is about the harms today. We discussed earlier as well that how rapidly it's moving between online platforms and offline consequences. So what institutional changes are needed to better integrate platform reporting systems, law enforcement response, and support mechanisms for affected users and families? And how do we make these systems more responsive, practical, and survivor-centric?
Yeah, with respect to integration of platforms, I foresee has already started a Sahyog portal where 545 social media platforms are on board. Earlier, I've been dealing with cybercrime for the last 2.5 years. So earlier we had to, when we have to take down for each platform, their law enforcement portal, we had to separately upload all the information, content that has to be brought down, whether it is for Twitter separately, for Google separately, YouTube. So now what happened, there's only one portal, 545, all are on board. We just need to upload the information, whatever content to be brought down on that. Except for Twitter, rest all have come on board. Twitter has still been resisting and they don't want to come. They've been going to the court. And with respect to reporting mechanism also has improved a lot, and we have the NCRP portal in the last 3 years has developed so much that there is this window of crimes against women and children, where you have two modes: anonymous mode and track and follow, follow on track and follow. I think report and follow. So report and follow, you give your details. Who is the complainant? In anonymous mode, you give all the content, but you want the information, whatever to be, action to be taken, but you do not want to reveal your identity. So all this information, it's all NCRP, it's pushed to the states, and from states, it comes to the headquarter and then pushed to the districts. And we keep monitoring also on at what level the complaint is being redressed, content being removed. Most complainants, women complainants, usually want content to be removed. They do not want to pursue an FIR. With respect to integration, already we have done, and then IT rules have been amended in February 2026, and now all these content, other content with respect to deepfake and impersonation and other content, within 3 hours of reporting, it has to be brought down. Anything which relate to obscene content, CSAM content, that just 2 hours, and I was told that within 1 hour, they're bringing it down to 1 hour, the content has to be brought down. And then the rules are very clear. If the platform does not comply with that, we don't sit quietly. We take the platform to the court, and we summon them, and we ensure it is brought down, and we take it to MeitY or to Government of India, and we ensure, any such kind of content, talk about not deep fake, impersonation, content which related to individual privacy, and this kind of social media content is removed. Posts are removed. I don't want to sound helpless. In the last 3 years, so much work has been done, and a tremendous work Government of India has done. And we are so proactive, though you call us reactive, we're still proactive, and we bring the content on. We don't let it be on the platforms.
Thanks, ma'am, for setting the stage for my comments. I may start with Mr. Dev. When we are talking about formulating the laws and bringing in, European regulations and everything, both the laws are already very strong. They practically cover everything. The problem is of enforcement. So, for example, I will take the example Mr. Pillai has given, that now this kind of content is moving from the big service provider, the giants of the industry, to smaller websites. And under Section 79 of IT Act, we moderate SSMIs, which are significant social media intermediaries, where there is safety inbuilt only for 2 things, that if there is CSAM or if there is rape, the content is propagated, then proactively the megaliths of the social media, which is Google, Meta, X, and others, they must proactively take it down, and now ma'am is informing within 2 hours. But whether they are taking it down or not, and 2 hours is also an infinity when it comes down to circulation of such contraband content on the internet. So again, I come back to the difficulty in finding not the perpetrators, who are consuming the content and who are circulating the content, but the FIOs, the first incident originators, who may not even be in India. They may be sitting anywhere in the world, and we have no way of finding out, especially with VPNs, who originated that content. And now with AI, generating content, for example, for Odia children and Odia women, anybody can do anywhere in the world, and I have no way of knowing who are these kids, who are these women, who must take down, who must we go to, and even if it is taken down, it will be generated, in microseconds again by SMIs, who are not SSMIs, who do not do the proactive taking down. And 99.9% of takedowns are done voluntarily by the platforms and not by the legal LEAs, like ma'am was saying. Because in many of the cases, we are not even aware. My task as Women and Child Secretary gives me very less leeway to actually sit on the computers and see what actually is happening. So taking an example here, police and civil departments, we need to work in close coordination. Taking the example of trafficking, prevention of trafficking is my domain. Education on trafficking and prevention is my domain. But actual, catching the traffic, recovering the traffic people and catching the perpetrators is police domain. And then rehabilitation is again my domain. Similarly, in case of cyber crimes,
Prevention is my domain. Rehabilitation could be mental health, like somebody was mentioning, is my domain, but actually catching those culprits. And I do not have a dashboard as a women and child protection. I do development. I do not do protection per se now. That is why I said we are in a very infantile, inchoate stage right now in dealing with AI, because the thought is currently gaining momentum. It is finding space in, on tables like these, but in actual practice, we are far away from practicing what the law says and even enforcing, because we do not have the wherewithal, we do not have the people, we do not have the technology, and we do not have the technical experts to help secretaries and IS officers to help deal with this problem. So enforcement actually is a big gap. Thank you.
I think that's a very important point, ma'am. I mean, both from a perspective of what, ma'am, you mentioned about content takedown. Of course, it's a big leap from 24 hours to coming down to 3 hours to 2 hours. That's a significant shift, I would say. And but at the same time, the way the content travels, it's within microseconds is a very big issue that we're dealing with, and therefore overlapping mandates. Yes.
Identification has to be done by people. So we are talking about proactive steps by the platform. That is not happening.
Platforms also have their own mechanism, machine tools, where they block content immediately. And some content like deepfake, which platforms would not be knowing, deepfake where a woman, I do get complaints where you have, girls from, you have somebody from the office making a deepfake in an obscene way and posting it. There's nothing revealing, there's nothing nude, full nude or half nude. But then the content itself is not very nice to be in a social, where you have some, in a compromising position with a colleague or something. That kind of content is not removed. That kind of a content has to be reported. That is then removed immediately once it's reported. Reporting mechanism is there. What we lack is cyber awareness. It is important that all who use AI, all who use the cyberspace should know what are your rights and how to use it responsibly and how to report anything that you need some kind of redressal. So that's where you have the other, private partners and all should come in for taking up the awareness. We also on our part, we do a lot of awareness, but then with investigation and awareness, both cannot go together. We have more work to do because we need to find people all over the country and abroad. So we do have our awareness programs, again on social media. So that's where we have the other partners who play a very important role.
Right, ma'am. And on that point, I would actually like to bring in Siddharth, particularly since we're talking about awareness, and I want to bring in your work with, again, women and children, and highlight how do issues like shared devices, especially in the context of now we have a new we're discussing about social media bans, particularly because of the issue that the nature of issue has evolved and, to such an extent. The other bit is low digital literacy, which ma'am had pointed out. Then there is unequal access to support systems, which shape vulnerability and accountability in practice for both women and children. So how should safety systems evolve to reflect these real world usage patterns rather than assuming ideal individual access and awareness?
So I'll just give an example of of yesterday when I came here to the hostel. I wanted to watch the last episode of the series Boys, right? Because I think, and I couldn't watch it at home. And it was blocked by your internal system, right? It took me 2.5 minutes to beat that. And I'm sure everybody who's lived in the hostel knows how to do it. Right? So, so that is the thing, right? So you have at one end a perpetrator who's always keeping on going ahead of blocks, right? Now here I am not a perpetrator. I was going to do a very legal thing, right? I was going to watch a certified show in India, and there was a gate in front of me, and then I stepped out, I did something thoda sa illegal, and I came back in, right? So this is the ecosystem in India, right? Now the moment you gate children, for example, children buy a lot of like, digital goods for PUBG and stuff like that, right? Now, how are they getting access to UPIs? So they hand over their devices to the local store, they give over their passwords, then they pay cash and then it is filled, which is a much more risky pattern you're driving them to. So I think when we are placing, so see, if I am going to get access, I am going to get access. I ended up watching the last series of The Boys yesterday in a place that was banned. But now, because of this gating, I was forced to do something shady. And I really did not want to. So I guess, we shouldn't put children in, places like that in India as well. And also, one of the things that come out very strongly in the research, right? Kids who are most affected by online crimes are the ones who get to use it the least. But the kids who report the most are the ones who use it the most. So fluency and digital literacy are very important, and you can only build that if you access the internet. And here I'm not advocating for overuse, but you can't keep kids ignorant and pretend they will be safe. So any gating mechanism, any ban, needs to say that we need to build the kids' literacy, the awareness to ensure that, I go on panels like every week and I give gyan on how to be safe online, and my own accounts have been hacked. But I did not suffer losses because I knew how to get back, So prevention cannot be don't go online. It's how this is how you are safe. It's not like don't do this. It cannot follow an abstinence method. I think I'll stop it at that.
Yeah, but Siddharth, even if there are gates, like you said, it is very easy to override, but then you are an educated, digitally literate person. Talk about YouTube. Whenever it has to display a video which is a little bit of, disturbing, explicit, or has violence, it says confirm if you are more than 18 years of age. That's it. So you don't even have to be digitally literate to override these gates these platforms are putting in. And children are using all of these apps, and especially when Priya was mentioning that devices are shared. So it is not a child-specific device that a parent can block. A child is using her mother's or her father's phone, and there is no way gatekeeping or gating can be effective in these. So I keep on saying we are at a very, very immature stage. As of now, we have to actually needle out, work out on all of these very India-specific problems, because on one side, everybody is adopting AI and digital platforms. On the other side, they are getting easier and easier, the rules are getting easier and easier to flout by this digital, because these are done intentionally. There is, the utilities don't match. They need to maximize their access, they need to maximize their onboarding, usage, and revenue. And we have to keep on doing that gatekeeping. So it is very difficult for the authorities, and just by saying that we can have stronger rules, these platforms, they are incorrigible to a large extent, I tell you.
I think I would like to hear a final closing remarks from all the speakers. We've got 30 seconds, and you can, after that, only probably take one or two questions from the audience. Starting with you, ma'am, Nirja ma'am, if you can share your closing remarks.
So what I think that what's important is cyber awareness. In Punjab, we have started a project called Cyber Jago for the school children. It is to, raise awareness on online threats for the, children cannot be told not to get on to the internet. They have to be given the opportunity to optimize the benefits of internet and AI use. So instead of stopping them, we wanted to bring them, to increase the digital literacy by raising their awareness on online threats. We started this in October 2025, and now we've covered around 925 schools out of the 3,600 and around nearly 4,000 schools of government schools of the secondary level. So this is one of, I find this is very important that now kids are realizing how to be safe. because it's very difficult to stop them from playing online games and also not to access the social media networks despite whatever parental controls that you give. Second is, I have noticed in one of the states, there's an NGO which sets up cyber wellness clinics. This is a support system for those who are traumatized by, to help those who are traumatized when their content comes on social media. So the LEAs, actually, we have not been doing it, the counseling part. But then in Jaipur, I have noticed this wellness clinic, and it's in Maharashtra, where women who do not want to go to the police, mostly a lot of them do not want to go. So they go to these centers where it is run by an NGO, where they also share their problem, share whatever, their emotions and whatever they're going through, reputational loss or everything, and are counseled by trained professional psychiatrists. So that's kind of support system is important to be set up, because with AI, the problem is going to increase. This kind of content is not going to go away. So, but we need to create systems where we can support the victims and also create our, strengthen our reporting systems, and also work on our cyber awareness, programs. This I think is the only way out for a better usage of AI.
Thank you, ma'am. I won't be repeating very valid points Madam has made. I would vote for strengthening, or rather loosening, the safe harbor clause of India IT Act, where the intermediaries are able to get away with murder, literally murder, because they are not held accountable for how their platforms are being used, whether they are by adults, women, underage people, to harm themselves or somebody else. So we have to put in the enforcement, like I said, we have to enforce, and we have to take away certain exemptions faster than we are doing currently. And second, easier said than done, cyber awareness to 80% of rural population, to who I have not been able to reach the message of good nutrition. 31% are malnourished. And they would rather, be on social media than eat good food. It is a very challenging task, but I feel now we have to be up to it. We are doing a lot of cyber awareness, because I believe now cyber thing, the cloud, whatever is there in this universe called as cyber, is touching lives in the same manner water and food are. They are becoming indispensable to our living and livelihoods. So definitely that is a huge gap or chasm that we need to bridge from the government side. And thirdly, we need a singular platform. The civil authorities and the police enforcement authorities, where the NCRB data, the child helpline data, whatever is being reported to me as Secretary WCD or any other department that is dealing with children and women, the police data and these platform data, they do a lot of self-reporting. They take down a lot of posts, it is in millions. But it is like of online harm, reporting is not actually converted 100% to offline harm reporting through police or law enforcement. Means, in front of our own eyes, we see that thousands and thousands of posts are being taken down by Meta on a daily basis. But where is the subsequent action by law enforcement? Can we keep pace with that, with the kind of people, personnel that we have in India, that we keep on going after, cyber criminals? Because, and meanwhile, that has already translated into offline harm, like misogynistic posts, harming a woman's dignity. I'm not even talking about serious offenses. I'm speaking about, making public such pictures which you would rather have it in private, an office picture or otherwise a picture with your boyfriend. This is mere harassment. This is not even going to the extreme of, sexual exploitation. So there are no ways that we can take down these contents legitimately, and we need to expand the purview of the act. That is spoken like a true bureaucrat, bring in more enforcement. I don't say bring in more laws. We have plentiful laws. We just have to be stronger with the enforcement of the existing laws.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So I guess at the platform levels, I think since the beginning of last year, there has been a, the moderation system. Pehle there would be people who would flag harmful content, and your timelines were also much cleaner than it would be as of it is now, right? So now those people, they have all been replaced by AI. Even if you want to respond, now if you call Amazon back, you get that AI voice. So I think for now, maybe it's the beginning of AI, but systems have gone worse since the introduction of AI in trust and safety. So I think moderation, there needs to be a human element, a human decision maker. Then on the other hand, I think ma'am has correctly mentioned that mental health and content takedown and social support, they all go together, but it can't be a 2-3 window approach. File the police case here, go for content support here, go for social support here. That will again confuse the victims, as we've seen in POXO cases, right? So we need a one window system where all of it is provided, and since we run that helpline, we know that until the content is down, the victim needs continuous emotional support, and then the victim will ghost you, but that is the kind of support that is needed, and you can't decouple them or create separate windows. And the final thing is now the government has launched so many things. There is Sanchar Sathi, there is cybercrime, there are all these amendments. So some of them are great, some of them don't work, but I think we need to do these regular audits to figure out what is meeting the objective, and then retain those the wins and drop the losses, so that sort of audits, I think the time has come. There is too much of places and too little quality, so I think there is now a need for an audit and to strengthen the things that are working and drop the things that are not.
I'll just conclude with a couple of points. One is on the idea of social media bans and regulation of the internet for under 18s. Age assurance technologies are imperfect. Even in Australia, what we're seeing is that the systems, regulator-approved systems, are not working, especially for communities that are indigenous and non-white populations. So at least in India, if we want to even think about teen safety, we need to think about trying to pilot technical solutions that are aligned with our socio-cultural reality. So they're shared. We need to think about age assurance solutions for shared device use patterns. We did one particular survey of 8,000 kids in tier 2, tier 3 areas across 3 states, and we found 80% of young people access the internet through a shared device in their household. The second thing is in terms of women and girls online safety, I think just to echo and piggyback on what Siddharth from Rati was talking about, we need to kind of formally get civil society to be support systems to help these people report incidents across the board. And in some ways, policies need to create an enabling route for civil society to be part of the actual procedure itself. That formalizes these kinds of institutions and helps sustain their operations in the long run as well. The third and final thing I want to say on kids' online safety is we need to also kind of not diminish the autonomy and agency of young people, because they are incredibly bright and thoughtful about issues around online safety. So what I mean by that is, over the course of 2025, TQH and WILAC did multiple listening conversations with young people on their idea of what our safe online spaces look like. It culminated with something what we call as the Youth in the Loop Summit in January of this year. And they have such nuanced understandings of the usage patterns of peer groups within these online spaces, they're even able to tell you which are the apps that they use as alternatives to your mainstream social media platforms. And one thing in the study that we proposed is policies on kids' online safety should perhaps create an enabling institution like a youth advisory council, where you have 13 to 25-year-olds as part of these cohorts that can give direct inputs to platforms and policymakers over the years. In fact, this has been experimented in other parts of the world, and our experience practically through these multiple listening conversations is that India should experiment with that as well, because then it'll allow for balanced conversations on regulations without people saying, hey, we should mimic what Australia has done. So
Thank you. I think some great points, and what I hear is a sense of urgency here. And before I conclude, I would like to open up for maybe 1 or 2 questions. I know we've overshot.
I think
so,
just one question,
yeah.
Priya.
Yeah, so we can just have Temnu.
Temnu, you want to go?
Yeah, I just have one question to Mrinalini ma'am. Ma'am, I'm here. Yeah. So from the entire discussion, it appears that takedown content procedure is not really effective to mitigate the issue at hand. No doubt enforcement actions and creating awareness among the people, there are some way, some options, but are we looking at any other alternative practical solution to this?
Yeah, taking down, we must understand, is reactive. So somebody complains, except in just 2 cases I mentioned about Section 79 for SSMIs. Unless it is CSAM or it is rape-related content, the platforms do not voluntarily take down. So there has to be a complaint. And who can complain and to who? That understanding in the user is a precondition or sine qua non. Unfortunately, majority of the girls, majority of the children, majority of even boys who fall victim to all of these cyber crimes, they do not even have the understanding of who to go to, how to complain, whether my content will be taken down. Even the people who are spammed, 47% of Indians have reported that they have been duped by AI personation, either through voice, like digital arrests are now being so common. They do not know who to complain to and against who to complain. So therefore, currently, since the law is getting strengthened, awareness is getting built up, I think people like me, ma'am, and other civil society organizations need to be a collective backstop of all these vulnerable people who firstly do not have the digital literacy. Secondly, they do not have the confidence that when they go to the government or go to some agency, they will get the reply or answer and they will be supported. And thirdly, they do not trust the system also. So from one untrustworthy platform to an untrustworthy government, it is a matter of great cognitive dissonance for a person in India, unfortunately, many of us, to get that strength, to get that bravery, to go and ask for help in a government department. So that is number 1 thing. And number 2 is people are not even aware what to do. Even I was scammed, twice in USA when I was there. And it was my kids who are younger, younger kids who were very aware, who told me, Mama, you're being scammed. Why are you even picking up their calls? And now I am aware. And that was, 10 years back. So even literate people do not have that kind of confidence. So there is a large constituency of people in India who are rural based, who do not have that kind of awareness that they must have. Internet is a novelty for them. They are still exploring that domain. But unfortunately, the criminals are so many steps ahead that they are exploiting their vulnerabilities. So currently, I believe the governments and the civil societies have to act as their supporters, and the law needs to be amended to allow collective grievance mechanisms where some kind of support from the government or civil society is allowed for individual cases as well. Thank you.
I'd like to very shortly answer because I enforce the IT Act. So I'd like to answer your question. Under 79(3)(b) of IT Act, every state government has notified one person to to highlight, to bring down the takedown, to send the takedown notices. And coming to CSAM content, that is the child sexual abuse, the platforms are duty bound to block the content on their own. The content is blocked. Where do we come in? LEAs. We come in when we get a cyber tip line through NICME. We have to look at who has created the content, who has uploaded the content. So that's where the LEA comes. Platforms, this responsibility, they do it where they block it and then share with LEAs. And just to add on to supplement whatever, takedowns, here the whole thing what we're talking about is women and children. So that's why the whole thing is we're talking about AI-based content, obscene content related to women and children, deepfake or impersonation. Otherwise, so many other kind of content also is taken down, like defamatory content, anything which is under the national security, anything which affects the sovereignty, anything which has the potential to disturb the public peace, large number of content. And there is a notified officer, so the districts on their own, every day content is shared for takedown to the nodal officer. And in Punjab, the additional DG or special DG cybercrime, we are notified. Every state has a notified. So let me tell you, I mean, we don't share how much content we remove, but then there's huge amount of content we remove from the platform. Otherwise, things would not be like the way we would have been having more law and order problems. Thank you.
Last question.
Yeah.
And
I will try to keep it brief. So I just wanted to point to the recent high-profile case in Maharashtra, where senior bureaucrats and politicians were involved, and women specifically, they were exploited by one Baba. And that case was highly investigated. Many people were behind bars, but still, with that high-profile case also, there were videos explicitly shared everywhere in social media. I think that case was internally, so how government officials, they are being questioned when this kind of videos when the high-profile case is going on, still people are spreading these videos. So what are the actions governments are taken on their senior government officials in these cases?
This is very government specific. I am not very aware of the case, but then the procedure here is all those who are affected or do not want the content onto the social media. There are two provisions. Once they themselves can report to the platform that it is against the privacy of, if it is a government servant who's been trolled, they can report directly, and also report to the LEA or to the nodal officer, to the cybercrime unit, that this content is against the, violating my privacy, it has to be brought down. Then the LEA also writes to the research. Social media platforms have changed a lot in the last 3 years. 3 years ago, they were not willing to listen to us. Now, if they want to survive in India, they have to listen to us. So much has changed that within 3 hours, they're bringing the content down. But it's important that somebody has to report, either directly or to the LEA. It's usually done.
The unfortunate part, or the gap, is the reporting. Somebody has to report before action is taken. Except for only 2 cases, I keep on repeating myself, for SSMIs, CSAM and rape. And that only for insignificant social media where this trolling and this sharing is happening, they are not mandated by law to proactively take down. Unfortunately, that is a big gap.
Right. I would like to thank, since we are out of time, I would like to thank all the panelists. And what I hear is that we cannot have innovation at the cost of safety. There needs to be a multi-stakeholder integrated response, is what I hear from all the panelists right now. And I think the need is more urgent than ever, so I will stop at that and thank all the panelists again for sharing their insightful experience and recommendations for this very important topic. So thank you, Neerja ma'am, Mrinalini ma'am, Siddharth, to both the Siddharth.
Can we have a big round of applause for the panel, please? I'd really like to thank Priya K. Shastri for getting this panel together. I'd request her to present mementos as a mark of our respect and deep appreciation to Mr. Siddharth Deb. Can we have a big round of applause for the panelists, please? Mr. Siddharth Pillai. Madam Mrinalini Darswal.
Thank you. This is beautiful.
And Madam Neerja. Thank you once again. I would like to inform before we break for lunch that there will be a session, a roundtable session running parallel post lunch starting at 2:30 p.m. at the Ravi Sutlej Hall at the main Adam building. And we'll be reconvening here at 2:30 p.m. So lunch is only for 45 minutes. We'll be reconvening here at 2:30 p.m. for the session on AI in healthcare.
We invite all the guests to join us for lunch at the student dining room, and may we please request you to carry your lanyards.
So all the participants are requested to
Data analysis to study and manipulate complex biological systems and networks.
Let's all welcome them with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Abhinav and Vishwa, for the nice introduction, and also welcome to the panelists. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on health and AI. I'm Chandran, as was mentioned. So, I'm a student of the current AMEEE cohort. And before we start the session, I thought that we'll give you a brief background to basically set the context for the discussion that we have planned for you today. Now, as Abhinav described, that India has made significant progress on different health outcomes, but there are still multiple challenges that exist, and what we want to sort of discuss is that whether AI can be leveraged to basically fix those gaps. The question would be whether we can have AI to basically make healthcare systems more accessible, more affordable, and more accurate. Now, from the government side, what we see is that there is definitely a push to have AI in India's healthcare system, and the government is basically taking several initiatives under the India AI mission. Now, different technologies are being leveraged across both public and the private healthcare system to enhance early detection and diagnosis, expand rural access to AI-powered screening devices, have telemedicine, and accelerate drug discovery and health systems research. Now, having set the context, the objective of this session would be to understand how AI is reshaping the healthcare system in India, explore how AI can be leveraged to provide primary care facilities to the underdeserved and remote areas, identify potential avenues where AI adoption can enhance the affordability of health services, discuss issues that are related to accuracy of existing AI models and how these can be strengthened, and finally discuss successful case studies that are already scaled up or have the potential to scale in partnership with the government. Now, to discuss this, we have a wonderful panel. We have two academicians and an industry expert as well. So we'll try and keep the session more interactive. I'll give time to all the panelists to speak about their work in AI and data science, and we'll in between also take a few questions from the attendees as well. So let's start with the first session. The first session, we would want to sort of hear from each speaker about the work that they are doing in AI and data science in healthcare. And we would give each panelist around 5 minutes to talk about the future of AI in healthcare, including both opportunities and challenges. And we would love to also hear a few examples of case studies from India and other countries that show some impact and can be scaled up in the future. So, maybe Dr. Patrick, start with that.
Thanks again for the invitation to this panel. It's wonderful to be here. I think AI has had a lot of impact across domains, and
So AI has had a disproportionate impact on a lot of domains, and the hope is that will help have a similar impact on healthcare as well. So anyway, so where I come from IIT Madras, and where I'm also wearing a few other hats as part of different centers. I coordinate the Center for Integrative Biology and Systems Medicine, where we apply various tools from data science and AI to solve important problems in biology, in healthcare. So we've been part of the Genome India project from the Government of India, where we've successfully sequenced and analyzed close to 10,000 Indian genomes for the first time. It does not AI in this, but there's a lot of data science and novel algorithms that go into it. And we've also been part of a multinational incentive project, vaccine design project. It was actually one of the early adult vaccine projects, and now all of us adults have taken vaccines thanks to COVID. But this was like trying to actually design the ideal influenza vaccine that is, again, customized for the Indian population, right? So this is a recurring theme that I think I'll keep addressing throughout this panel about the need for things to be very India-centric and India-specific, especially in the healthcare domain. I have a lab of my own where we work on computational systems biology. We use a combination of networks, models, and AI to ask and answer various questions about biological systems. Very interested in the microbiome, especially environmental microbiomes, right from deep sea to outer space. We have a very exciting collaboration with NASA, where we've been studying how really pathogenic organisms survive aboard the International Space Station, and that's where we are also looking at things like antimicrobial resistance, which is of interest to some other folks on this panel, I guess. And I'm also part of a Center for Responsible AI, where we are very interested in asking a lot of questions that will be asked today. Right? So what about accuracy? What about liability? Is it safe to deploy these models? What are the challenges? Right? When can the models go wrong? Or can the models be hacked? Right? And so on and so forth. So there are lots of interesting questions that a lot of my colleagues are working on. I myself know at the Center for Responsible AI, I'm focused on education. Right? And I've also been part of the CBSE committee that came up with the AI and computational thinking curriculum for classes 3 to 8. So this is just a brief outline of what I do. And with that, I'm happy to pass it on to...
This is Suman. I have a PhD in mathematics and statistics from the US. Been there 17 years. I was a former leader at PricewaterhouseCoopers, US healthcare AI practice. Worked with more than 20 years in healthcare right now. Worked with health insurance companies and hospitals extensively in the US. 2017 is when I officially moved back to India for good and started this company, Heaps.ai. So basically what we have done at Heaps.ai is we have built a globally scalable AI-driven healthcare platform in the space of care management and care coordination. We work with both hospitals, we work with health insurance companies as well. And there are different problems that hospitals have, challenging problems hospitals have. There are challenging problems that insurance companies have. I know it's difficult to have an engaging audience after the lunch. I'll try to make it very, very simple and, if possible, entertaining as well. So I'll share some of my experiences of what those problems are and how Heaps is solving those problems. Maybe 1 or 2 illustrations, both from a hospital space as well as from the insurance. Now, let's take hospitals for example. You take any tertiary center, any hospital in a tier 1 city. Out of every 100 patients that come to the hospital, at least 85 to 90% of these patients will have one chronic condition or the other. By the nature of these chronic conditions, these patients are supposed to come back to their hospital and see their physician at least once in a year, irrespective of the severity. Unfortunately, if the hospitals really do the data analysis, right, they will see that not more than 20% come back. So the question is, what happens to this balance 80% of the folks? So we've done a survey, and what we found is approximately 50 to 55% of these patients said, I just forgot. Okay? Around 12 to 15% of these patients said, I moved to the competition. And 30% there are other reasons. And by the way, there are 2% of the patients who said, I don't care. Right? So what caught our attention is that 70% of these patients saying, either I forgot, I moved to the competition. Now, if you do a deep dive into this analysis, it is very clear that the hospital did not engage them since the last time they visited the hospital. Now, engagement is different from just sending a message that your appointment is due on so-and-so date, right? So, now when it comes to engaging, how are you supposed to engage? There are a letter-based interventions. You can have a letter or a message sent by a doctor, you can have a message sent by a nurse, you can have but every intervention has a cost to it, and every intervention has a different impact, right? Studying those interventions, understanding who will respond to what kind of intervention to optimize the cost is something that we have mastered that part of it. And we only apply on these patients who are lost to follow-ups. We call them as patient reactivation campaigns, right? Every 1% increase in the patient reactivation, your top line increases by almost 3 to 3.5%. So instead of just focusing on marketing and branding, it is your own patient's data. If you actually go into the details and take care of your own patients, your top line can actually significantly increase. So this is one case study, right? The second case study, especially for hospitals, which is also common for health insurance as well, is there are, out of every 1,000 admissions that happen in a hospital, approximately 10 to 12% of these admissions come back as readmissions in the first 30 to 90-day period. Now, when you check the hospital database, you will see only 5%, 6% of them are coming back. So they say, no, you're wrong. My actual readmission is only 6%. But you don't know about the patients who go and get readmitted at other hospitals. So the right way is look into the insurance data and figure out what exactly is the readmission rate. But every hospital has a different perspective on it. So I met a lot of CFOs. They said, readmission is a good thing. I make more money. But what they don't realize is, a readmission, index admission has a length of stay of 3 to 4 days. A readmission has a length of stay of 8 to 9 days. Now, in the first admission, you either get a medical management or a surgery done, which is about 100,000 rupees, let's say, on average. Your readmission is 20% higher than the normal admission. But when you calculate the average revenue per operating bed, one is sitting at 33,000, the other is sitting at 14,000. So there's a lot of difference. So technically, a readmission is not a good thing for the hospitals. And the more readmissions you have, the more leakage you have. Now, how you view this from an insurance point of view? If you reduce readmissions, the payouts are less. So we work with all major players in the insurance segment. For every 1 rupee of investment, we gave them 10 rupees return every year. So you can say companies like the biggest standalone insurance companies in India, they save close to 75 crores to 100 crores a year, right? Hospitals, maybe they make around 15 to 20 crores a year. When you say your returns are 5 to 10 times, of course, what they pay on the platform is less, but what we give in return is more. So these are the kind of problems that we solve in healthcare. At the same time, I see a lot of challenges as well, right? The funny thing is, when I initially came back from the US, I met a hospital and the director said, hey, we have lots of digital data. I said, that's fantastic. Why don't you give me access to that? Let me see what I can do. The next 1 hour, what I came to know is their definition of a digital data is scanned physician notes. So there's nothing that anybody can do, especially if it is a typed notes, you can make something out of it. But if it's a written notes, God only knows, what to read from it. Second, only less than 5% of the hospitals that I know of in India have access to EMRs or EHRs or HIS. The rest are on pen and paper. Third, everybody has a myth on data security. Now there's a new DPDP Act. I don't know what that is, but I was told that it is very strict, and I know we can get a lot of fines if you have this information out, so I will not give my data. Or some people say that, hey, I have 1 million patient records for the last 10 years. Somewhere I read on the internet that each data record is about $500. So $500 times 1 million, that is the value of my data. So, I don't want to give this data out. What they don't understand is the data they're sitting on has zero value. They don't own the data. It is the patient who owns this data. We are just the custodians of the data. Unless the data is curated, you cannot create a value to it. So these are some of the challenges that I've seen.
Hello. Thank you. Hi, I am Deepshika Bhateja. I'm an economist and a researcher at the Max Institute of Healthcare Management at ISB. Because I'm a researcher, I'll talk to you about the research that I have done. My research focuses on the socio-economic and environmental determinants of health in India and other settings. And within that, I have been looking at gender disparities in antibiotic use, and we found that women are prescribed around 20% more antibiotics in the United States than men. We're doing a similar study in India, and we found, because I work a lot on antibiotics and antimicrobial resistance, we found that there are very low levels of knowledge in rural Karnataka, where we did a survey, household survey, on antibiotics and AMR, especially among women. My research has focused a lot on gender diversity in workplace and how it impacts productivity. And in terms of environment, I've also looked at the impact of climate change and heat on antibiotic use and on multi-pollutants on productivity in India. So there's an excessive focus on particulate matter, rightly so, but we need to also focus on other multi-pollutants such as carbon monoxide and ozone, which my work finds that it is really damaging to employee productivity, even in indoor settings. So this is broadly what I have been working on. I also use rigorous quantitative methods and randomized control trials to study problems. So I have a trial on counseling for alcohol problems in Assam in tea gardens, where we will look at this 4-session counseling by lay persons who are from the tea gardens and how it impacts alcohol intake and mental health among men, and how it also has a spillover impact on domestic violence among women. So these are some of the things that I've been working on. But in terms of AI, MIHM, we wrote a report on new innovations for women's health, and this we presented also to members of parliament in Delhi. And this report was in collaboration with Gates Foundation and Women's Collective Forum. And in this report, what we did was, because it was focusing on women's health, we did a situation analysis of women's health issues across their life course, so across different stages, from birth to adolescent because there's a focus a lot on maternal health of women. So we thought of focusing on different stages of a woman's life and what are the big challenges. And of course, anemia, especially among adolescent girls, mothers, it's more than 60%. So that was a big issue. And we looked at other factors as well, other incidents of diseases among women. And then we looked at government reports and we looked at policies and programs, but also AI solutions that exist, which are helping in trying to provide a solution to these issues. So what we found, and we also did interviews with some experts, and what we realized is that the more practical and small the solution, which is co-created by the end user, the more helpful and scalable it is. Because just having a technology doesn't mean it's a solution. Just having connectivity doesn't mean it's a solution or it leads to inclusion. So what is the end goal here? As Chandan, you pointed out, the end goal is that in this the health system, the challenges that we face, how do we bring inclusion? So we need to think really about whether the technology is improving health outcomes or not, whether it is, who is it including, who is it excluding, is it bridging the existing disparities or exacerbating them? Is it changing the ecosystem? Is it sustainable in the long term in terms of cost effectiveness, pricing? So with this in mind, we found some solutions which we thought can be scaled up and which are already in use. So for young adolescent girls to, about their, to speak freely about their reproductive health, Bol Behan is a chat-based app which can be used, and it's in English right now to cater to the young girls. So that could strengthen their need and fulfill their need to talk about and increase their knowledge on these issues as well. Then in terms of maternal health, just to enable ASHA workers, community health workers who are on the ground providing this last mile delivery of services for easy and early detection of high-risk pregnancies, and to enable them, these apps send them reminders so that they can go to households, and using AI-based technologies. It also decreases the data entry load. So these apps are Khushi Baby app, Techo Plus, eMamta. You may have heard of some of these apps. They actually reduce the data entry load among ASHA workers by 1.7 hours a day. Now here also, the center will come up with another app for vaccines, and the state will come up with another app for their needs. So there needs to be an integration. This is something that we thought was lacking, but I think there's a lot of work going on amongst, on this. And for another diseases like, to early detection of stillbirths, we looked at fetal light, and for breast cancer screening, for timely action, Niramai. So these were some apps. Since you asked about solutions, these were some apps that we thought and some technologies which are doing a good job in actually, providing the last mile delivery and including all these women. So I wanted to highlight that. And in terms of my research, lastly, I do want to talk about the fact that, when there's an infectious disease outbreak, because my work is a lot on infectious disease outbreak and antimicrobial resistance, there's a reliance on social listening or social media listening. So suddenly we want to know what's going on, so everyone is going to already active social media citizens. But what is happening in the rural areas really needs to be understood. So we did a survey in rural Karnataka, and we found that women are not using, even in urban areas. We did 2 projects, and this one was in urban areas, in cities, in tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 cities, in young call center workers. And we found that women are 19% less likely to use social media for health information than men. And in rural areas also, we found that they didn't even have access to mobile phones and internet to be able to access health information. And the gender digital divide is really high in India, one of the highest in the world. Women are 30% less likely to use internet than men, or to have access to internet-enabled smartphones than men. So I think these are some very practical issues that we need to think about when we think of healthcare.
Sure. Just a follow-up question, Deepshika, and thank you all for sharing about your work. It sets the seeds for the discussion that we would have. But a question to you is, you mentioned about the different apps that are being used in the healthcare sector. Are these being done on a pilot basis, or are these already being scaled up? And what can be done to basically identify some of the successful pilots and then scale those further?
Yes, that's a very important question, because a lot of it is at the piloting stage. So we don't know the long-term, cost effectiveness, sustainability. We often forget about the behavioral dimension, because how we interact with the app also matters. Even community health workers are struggling with these apps. So some of these apps, Khushi Baby and all, are scaled up. Techo Plus is being scaled up because it is the need of the hour. But we need to think of solutions, we need to think of small AI. when we think of AI, we are generally thinking of large language models, which actually have very, I mean, it's good to use them because it is the way forward. However, there's a lot of negative harms on the climate. There's a lot of power that they use, electricity, infrastructure, water. To cool down the system, there's a lot of water that is being used. So to give you an example, the water that is used in AI, especially in heat stress area, you need more water to cool down these systems. It is 4 times than of the soda companies use. So it's really huge. And the carbon footprint of AI right now is what it equals the carbon footprint of New York City currently, and it is only going to rise. So we need to think of solutions which are, which are hyper-local, especially in the Indian context. So that's why I think when we think of the Indian context and the last mile delivery, AI is a very good option and solution. But there are several barriers and challenges to it. One is we need to think of small AI because it doesn't use all this, so much of, it doesn't have so much harm on the climate and puts so much burden on the climate. Small AI is also looking at hyper-local solutions. Small AI uses, we have uneven internet. We think of AI and we think of internet, but internet is not even, or high speed in rural areas. And we don't have IT personnel to take care of troubleshooting, if there are problems, if there are breakdowns. So using existing phones, existing smartphones, existing WhatsApp, existing infrastructure. Small AI uses existing infrastructure. It also, for cost effectiveness, to increase that, there's public-private partnerships, so there are checks and balances in place. So I think this is where, when you go to a rural area and you see a farmer using it or a community health worker using it without internet, so it's offline. So I think these are some things that we can focus on and we can grow, and this is really beneficial to countries like India, which are, at a growing stage.
Sure. Thank you so much, Deepshika. Dr. Suman, I want to come back to you about what you mentioned about data fragmentation. So as part of our cohort, we had multiple courses on data by Dr. Chhatre, and one of the things that we learned there was that if your data is not in the right manner or is not usable, there's not much that you can do with it. So if you can speak more about data fragmentation within the healthcare system and what can be done to sort of improve that so that over time we have the data that we are creating as part of our regular sort of checkups and all, that can be assimilated and that can sort of lead to better policy outcomes. If you can sort of elaborate that.
See, I mean, data exists in silos today, and it's not all data. Clinical information does exist in silos. Claims information exists in silos. Unfortunately, they don't talk to each other, right? So that's the fundamental gap between the insurance and the hospitals part of it. You have basic demographic data. You have the clinical aspects of it, but most of the clinical aspects of it is unstructured, right? Third, unlike the Western countries, we don't know the socioeconomic data at the pin code level. So we can't marry that data. Somebody has to build that. Most importantly, outcomes data doesn't exist. Outcomes data doesn't exist. So, like companies like us or some people who are building this longitudinal journey of these patients have to constantly understand what is the end outcome of this patient after every treatment. Now, but there are multiple other challenges also. See, data is one problem. In statistics, we call it as junk in, junk out, right? So today, more than signal, there is a lot of noise. And of course, if you feed noise, a lot of noise into the system, AI also gives a lot of noise. The output of AI is also noise. So one should be able to understand what is the difference between a signal and a noise, right? So that is one part of it. Unfortunately, people are talking about scalability without solving this problem, right? I'll give a small example. Take telemedicine. Now, the idea of telemedicine is very, very good. You have a product which is basically making an interface between a patient and a physician having an interaction, a live visual interaction. But if you have to spend a lot of time with the patient, then technically the physician will not be able to see more than 20 or 30 patients a day. Then you come up with an idea that, hey, let me develop this AI technology that will scan the face, that will read the iris, iris, and I will estimate some biological parameters, right? Half of that entire area that we tested, they're not accurate, right? But from a telemedicine, so it's like, people saying, I want this, so I have some reading. Whether the reading is making sense or not, that's a secondary. Now, if you want to scale this entire thing, now from 20 patients, probably you went to 50 patients a day. But you want to scale this to the population across the countries or states or districts, whatever it is, you want to do it, then you build a clinical decision support on top of it, which automatically triages patients between primary care and secondary and specialist consultations. But here is a challenge which nobody understands. The outcomes on a primary care is significantly different from the control group, which means on primary care, telemedicine do work. Whether the data is accurate or not, that is secondary, but telemedicine does work. But on specialist consultations, I'm not a big fan of that. And the reason is, we have done a study with one of our US clients. We have taken almost 5,000 diabetic patients, people who opted for telemedicine and people who opted for in-person consultations. The outcomes are very different. Okay, and this has been repeated in neurology, this has been repeated in cardiology, has been repeated in other major specialties. So everywhere, telemedicine in specialty in consultations was not that effective. So as long as primary care it is implemented, we don't have a problem.
So what, according to you, can be done to basically improve the data systems that we have? And just one more thing, in the context that we now have the DPDP, so healthcare providers are now more concerned about sharing their data or basically sharing it across different entities in the healthcare system. So what, according to you, can be done to basically ensure that there is this large data bank that sort of exists is being used for better planning?
Yeah, see, since I worked 17 years in the US healthcare system, we have something called, not we, they have something called CMS, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So all Medicare data, Medicare means patients who are 65 years and above, their healthcare data has to be filed with CMS. Whether it's a private hospital or a public government hospital, academic medical center, irrespective of that, they have to file. They do the de-identifying of the data. Okay, remove all the PHI, patient health identifiers and everything. And they also, it's a very extensive database, right? One needs to have a full clarity of how to integrate the data to make meaningful sense out of it. No, they have that as part of information exchange. This is where a lot of companies like us take the data, build new products, new ideas, take it to market and kind of, give value-added services to the clients. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist. We've tried with the government. We tried sitting with the central government, trying to ask them, hey, is there a way that we can make a policy to have all hospitals report the data? But the answer that we got is that, it's very difficult to implement, right? And the reason for that is, most of them are still on pen and paper.
Thank you so much.
So just a couple of things to add on. A really good point on the lack of outcome data, but the thing is, there are some hospitals which do a very good job of doing this, and I think these best practices don't seldom get propagated, right? Because we work with the Cancer Institute in Chennai, just next door to IIT Madras, and they actually have outcome data they've maintained from diagnosis till death for most patients, for over the last 50 years. Right, and so, and the thing is, there are like such wonderful data sets, but again, there are challenges in sharing this data, challenges in, but the idea is to use this for public good ultimately. The other challenge is about data collection, right? So, what is the quality of data that has been collected? And this is a really funny anecdote from one of our projects. So, we have this extensive cohort of pregnant women in Gurugram, and we were going through the data, and the body temperature was showing 98.6 for a lot of people. And so then we were like, okay, how can it be exactly 98.6 for everyone? And then so somebody went and investigated further. No, sir, if the patient is not reporting fever, we just write 98.6. So that was like, I mean, it's not a big deal. It's not like the most sensitive data point that exists there. But there are such idiosyncrasies of the data that are going to come back and bite you if you really want to do good data analysis on top of it.
So I think as economists, Deepshika and I have been at the receiving end of similar outcome data being manipulated for multiple data sets. But I want to come back to what you mentioned about responsible AI. And I want to sort of hear your thoughts about responsible AI from both a supply side perspective and a demand side perspective. So supply side in the sense that medical organizations that are providing medical care, they are also using AI to basically diagnose patients, right? So you have a wide range of medical organizations. You have Apollos. On the other hand, you also have like cheap doctors or maybe like fake doctors. They're also sort of using AI to diagnose something. So what is it that the government can do in terms of to sort of regulate this? So that's on the supply side. Similarly, on the demand side, we as individuals, we end up going to ChatGPT and asking, oh, I am having this symptoms. What is it that you recommend? So how can we raise consumers' awareness about how much to sort of trust ChatGPT and how much to sort of trust a medical practitioner? So love to sort of hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so, okay, simple answer, don't trust ChatGPT, right? But I think all of us have used it, right? It's just helpful to see, and but the challenge is, sometimes it tells you what you want to hear, and of course, hallucination even it has reduced over the last few, 5.4 and all of that. I think there are significant challenges, but then, there's also, if you look across the country, right? There is like a huge distribution of the quality of healthcare that you get. And is it possible to fix this without AI? I guess not. But is AI the only solution? Again, I guess not. So what is it that we need to do? I think there are a few challenges here. So there are a few simple scenarios where you probably don't even need AI, right? Again, a very interesting anecdote because we've been working with maternal and child health. India, surprisingly, for a population that's been known for eliminating polio very early and so on, still ranks number one in the number of zero-dose children. And this is because of a part of it stems from a very simple social aspect. A lot of our women typically go to their parents' house to deliver the child. They come back to home, change of doctor, change of place. I forgot. Like you were saying, right? So how do you keep people on the vaccine trail and to make sure that these simple things are taken care of? You probably don't even need AI for this, right? Although AI can potentially help. And of course, where AI can definitely help is in terms of, this was something that was discussed both by Chhatre sir and by Krishnan in the morning, of reducing the improving the access to language, right? So somebody can speak in Telugu or Tamil or Hindi, and they can still get answered, they can still get resources in their language and so on. In fact, we were speaking with some doctors some time back and they said, if you can actually translate consent forms for patient, that would be like a great contribution of AI. Because those are things that take a lot of time and energy in the hospital where it shouldn't. So there are these potential low-hanging fruits where, I'm not so concerned about the accuracy or something like that, right? If I give an extra reminder or one reminder less, I'm not doing worse than what I'm currently doing. But if you're going to recommend certain kinds of treatment and so on, there are challenges. For instance, one of our studies, we saw that when there are like certain tags of severity, the performance of LLMs is different, right? So this is going to have a direct impact, right? It was better in some cases, in many of the LLMs were better when there were some severity markers that were reported. But in the absence of that, it is doing far poorer than what a human would have done or things like that. So there are lots of challenges, and maybe we also need safeguards in terms of when to report or when to push the patient to seek medical attention and things like that. So those will be responsible aspects as well.
Right. So I just wanted to sort of touch up on the same point that you mentioned about safeguards. From a regulator's perspective, how do we fix accountability in this case? Say, if using AI, patient's, say, diagnosis goes wrong, then what is the safeguard that's available to a patient or a common citizen, and how can sort of government have more or sort of help the consumer in this case?
So this is exactly, this is exactly the kind of problems that we are working on right now at CIRI, and this is important to address these issues. I don't think we have an easy answer here, but there are misdiagnoses both by humans and by AI, right? And I think suppose you're looking at a tax domain, you're probably okay with errors being made by AI, right? So the cost is potentially less. Whereas, if you're looking at a healthcare domain, especially when it's a life or death scenario, then the cost is much higher. And I don't know, the other question is, who insures an AI model, right? What are the liabilities? I think these are all very open questions, and I don't think we have the answers yet. But these are exactly the kind of problems where we need multi-stakeholder discussion in terms of policy experts, scientists, and of course, even informed citizens.
Would you like to respond about the insurance part, please?
Which one?
On how does the insurance works in this case wherein there's a misdiagnosis that's happening?
Oh, first of all, when you ask this question to the insurance, they say we are not responsible for that, right? It's because this debate happened between a lot of insurance companies, C-folks and me in the initial stages, and they said, we just take premiums, and if they have a problem, we settle the claims. That's it. Like no more we don't want to triage patients, we don't want to do that. But it took them years to understand that if I don't manage my own members, I am at risk. That fundamental difference, some C-folks do get it, and they have adopted this entire part of being proactive in terms of managing the health of the population and all of that. Sir, to your point on the regulatory part of it, I just have one point to add. Maybe you'll agree with me that the concept of false positives and false negatives are very, very important here. Okay? In statistics, we call this as confusion matrix. 2006, 2007, when I was doing a PhD, my professor and I, we were playing with almost 3,000 mammography images. Okay? The idea is to build an algorithm that will beat the accuracy of the physician going through it one by one, right? So we had a very controlled experiment. The physician's accuracy was 96%, and our accuracy was 99.3%. Okay? This was in 2006. But the reason it got adopted to go into the commercial part of it is not because of the accuracy increase, it is because of the reduction in the false negatives. There's one company which is started by IIT Madras folks, I don't know, forgot the name of the company, but they're based out of Chennai. They developed a medical device, and people who went for an organ transplant, if they do a blood test at least 3 days after the organ transplant, it will predict whether the organ transplant is going to be successful or a failure. In this scenario, false negatives do matter a lot because it's costing life. And if you take this to the US, the cost of a malpractice is very, very high, right? So there has to be a regulatory body, okay? One, either whoever publishes this or whoever says that, I've used AI and whatever it is, maybe they have to publish in a peer-reviewed article or pass through a regulatory body, like the way we submit for drug approvals, right? You do your experiments, you have a control study and see and let the regulatory company take the decisions. It has to be both from the health as well as people who understand AI. And if certain practices are maintained, maybe you will have over a period of time a lot of these ethical AI answers. But right now, as I said, we don't have.
Sure. I think we'll switch gears a bit, and we want to discuss about access and the affordability part of it. Maybe Deepshika, I'll start with you first. How do you think India can leverage AI to make healthcare more accessible, affordable, and to ensure that it doesn't sort of overburden the last mile health worker? And what are the barriers do you think that there are in using AI to improve the affordability and the accessibility part of it?
Yeah, Thank you. That is a loaded question. So the report that I was talking to you about, the new innovations in health outcomes, which is my co-author, Dr. Navsangeet Saini, is also here in the audience, and we had prepared it with Subiksha and Sarang Deo from MIHM. We had come up with an ideas framework for innovations in AI for health, which talked about innovation, but innovation which is simple and practical in nature. So one of our qualitative experts actually put it as building a solution under a mango tree with the end user. Because community health workers sometimes don't even know how to decrease the font size. And as you said, to be linguistically diverse, so using more voice-enabled, so solutions. So what is the need? It should be dependent on the need of the user. And then moving from digitization to digitalization. So the D stands for digitalization, because there's a lot of, as I said, there's a lot of lack of integration across various government platforms. So just having standardization, unitization, integration across government platforms, equity, so it's inclusive of all like genders and caste groups, accessibility, and then we talked a lot about security. So data confidentiality, privacy, as Suman was talking about, in the US there are systems. They are de-identifying the data. So we need to have those systems in place, and if we don't have it, we are not going to be able to build that trust with people actually. So when you talk about accessibility and affordability, we talked about the 5 ways of accessibility, affordability, awareness, acceptance, and accountability when it comes to AI solutions. I think acceptance and accountability will go hand in hand. If people believe and trust and the AI solution, then only there will be acceptance and there will be behavior change, which can lead to more adoption and uptake. And that will not come if the AI companies, startups and the government and the regulatory bodies and because we are in a governance summit, they're not accountable. So, this is a very big task, we are collecting data from all sources. So we have to make sure that it is confidential and people need to trust the solutions. So this is something that we have discussed, but when it comes to, we were talking about, I want to go a little bit astray and talk about, the discussions that we were having, that in the US, I came across this data that 1 in 5 people in the US are using ChatGPT for health information. ChatGPT is not meant for health information. There are specific AI tools for that. Unfortunately, there's no integration. But this is not specific. It's not meant for disseminating health information. So there has to be some kind of awareness also created on what to use and when to use and how to use these apps. Then also with clinical decision making, I want to now touch upon behavioral dimensions because that will lead to your uptake. So. There's a study that found that when you only test AI for clinical decision support, this is for large language models for clinical decisions in the UK, they have tested this, there was 95% accuracy under hypothetical solutions for AI. But for the clinician themselves, there was around 45-50% accuracy. But when the clinician used the AI, the accuracy dropped to 35%. Now you say, why is it that the merge of both of them is leading to a drop in accuracy in clinical decisions? That is because humans don't know how to interact effectively with AI, or rather AI does not know how to interact effectively with humans. So there has to be an ecosystem built around how to leverage AI in a way, in a useful manner. So, and if educated people are having this difficulty, clinicians are having this issue, so, I mean, we can only imagine for, a community health worker who's already, as you said, overstretched. Having said so, there has to be, as I said, there has to be an ecosystem built around it. We have to collect health outcomes. The AI solution will not be a solution unless we collect health outcomes data. And believe me, there are enough researchers out there who can help you with this. They have to be, I know you'll get measurement errors, so you'll have to figure out a way on how to effectively collect that data. But that cannot be something that we, don't do because we are not getting the data that we want or the data that is inaccurate. There are solutions around it. We have to collect, I mean, this is about health outcome. This is about also, we have a challenging health system, challenged health system with very high out-of-pocket expenditure by people. How do we bring those out-of-pocket expenditures down? How do we make this cost-effective? So, and here I want to also talk about the behavioral dimensions. So there's enough, like, forget about AI, but even so far what we have learned in the decades of work that has happened in behavioral economics and public health is you cannot convince people to change their behavior unless you understand the social norms, the barriers that people are facing, the financial constraints, the socio-cultural constraints. So if you don't understand that, you don't have a buy-in from the community members. You don't have trust in local institutions. You cannot make this change. In the sense of you have to go to the field, understand the setup, context, and create, as I said, hyperlocal small AI solutions. I think that is going to be helpful. Thank you
so much. Yeah, you can also, I was going to come to you. So, in addition to what she spoke, see, this continuous improvement in access and affordability can also come through innovation in product, process, and infrastructure, right? I'll give a small example. We just spoke about readmission as a concept. You take a patient who got admitted to a hospital with congestive heart failure. Okay? You have a patient who got admitted to a hospital with congestive heart failure, 3 days length of stay, discharged in stable condition, and they were given a discharge summary at the end. And if you look at all the cardiology discharge summaries, it specifically says, if you have fever, chest pain, shortness of breath, please come back or call this number. Whereas in reality, there are 27 possible symptoms that can go wrong for a patient who had a congestive heart failure. Why are we not educating the patient? Even if you educate, he will not remember, right? Even you take the best of the cardiologist. I've tried these experiments in different countries. You take the best of the cardiologists, give them this 10 different patients with congestive heart failure, you treated them, you discharged them, you tell me which of these people are going to have what form of deviations at what point in time. He will not be able to say. This is where AI comes in now. Right? AI comes in and basically says that, okay, I've studied the profiles of these people, and most likely this guy, 62-year-old male, had pre-existing conditions of diabetes and hypertension, got admitted to the hospital for congestive heart failure, and by the way, I also learned the information that this patient doesn't have household support, he lives alone, he travels a lot, eats a lot of restaurant food, works in a stressful environment. Most likely this patient is going to show signs in the form of blood in the stool or numbness in his left hand or swelling in the leg exactly 6 days from today with 95% confidence. Okay. You have predicted certain thing that is going to happen from a product perspective, and you reached out to the patient, and if the answer is yes, you connect them to the physician, right? But here, there is an element where a care coach is talking to the patient. Now, this is first case study that I told you is a product innovation. Because this did not solve the problem yet. Now you have to have a process innovation. As per psychology, the human attention span or a telephonic call is not more than 5 minutes. So the AI has to be smart enough to navigate the screens and populate the content on the screens so efficiently that I can extract maximum information from this patient in the next 3 to 3.5 minutes. Right? First, we said, let's not have a person doing this. Let us have an app. Downloads are high, but the compliance is 8%. It doesn't work. We thought about it. We said, okay, let's take the 1980s approach. Take a phone and call them. Care coaches did that. Connectivity went up to 60%. Slowly 70%. But we are stuck there. So another innovation has to come in to figure out how do you take the 70% to 90% to scale it. Right? One example on a structural innovation. Now you have a lot of hospitals investing into like huge bed capacities in tier 1 cities, building up. Then you hire costly doctors coming in. You have targets. This is definitely I've seen in some hospitals happening. There are a lot of hospitals on all the cities that are happening. It's not something that we want this country to have such kind of a culture moving forward, right? By the way, how many of you are from a healthcare background?
Quite a lot of
students, right? Students.
Yeah. Santosh is the...
Okay, maybe a question to you. And if anybody can answer this in a convincing way, not now, you have my contact with Chandan. I can promise you I'll get you into HEAPS, and eventually you can become the CEO of HEAPS also. Okay? Imagine you have a 200 hospital operating at 80% occupancy rate. You calculate what is the EBITDA. Running at 20% EBITDA, you calculate what that thing is. The challenge here is, the question is, can you run the same absolute EBITDA on a 100-bed hospital? And if you can do that, then this is the next thought process. I mean, this is what hospitals require. How do I have limited capacity running at 200 times, 200 or 100% more utilization rate so that I get the same financial gain? Second, from an insurance point of view also, if you can answer, how can I transform this heavy health insurance company, which is having massive manpower of thousands and thousands of people, into a system that is completely digitally enabled with not more than 20% of the current manpower? Can we do it? The answer is yes, but I want people like you to think about it and tell me what exactly your thought process is. And if you think that this can be practically viable, or if I can think that it's practically viable, I will fulfill my promise.
Sure. So before we open it up for discussion, we have 15 minutes left. I just want to come to you and hear your thoughts about the accuracy of AI models, right? We have, definitely we can't apply the same models that are trained on the US data. We need specific customization, as you mentioned before, within the Indian context, and within India as well, there's a lot of diversity that exists. So what is it that can be done moving forward on the accuracy front? And also, what is it that the government can sort of help you, or the policymakers can help you from a regulatory perspective on that?
Yeah, I think this is one of the most important questions, right? Because there are certain cases where accuracy doesn't matter. Right? If Netflix is going to pick the next movie for you, I don't think the accuracy matters there at all. Right? It's only the engagement with the platform is going to change. But I think Suman really hit it on the head when he said for false positives and false negatives, there are different costs in different scenarios, right? So for example, if you tell a person who doesn't have cancer that she or he might be suffering from cancer, it has a different cost. There's an emotional cost associated with it. But if you misdiagnose, if you let go of a diagnosis, right, saying somebody who actually has cancer and you tell them that they're fine, you are putting their life at even more danger. So there are these challenges. And this is where I think the models need to be, this is now the next, very fashionable term in AI about models being explainable, XAI. Right, but it's not just as simple as that. The models also need to be, explainability is probably like, the loftiest goal. But can you at least be transparent in terms of how the model has been built? What are the potential biases in the data? Because your data might be nudging the model to be bad in the first place. And there are like so many such, you'll hear a lot of these anecdotes. And this is where I think one has to be extremely cautious when we use AI. There's this classic example where a deep net was trained on images of wolves and dogs, 99% accuracy or whatever. Why? Because it figured out the wolves are in snow and dogs are in other domestic regions, right? So it used the background to predict whether it was a wolf or a dog. Perfect prediction. But that's not what you want, right? And that is the equivalent of this that happened in healthcare as well, where there were some annotations on X-rays and things like that which were used to make accurate predictions. So you need to understand why a prediction has been made, and there are people who are working on this. There are some solutions, but I think we still have a long way to go. And this is where there has to be definitely some regulation in terms of what is an acceptable model. And this is actually getting into serious scientific domain. right? Which is not normal in some sense. So what are acceptable models? What are acceptable safeguards that need to be there in the data? Have you looked at it for biases? That could be gender biases, right? There could be other biases that are hidden, and so on. And people have time and again identified these in data sets, but to actually make it as like a reporting checklist. Right? Just like you prepare all these documentation for a new drug approval, right? So just a new model approval has to similarly go through a lot of checks and balances, which try to ensure that we've not made an obvious error somewhere. Beyond that, yes, I mean, humans make errors, AI makes errors. I think we may be, willing to forgive some of these things, but the catch is have all the processes been followed very carefully. That's got to be one thing that's on the table. And the next part is, again, to speak to, again, the same thing, one of the checklist items could be that, is this actually meaningful Indian data? Right. Right. And I was just mentioning to someone over chat today that all the ultrasound machines in India are encoded with what's known as the Hadlock formula for predicting the gestational age of an infant. And that is a formula that has been built on the basis of 300 Texan women. You can imagine, that children are much larger, and, so you actually run the risk of predicting that, an infant is premature or underdeveloped just because of the inaccuracy in the model. So gestational age identification is incorrect, and so on. And these are the kind of problems where you need to collect India-specific data, high-quality India-specific data, and in many other things, like in diabetes. Indian diabetes is very different from, the Indian diabetic phenotype, as they call it, right? The thin, the lean yet, diabetic Indian. There are so many such challenges, even in rural India, and we still need to dig deep, generate a lot of quality data to understand these problems.
Thank you so much. So I think the core sort of understanding is that we need better protocols, and then data has to be, like the models needs to be trained on Indian data, keeping in account the diversity that exists.
Yeah. So for example, there should be like it sounds funny when I say this, but there should be like a blanket ban on copy pasting models. Right? Because it's just, unless you can demonstrate it for Indian data, it should not be acceptable to use a model in practice.
Should we open it up for a few questions? So maybe first, Santosh. Please mention your name and...
Yeah, I'm Santosh. I'm from public health background. And I wanted to answer your question, which you had put. Yeah, so I was just thinking that one of the ways that we can save and add more patient bed days is if we can actually implement AI, which I was discussing with Chandan, especially in discharging patients early, especially in insurance patients. The hospital writes for a discharge today, and it happens exactly 24 hours after that. And the patient is waiting, when will the hospital discharge me? And in the final bill, you have one more additional day of billing, which probably you have to pay out of your pocket, because the insurance company is again negotiating that we will not pay this one more day. So this is what is happening in most of the hospitals. So all hospitalizations which are insurance based have one more additional bed day of stay. And there are hundreds of such things. And the major reason why this gets delayed is the doctor is not able to write discharge summary, which is already there. Someone has to summarize it. And if discharge summary can be summarized by AI, because everything is there in the case sheet. So there are simple things which can be done by AI. You need not do rocket science of what is the arterial caliber of your left coronary artery versus the west versus the east population. But simple things, at least we can start using AI. And one more important comment that I have, exactly for what Karthik Raman was saying, is that our CDSCO needs to be much more robust. Our regulatory framework needs to be, and I echo your feelings, we need to build more capacity into CDSCO, and I think that's when our AI engines can be much more safer for everyone to use. I hope I answered partially. I know you, thank you.
No, it's partially true. But the thing is, let's say you have a hospital that's kind of discharging 10,000 members a year, okay? And expect that average length of stay to be 3 days. So you have 30,000 patient days in the hospital. So you're saying that if I can have 10,000 extra days, patient days, by discharging the patient early, right? But that's going to be only 10,000 divided by 3, approximately 3,000. So 3,000 doesn't add up to the 10,000 volume, right? So I'm saying you're partially true, but not fully. So anyways.
Good afternoon all. I am Rushal Garg. I am from Indian Forest Service. My question is to Professor Karthik. Sir, I have read about certain AI models that use genetic markers or genomic data to predict an individual's propensity for getting, say, let us say, cardiovascular disease or cancer or diabetes, sir. How good is the progress, sir, and is there any model ready for clinical adoption, sir?
Yeah, again, same challenges, right? Do you have enough Indian data? The answer may be no. Right, but definitely, there are strong markers that are there. But then, we need to understand what is just like the wolf and snow example, right? So, is this just an artifact of the data that you have? Are you able to explain it, right? Otherwise, it could just be like a correlation and not causation. And without that, we may not be able to have enough confidence in that model to make any meaningful predictions or rely on its predictions. Even we have built a model to understand whether in a particular patient, a particular mutation in their genes is cancer causing in some way or not. But right, again, this is done with public data, with data that's mostly from the West and so on. So how does it directly, translate to the Indian population and so on? There are like lots of challenges. So the answer again is, Indian data, lots more data, and building very strong validated models, right? So validating these models is quite a challenge.
Sagar, Harsimrat, please go.
I can hear you. I can repeat the question maybe.
People have been talking to AI like they're talking to a friend, and then some have ended up committing suicide. I mean, so what's the role of AI, and is anything being done in terms of mental health, And the second is, what's the biggest ethical line that AI should never be allowed to cross in healthcare? So these are my two questions.
Yeah, great questions. You want to answer that?
One of our students, ISB students, has actually created an app called InfiHeal, and it got awarded at the AI Summit. And InfiHeal is a chat-based support app, and it is in more than 100 languages. I mean, I'm not promoting the app. I'm just saying there is work being done. And they also, most people in my research also, I find that in workplaces, people have problems with the interactions. Communication has become such a challenge. So they have an app called Duo Chat, which also helps you interact with with AI as like a help, like a mental health, support and a supervisor. You can talk to your workplace person who you have a problem with or a challenge with, and you can discuss with the supervision. And also it highlights, what it does is, with your tone, it figures out what is your emotion. So if it feels like it should be flagged, then they call you. The psychiatrists call you for help and all of that. So there's some development, and I work a lot with Sangat, the NGO. They are working on SMS-based interventions. So AI-based, there are little innovations, but things are happening.
So I mean, what you're talking of, ma'am, is in terms of the apps like BetterHelp and many of them, right?
Yes.
This I would, as a doctor, consider really risky. Speaking to a machine about mental health. And you really cannot pick up a tone on a text message or on any kind of a message, really. So, I mean, since you guys are, very senior in this field, it'd be great if we could really come up with something, some sort of an intervention, because mental health is a really serious issue in the country and, worldwide right now.
So that's what I'm telling you.
I mean, how could we
I'm
use
talking
AI?
to you about an app which has been regarded and awarded. So that's why I was talking about that. But of course, mental health is a sensitive issue, but people are anyway going to ChatGPT and asking. So at least
Exactly, that's what I said,
right? These apps then are at least specific to mental health. It is at least better than going to ChatGPT and asking for mental health advice. At least these apps are curated for mental health. So
maybe you can follow up.
I will. And just please answer my second question about the ethical line that should never be crossed when
using AI in healthcare? The ethical line, ethics.
Is there an ethical line that should never be crossed?
Yeah, what's the ethical line that should never be crossed? Like, where do we draw that
and
line?
who should sort of define that
Yeah.
ethical line as well? Maybe that would be an interesting thing to discuss.
What I'm saying is, anything that is done negatively to the patient should be avoided, right? And that is the reason why I'm saying the concept of false and negative is very, very important. And when you have a regulatory system, they know what the base is, and they're very learned people, and you have a panel with the people from multiple backgrounds who knows what is an ethical use of an AI versus not. So anything that harms the patient, we should definitely not do that. And technically, even if it benefits the patient, you have to have substantial proof points that either can be published in a peer-reviewed journal or approved by an authority.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll just take the second point. Okay, just last point.
I'm left out, sir. He's not.
I think ideally the AI platform with published data must have lesser errors than the healthcare workers. Yeah, ethically and also the errors.
Santosh,
and I think then we can take it forward.
I would have to request you to basically carry on the conversations over Teams.
Mr. Chandar?
Over Teams.
Yes.
But,
My
sorry sir, we are out of time.
I've been waiting since first question, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So, it's a great discussion. As you are organizing, governance summit. So I'm drawing the, attention of the entire panel that don't you think there should be some integrated framework in India for healthcare to have the, data of the patient in line of the Aadhaar card, whatever the data we have, so that the whatever the problems we are discussing, like pros and cons pertaining to AI use or any technological intervention. So I'm bringing your attention as a collective integrated framework is much needed, as you all are practicing in healthcare. Thank you.
So ABDM ABDM is coming up. So they plan to do that, not just from government hospitals, but private hospitals also.
Yes.
They plan to have electronic health records which are linked for a person using an ID, Abha ID. So it's linked across various hospitals, across diagnostic centers, across everything. So they are already working on it.
But there is a lack, ma'am.
Digital
As far as the lack is concerned, integration is not.
Yes, that's what they're working on. This is a
Continue
big
the
problem.
discussion over tea. I'm so sorry. We have to basically wrap up for our next session.
One question, Chandan, I'd like to. I'm Dr. Abhishek from Bihar, working for Bihar Health Services. Sir, how can AI help in transforming the ASHA health workers who has to operate around 10 to 15 apps, and ultimately all the apps which are being proposed, it finally trickles down to ASHA, and what merely they are getting is around 2,000 to 4,000 fixed income and plus incentive-based, performance-based income they are getting, so around 5,000 they are getting. So, and they are the backbone of our digital data. So can AI help improving that integration of those 10 to 15 apps into one, so that you can someone can increase
I have information on this. They are already doing this. So there was earlier a lot of workload in terms of data entry in different registers for different departments and all of that. Now, then they had a lot of apps, as you rightly said. Now they are integrating. So central government is actually putting up that these are the apps that you should be using. So they are trying to do that for ASHA workers. The data load and the data entry load has gone down by 1.7 hours per day. So for ASHA workers, according to some estimates, and that can actually has increased the productive time of them, where they can actually help people. And the main purpose of ASHA workers originally was to do this, out of intrinsic motivation. So there's a project that MIHM is doing in Bihar, in Samastipur and nearby areas, to increase the intrinsic motivation, to take back ASHA workers to the original mission that they had set out to do. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
I think we'll have to wrap up now. I'm sure that we had a wonderful discussion and so many questions. We can definitely sort of catch hold of this panelist over tea. Abhinav, I'll hand it back to you then.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for the panel here? And I'll request Chandan to please present mementos to the panelists as a mark of our respect and gratitude to them.
Sure. Also, I think on the behalf of the entire ISP cohort, thanks to all the panelists for reaching Mohali and sort of engaging us in this wonderful discussion. Thank you so much on behalf of everyone.
Thank you so much for organizing this.
Dr. Karthik Raman. Can we have a big round of applause for the... Dr. Suman Katragada. And Madam Deepshika Bateja. Dr. Deepshika Bateja. We now break for tea, and I request you to please join us by 4 p.m. Welcome back, everyone. Our final panel of the day addresses a question shaping boardrooms, classrooms, and workplaces across the world: AI, jobs, and digital entrepreneurship, enabling India's next growth wave.
While AI may automate repetitive work, it is also creating entirely new opportunities in areas such as digital services, cybersecurity, healthcare, agri-tech, and entrepreneurship.
This session will explore how India can prepare its workforce, startups, and MSMEs to thrive in an AI-enabled economy.
And hopefully answer the question everyone secretly has: will AI take my job? To moderate this discussion, please welcome Ms. Neha K. Mehra, packaging industrialist and board member, Federation of Indian Exports Organizations.
And we have a very elite panel here today. I'll start by introducing Mr. Atin Agarwal. Atin Agarwal is a partner at Boston Consulting Group, where he works at the intersection of digital transformation, AI adoption, and business strategy. He brings a strong macro perspective on how India can leverage AI for competitiveness, productivity, and long-term economic growth.
We also welcome Mr. Madan Padaki. Madan Padaki is the founder of Jana and co-founder of Merit Track, and one of India's leading voices on employability, skilling, entrepreneurship, and future of work. His work has consistently focused on preparing India's youth and workforce for rapidly changing economic realities.
Mr. Rakesh Verma is the Chief Operating Officer of Karmayogi Bharat, which is driving large-scale capacity building and digital learning transformation across India's governance ecosystem. He brings a critical public policy and institutional perspective on preparing India for an AI-driven workforce.
We welcome Mr. Harjeet Khanduja. He is Senior Vice President, HR at Reliance Jio, and is widely recognized for his work in HR transformation, workplace culture, leadership, and future-ready talent systems. He has been actively shaping conversations around people, learning, and organizational adaptation in the AI era.
Let's give our panelists a big round of applause before we start off.
A warm welcome to each one of you. It's an absolute privilege to have you here with us. Good evening, everyone. I know this is the last panel of the day, so before we begin, let's get the energy up. Quick show of hands. How many people here have used ChatGPT or any other AI tool in the last 7 days? Almost everyone. Okay, now keep your hands up if you think AI will make your work and life easier and faster. Great. Now I want you to keep your hands up if you also think that AI could potentially replace jobs, maybe parts of your work. Exactly. So that tension right there, that is why this conversation matters. Because AI is a technological revolution where excitement and anxiety is growing at the same speed. Some people are seeing AI as an unprecedented opportunity, while others are seeing it as a massive disruption. For India, the stakes are even higher. We are not discussing AI in a country with a shrinking workforce. We are discussing AI in a country where millions are entering workforce every year and aspiration is rising faster than opportunity. So this is not just a technology conversation. It's a conversation about jobs, economic power, inclusion, and India's growth over the next decade. Because the countries that will lead in AI will not simply be the ones with the best tech. They'll be the countries that are able to balance innovation with inclusion and growth with trust. And that's exactly what we are here to unpack today. We have an exceptional panel with us, bringing perspectives from industry, policy, governance, skilling, and entrepreneurship. So let's get straight into it. So I want to start with you, Mr. Atin. You have exposure across countries. So I want to understand, where does India generally stand today in terms of global AI race with China and US? And what will determine whether AI becomes an AI leader or simply stays an AI consumer?
Got it. Firstly, thank you so much for having me on this panel. Really excited to be here with all the panelists and at ISB, and especially the BIPP. Thank you so much, Neha, for that. Just thinking about AI, right? There's a lot of documentation available now to everyone, which says that AI can potentially add up to about 15, 16, 17 trillion dollars to the global GDP by 2030, right? That's a phenomenal number. Today, globally, we're at almost about $100 trillion GDP globally, right? But I think you're absolutely right, and you made this point that it's not a tech story at all. It is a story that also incorporates economics. It's a story that incorporates geopolitics, right? Now, essentially, if you break down AI, there are 4-5 key elements to it that we're talking about, right? We're talking about compute, we're talking about data, models, talent, and investment, right? Now, where are we on each one of those elements, or rather, where is each country on each one of those elements? That's really going to determine who's going to win, who's going to, be a consumer of those or a follower, right? Now, if you think about where a lot of the models, etc., are coming from, where a lot of the compute is coming from, it's only a select few countries that are driving this entire change, right? If you think about the silicon, there are 3-4 countries maximum that are involved in this. There's of course a global supply chain involved, but who's doing the designing? Where is it happening? Where's the manufacturing happening? All of that is a fairly well-controlled environment, right? If you think about data, I think it's amply clear that data from around the world through the internet is what has largely led to training of our models, right, that we're using today. I think about 160 models were released last year. This year, in 1 month itself, Anthropic came out with multiple models a few days after each other. That who's owning the models that are being used for any kind of solutions? That is the next determining factor. Talent. It's not about who's building the models. It's about how are the applications being built on top of that as well, right? Now, therefore, researchers, developers, right? Where are the researchers today? Where are the researchers coming from? Are nations able to keep researchers or retain researchers and work on national problems? That's the big question, right? Where is India today in this race? I think we have a lot of the elements in place. Will we be able to do something about those elements at speed and at scale? That will really determine over the next few years whether we're more in the AI leadership category or AI consumption category, the two categories that you spoke of. So let me just take a pause there, and I hope that gives you a sense of.
Yeah, that's a great perspective actually. You rightly said that it's not just tech, it has now become a geopolitical tool. And on that note, Mr. Rakesh, I would like to ask you that because now it's an intergovernmental thing, so governments globally are struggling to keep pace with technological disruptions. Every day we see that something new has come up. So what must India's governance systems do differently right now to prepare for an AI-driven economy?
Okay, thanks, Neha. So I'll give you a very different perspective here. So for me personally, it's been 15 years now working with the 3 DPIs, what we have built in 15 years. Aadhaar is one of them. So when we launched Aadhaar way back in 09, that time we designed some, what you call, governing principles, okay? We're building for scale, we're building for cost-effective solutions. Challenge comes when we're building Aadhaar, before Aadhaar, the only model which is close to Aadhaar was the US visit. When you go to US, you give your biometric. That time it was 12 crores, and our target was 140 crore. So how do you build that scale also? That time, as a team, we took a decision also, we are building with this principle, building ID, building on ID, building around ID. What it means, every technology transformation like AI or Aadhaar, it has a maturity curve. First 5 years was focused on building IDs, getting an Aadhaar number. Second phase come, use cases. So authentication, eKYC was built over that. That was the basis of today, Jio can give a SIM card with a 2 rupees acquisition cost. The earlier cost was 840 rupees. If you can ask my fellow panelists, the profit of the Jio also, imagine 840 rupees per customer acquisition cost now has come down. The way today you file your e-filing returns also, cost is minimal now. Same way, I think in AI also, I think it's too early to comment on this in terms of job losses and so on and so forth. I think it's a maturity curve. If you see AI adoption globally also, there is no data available. What is the ROI on investment? If you ask Amazon or OpenAI, Microsoft, a big picture, they say, okay, our cloud revenue is growing now. ROI. So I think it's too early for that. And I think Secretary Mighty Sir spoke about disruption in this market. 6 million jobs we have in IT, 500 million in other sector also. Some jobs may get disrupted because of this automation by AI, but many jobs will also emerge. New terms like FDEs, forward deploy engineers, are emerging now. So we have seen, Google, Amazon, Sarvam, BharatJan, they keep deploying more FDEs also. Something like a prompt analyzer, prompt developer, new posts are coming up now. So I'm sure, and in this next year or so, it gets streamlined also, probably, and we are working closely on this to make sure that evolution has the government policy also in place.
Thank you. You took some big names, some private companies like Amazon, Microsoft, and Mr. Khanduja, since you are from that sector, from a corporate perspective, are Indian organizations truly AI ready, culturally, structurally, And also from a talent standpoint, what are your views on that?
So before I start, please give me a huge round of applause. Look, I do this beforehand because afterwards there is no guarantee. So the question is very pertinent, but I want to set some ground rules. I've been watching all of you since morning. And you are very bullish about AI. And I was also worried about AI because what will happen to jobs? Last year I went to SHRM and somebody told, oh, HR वालों को तो सबसे पहले जाएगा. And then I started studying that actually will my job go? I did a lot of research. And then I realized if I am in a room and there is a lizard, chipkali, कौन भगाएगा? Who will drive the lizard out of the room? AI. AI will give you 10 ways of taking the lizard out of the room. It can make a 10-page document on it. It can make a beautiful presentation on it. And you can call it Agentic also. But it is you who have to drive the whole thing out. And many a times we are confusing. Digitization is different from artificial intelligence. I had a friend called Prasad. Around 70 years old gentleman. When COVID happened, his pension stopped. Stopped means stopped because he was worried that his pension will stop because when you are retired, you have to go to a pension office and declare that I am there, I am alive, then only pension comes. So I told Prasad, don't worry, let me call the pension office. So I called the pension office. They said, sir, no problem, we understand this is COVID, we will do a WhatsApp call. And we will verify that he is alive and his pension will come. So I told Prasad, I thought will be very happy. He was furious. He said this solution is there for 10 years. Why this guy made me run to the office for 10 years? You see the irony of the situation. Technology is there. We decide when we want to use it, whenever it is convenient to us. So here technology is not a problem or AI is not a problem. I have been using AI myself for means so many years. Means I have been developing AI solutions. We are talking about jobs. So you know about a company, like there is a company called Google Maps. It is an AI company. Is it an AI product? Yes? No? AI product? Because it tells you from here to here, these are the 4 paths where you can go from, how much time it will take, it can predict the time. That is what you are expecting from AI. This company is there from 2005. And when this company came, all the drivers must have thought, now people will know the routes from here and my jobs will go. So there will be no jobs for drivers. Actually, nobody thought that. And then what happened was, a company called Uber came and it disrupted the model. The jobs actually went away. All the middlemen who were there, their jobs went away. Uber became the middleman. The jobs of the managers also went away. But the total number of drivers at that point in time were 0.5 million. Now it is 12 million. So, same is going to happen with AI. If you are thinking, somebody is going to tell you the solution now. Nobody can tell the solution because nobody knew that Uber is going to disrupt the market in this manner. A technology is available. How a businessman is going to look at the technology and how it is going to make money out of that technology, that determines what is going to be our future. And you can be that businessman or you can be that entrepreneur sitting in the government who can make that happen. AI, for me, it is like, it is just a tool like Microsoft Office. That's it, no more than that. वो कहते हैं ना, सर झुकाओगे तो पत्थर भी खुदा हो जाएगा, इतना मत चाहो उसे, वो देवता हो जाएगा.
Your words have been very comforting for most of us because that fear that has been tingling in our minds, honestly, your perspective helps in understanding and validating most of the fears that we've had regarding AI. And on that note, Mr. Madan, from you, I would want to understand that India has already had an employability challenge. So, in fact, we are being referred to as an educated, jobless economy. So, is AI exposing deeper weaknesses in our education skilling systems that have always been there, or do you think that AI is creating more gaps in terms of skilling?
Sure, thank you, Neha, and wonderful to be here. And I was almost about to build an app called Lizard.ai and figure out how we can create more jobs for people who can drive lizards out of home. But a lovely example. Before I get there, just to add to what Harjeet Bhai was talking. See, the point is, when there's a knife and somebody can use the knife either to do a very life-saving surgery or kill somebody, we don't end up blaming the knife, right? And say, knife ne aisa kiya. Many of the conversations around AI, I find a similar thing to say, what will AI do to us? AI is taking away jobs. AI is creating this fear, right? I think the right question to ask is, how do we leverage the power of a tool like AI, and it's a tool, to further human flourishing, to create more jobs, which is what we need in our country, to create more governance, to create better governance. I keep thinking about that, just like 100 years ago, how Gandhiji used the charkha as a symbol of self-reliance of villages. If he was alive 100 years later, would he have seen AI as a digital charkha? Right? Can we really use the power of a tool that we have, is growing, to really spin a better world for us? Right? And therefore, it is not Gen AI. When I conceptualize Gen AI, I said it's not AI at the center and people around asking, what will AI do to us? But we should be people at the center and put AI around it to say, what can we leverage from AI to improve our lives? And conversations like this will force that conversations, because otherwise if we let it go, we might end up creating more murderers than surgeons, right? And it is in our hands to shape the narrative. It's in our hands to shape how we will use this tool as a society, as a collective. And the more power we can put there, the better it will be. And therefore, in that context, I'm seeing AI as a powerful forcing function to shake up the system. Every now and then, you needed COVID to kind of do a lot of things, that WhatsApp call, or how UPI took off after Demon, how a lot of things changed post-COVID. Can we leverage this AI moment to shake up the system and say, bhai log, wake up, right? There is a huge opportunity out there. Elon Musk called it as the supersonic tsunami. Now, either you have two choices. You can be crushed under the tsunami or you can ride the wave. How can we ride the wave, right? And in the process, create more jobs. And the beauty about it is, AI as a tool allows us to reimagine almost everything, right? How can a farmer get connected to markets in real time? Yeah. How can a healthcare worker, how can we reimagine healthcare in a village? The beauty about India is, as an entrepreneur, I see every problem as an opportunity in disguise. And therefore, we have n number of problems. How can we solve them using local youth as change makers, as entrepreneurs? Because what India needs, and just to end with that, is 150 million youth entering the workforce, right? I see unlimited potential in everybody. I see a massive entrepreneurial energy, and there is massive aspirations. How do we unleash that entrepreneurial energy to grow our district economies? Because if India has to move towards this path of being whatever $30-40 trillion economies, we can't have lopsided growth. Can we envision every district of the country to be a $10 to $15 billion economy from the 3-4 that we have? And what role can young people play in that journey? And can we really leverage AI to improve productivity, to improve efficiency, to improve delivery of services, and to create new models? I think that is the opportunity, and therefore in the Gen AI stack, we now work with about 40-50 universities. We are working with, as we speak, there are 10,000 youth who are going out, identifying local problem statements, collating it. We're working with Wipro to create a platform called Yukti Manthan, where we are able to churn these problem statements into solutions, build those solutions. We are setting up a Gen AI cafe at the village level where last mile delivery of these solutions can happen. So there's a lot of possibilities. And I think my excitement is, how do we, as they say, never let a crisis go waste? If AI is viewed as a crisis, how do we leverage that crisis to get ourselves out of a hole, is the perspective that I'm taking.
Just to follow up on that, so according to you, what are the most critical skills that Indian youth should build immediately to get into the workforce now, like especially in an AI-driven economy?
That answer probably hasn't changed for the last 100 odd years. Maybe it'll stay the same way. I mean, if you look at curiosity, the whole aspect of communication skills, ability to collaborate, ability to think creatively. In fact, in the world of AI, I would argue that those skills become much more important because if everything else is being done by AI, those are the human skills that is required to even communicate to the lizard, for example. Right? So the question really is, so far there was complacency, right? And today, can we use that, this crisis or whatever, this power that is existing to sharpen these skills? In fact, in the whole AI ambassadors program that we're seeing, in the 10-day, probably they learn about AI only for half a day. The remaining 9.5 days, we are sending them out to talk to farmers, to talk to small business owners, understand problems, come out with creative solutions, and the last half a day is when they create solutions. So the idea of creating a more employable workforce rests in creating community leaders who can be creative, think out of the box, think creatively, and now, as we were talking, AI makes learning to be just in time, micro-credentialing, so on and so forth. Can we enable people to learn faster, better, on how to engage with the real world by taking the power of AI?
Thank you. Mr. Khandruja, my next question is to you. So like you said that digitization, AI, they all go hand in hand. But when you're hiring today, what matters more? Is it the degrees? Is it the technical expertise? Is it adaptability, learning agility? What are the key factors that you look at when your company goes for hiring these days?
Let me take a general scenario. HR people are lazy. It is, and because we are also human beings. So what happens is, you define the entire skill inventory. He has done a beautiful job of defining a skill inventory for all of you. So you design a skill inventory, and then you want to select also based on that skill inventory. And then your business wants ab bhi chahiye. So what do? What is the best proxy to evaluating skills? The institutes which have already done that screening, either through JEE or IIMs or any other educational institute, they have already done a screening and then imparted education. So most of the people fall on that. It is like going to a supermarket or going to a mandi. So where do you buy your groceries from? You buy them from a supermarket where they sort it for you, or you go to a mandi and hustle bustle with everyone and then pick from there. If you go to mandi, you save cost. But if you go to a supermarket, you pay more but you don't have to think twice. If there is something wrong, it can be fixed. So that is why people started looking at degrees, and degrees became proxy for technical competence. So when you come inside the organization, it is the degree. Still it is the degree in the larger ecosystem. And to stay in your job, once you have got the job, after that degree doesn't matter. Then you have to show your competence and be there, because without it, nothing matters. So that is my take on.
Mr. Khandruja, I think I'll have to request you to take a course for all of us on analogies so that we can become as competent as you when we are speaking. So coming back to you, Mr. Atin, will AI democratize entrepreneurship in India, especially for startups and MSMEs, or will it just concentrate power among a few large players with access to data and capital?
Okay, so both. Okay, what I mean by that is that, see, if you look at AI, right, as is already mentioned, so 25 years back, what was Excel? Microsoft Excel, right? Business modeling that had to be done, it just became easier to do it instead of doing it on paper. Your accountants, your Munimji sitting in a MSME, small business, etc., that essentially got taken up. You could do it on Excel, right? AI is like that. It's a horizontal capability. It's a force multiplier, right? Now, you think about small, okay, let's take an example of, in the spirit of Harmeet ji, you have a Kirana store owner, right? 3 things essentially that he has to optimize for on a daily basis, right? One is, what do I stock, right? Can I think about, let's say, an ONDC or a, what has really sold in the past month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, seasonality? Can I stock it using that kind of capability, right? Inherently, that's what they're doing, but can you amplify that, right? Second is, what is standing me apart from all your quick commerce today, right? Just the flexibility of saying, WhatsApp कर दिया मैंने उन्हें, अहूजा अंकल की दुकान से आ जाएगा सामान, right? मम्मी बाद में पैसे दे देंगी, right? So one, customer engagement, and that credit, right? So you think about WhatsApp for business, you think about Khata Book, all solutions that have AI enablement already built into it. Why can I, as a Kirana owner, not run it? I can absolutely run it. It's a force multiplier for me. It creates business, it reduces my dependency on 10 other people that need to sit with me on the shop, or the number of hours that I have to spend thinking about these kind of problem statements, right? At the same time, what is actually enabling all of these solutions, right? The models which are coming from 3 or 4 companies today, the chips that are coming from 3 or 4 companies today, the cloud infrastructure that is being utilized, that is coming from 3 or 4 hyperscalers largely today, right? Which means that tomorrow, if these companies decide to increase the pricing, then I'm impacted, right? So, which is why I'm saying that there is a democratization that is also possible, but there is a concentration risk also that is happening at the same time. So, both.
So given that perspective, Mr. Rakesh, how do we ensure that AI-led growth remains inclusive, especially for women, rural youth, and underserved communities?
Yeah, so I think there are 2 parts in this. One would be what government is doing in terms of how do you make sure AI is inclusive. In iGot platform, so we have around 17 million people on the platform now, and 60% are frontline people, to make sure that they have a right content into multiple languages, multilingual one. When we make content also, and we know the requirement for an Anganwadi would be very different from a requirement of a Gramin Dak Sevak, and so on and so forth. So what we do, we make sure that whenever we make content for them, in terms of AI, awareness, in terms of using AI tools, within the guardrails of that. One would be basic training on AI. Just to give you a number, last month we had a National Learning Week, and we have got 3.2 crore completion in a week. It's kind of a massive number. Can you guess what will be the AI courses number out of these 3.2 crore? Can you guess? Anybody can guess? 64%.
Wow. There.
And they are coming from Anganwadis, Dak Sevak, Asha workers, railway employees, and so on and so forth. And there's a curiosity among these government officials to learn about what is AI, what is Gen AI in their own languages. So what we are doing now, we are making sure the course available on our platform, it's multilingual in a local context, also sector specific, something like AI for agriculture, AI for health, AI for urban, and so on and so forth. This is one. Second, I think, again, on the core topic, what we're discussing today now, they are, again, coming back to my earlier comment about maturity curve of any technology piece. They're always called wow element in any technology transformation. So wow element would be somebody comes to you, it gives you a POC by using Agentic, say, wow, this is working. But challenge comes, ki any, whether it's a government or a private, adoption has a J curve. What J curve means, ki initially you have to invest lots of money, time, setting your data right, data structuring, training your people, and so on and so forth. And most of the companies, small companies, the MSME, they got exhausted at that bottom side. And they realized, okay, is it worth pursuing this? Is there any ROI on this one? And this is the main challenge here. I think we need to have a right approach, a right investment also. Because typically we are coming from that context where any AI tool, any software tool or automation give you results in 7 to 8 months. It's a visible outcome is visible. Okay, you deploy some tool, it's giving you some output. In AI automation, it takes 2 years, probably 3 years also, to get you the benefit out of this. So today, AI investments are largely with the big tech. We talk about the MSME or a sector SME, adoption of AI. They're doing some experiment, okay? And challenge comes, okay, if you see the AI adoption at a 3-layer, AI for individuals, AI for enterprise, AI for your customer. So many people are doing AI just, okay, for probably doing my personal work or preparing a presentation and so on and so forth. At the enterprise level, it's missing completely. We may use to give a service to our customer. So I think it's not going all 3 layers in this.
And just to follow that up, so what are your views on the fact that should AI literacy now be treated as a foundational national capability, like similar to digital literacy previously?
No, absolutely. It has to be, as a kind of core skill we need to learn. But it's not about using any AI tool. Okay. See, today AI is like your drunken genius friend. Okay. It gives you an output. Anything can get output. It also flattering also. You ask them, it gives you response as per your command. Okay. So we need to educate that also. So I think there are guidance available now through India AI Mission. It's not about only AI aware. It's also about guardrails, do's and don'ts. Being a civil servant, what I can upload on open tools. So there are frontier model. Now there are our own model, like in last couple of months, we saw Sarvam, Bharat Jain from IIT Bombay, Bharat GPT, and so on and so forth. They are building their own model also. How do we maintain that? So we need to educate our people on about AI tools, also what we can share with the AI tools also.
So since we have now touched on every specific field of work that we are coming from, I want to ask this question to the entire panel, that what is the one thing that India must absolutely get right in the next 5 years, seeing the way AI is coming up and seeing the way the industries are being disrupted? I want to start with you, Mr. Madan.
Sure. In fact, I just want to add on to what you were saying. See, the point is, we can't get into a GPU arms race, nor can we get into the model race, right? That's not probably the thinking for India. I think the Secretary Mighty was also talking about it. We should win the application race on how are we able to leverage AI for benefit of humanity. And that was what the whole India AI Impact Summit was also about, right? Sure. So in that context, I think in my mind, the big problem to solve and what that India must get absolutely right is, how do we build capabilities at every Gram Panchayat, Taluk and at a district level to develop local SLMs, small language models, that can be built for custom-specific problem statements to be solved, and how do we reimagine colleges and institutions as innovation hubs for solutions for AI. So I think if we can get our higher education infrastructure repurposed to serve as community centers, to create data sets, to build local solutions, to enable young people to start reimagining new solutions, because technology anyway is changing at a far faster pace than any curriculum can do. Can we use this as a learn as you go model, right? Can we use this to reimagine education itself? Because in the next 20 years, the folks who will drive the Viksit Bharat agenda are all sitting in classrooms today, right? How do we start from there and draw a curve to 2047? If we miss that, we are missing out a large window of opportunity.
I travel a lot with Uber. So I met a Uber driver. He was wearing blueberry glasses. And I was like, oh wow. He said, your glasses are good. So he said, I am a fashion designer. He said, if you are a fashion designer, then why are you driving Uber? He said, sukoon. Sukoon chahiye. And I was like, sukoon? So what do you mean by sukoon? Naukri mein sukoon nahi hai? He said, nahi. Because why do you think that your job doesn't have sukoon or calm? He said, Zaban. Manager ko baat karne ki tamiz nahi. And you might laugh at it, but that is a real problem. The way we have cultivated the society, we have not taught people to behave. We removed one subject called moral science from the syllabus. And today you see how aggressive we are. Just compare Japanese society and Indian society and you will find, actually come to Mumbai railway station and see how people board the train. And see the similar experience in Tokyo. Tokyo is more populous than Mumbai. That is something which we have missed. And that is one thing which we can fix. Second thing, in my opinion, what we can do, if you remember, earlier, India and Pakistan, we were winning all the hockey gold medals. We were the kings of hockey, and that's why hockey is our national game, because we got freedom and we got hockey Olympics. And somebody thought, this is the national game. And after that, they said, let's change the grass. They changed the grass from natural grass to artificial grass. And after that, we have not won a medal, single medal. Because the grass changed from natural to artificial. And there was a genuine reason for it. They wanted speed in the game. Speed comes in artificial grass. Right now, the same thing is happening. If you see the mental capacity of Indians, all the big corporations of US, including Google, US, Google, FedEx, Microsoft,
IBM,
is being run by Indian minds. Don't you think that is a cause of envy? The entire Indian industry, which is creating backbones for the world, they said, let's replace it. with something artificial intelligence. That is what the investment is all about. Can we code it ourselves rather than these guys coding it in Bangalore? We just have to make sure this time we don't make the same mistake of not providing our kids the artificial grass. We should not lack in providing tools on which these artificial engines are to be built. If we do that, we will keep winning medals, and our mind, which entire world knows is the best, will remain the best. बजा दो अगर बजा दो.
Yeah. So I think what is important now, we need to have a very strong governance framework for using AI. This is very, very important. I think Kanish spoke about this. See, today challenge is, in a today environment, we're creating a scenario like, bring your own AI tool, whether you're a government or you're a private. And what is happening now, without knowing to the government or to the private sector, people are using some AI tool with the data of enterprise or a government and doing some experiments. If you're not doing this on a timely manner, what will happen? They do their own parallel workflows without knowing you. Because they know AI can do wonders. I can do my job 10 times better than what I'm doing now. So I keep using any frontier model and supplying any data which is very, very sensitive, very, very confidential one. So I think, and second thing would be sector-specific one, like education. Education AI could be very different from agriculture one. So examples like, I'm sure you've seen the Khanmigo chatbot they built with OpenAI. It gives you a very Socratic style of answer. If you are a class 5 student, you ask the Khanmigo, give me an answer for class 8. He'll not give you an answer. He'll give you that pathway. Okay, do you know this? Do you know this? It'll give you a pathway also. Same for the health sector. How much we can use AI and then to the doctor also. I think we need to create those guardrails, governance framework very strong and at the earliest.
I think all three answers, by the way, were the first things that came to my mind, one after the other. But thank you so much for putting me forth on this one. I think growing up, there's one thing that thinking back, one thing that I would have absolutely loved to know in school, right, which is financial literacy. We never was it discussed beyond what are shares, debentures, etc. That also came in class 10th or whatever, at least in my time. This is something that we cannot afford to miss, right? And I think the answer is not AI education or AI literacy. It is exactly what Madan said. It is curiosity and problem solving, right? That will not come from anything. Just building that judgment, asking to what you said, the Socratic way of solving, right? The 5 whys. Why this, therefore why this, therefore why this. Like that, and it's actually playing out, right? I have a young kid, I have a 2-year-old. I talk to anyone who's enrolled their kids in school in the last 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Everyone is saying, oh, we're going for the international boards, right? Why? Because they are thinking about, the problem solving part. It's not about, these are the 10 books, mug it up, regurgitate it in an exam, move ahead, right? That's exactly what is critical today that we think about as a nation, about how we are educating, right? That, in my mind, is the most important thing that has to take up most of our mind space if we are thinking about systemic change when it comes to this kind of a transformation. So, yeah, I'll just pause there.
Okay, so this time we'll start with you, and from there we'll go to Mr. Madan. So imagine if all of you were policy makers, and if there was one policy intervention that were you to make today in your respective fields, what would that be?
Education. Yeah. Education.
I'll take two, education plus healthcare.
Education.
I'll probably set up an AI adoption mission in every district as a cross-cutting thing, not for a department, and really measure the impact of AI on economic and social growth of the district. Impact of tech, right? How do we, with all this noise, how can we truly leverage this to measure adoption and to drive it with a team of people on the ground so that it reaches the last man standing, the Sarvodaya and Antyodaya dream that Gandhi had? Can we really drive that by converging? So I would say convergence is the key.
Well, all of you have raised some incredibly important points here. And by the end of this, I'm able to understand that the decisions that we are making today are going to impact millions of people tomorrow. So a lot of serious stuff discussed here. But just to make things lighter, let's do a quick and candid rapid fire round. So Atin, I'll start with you. One skill every Indian student should learn immediately.
Financial literacy. I will still go back to that one, yeah.
Mr. Rakesh, one sector India can dominate globally using AI.
Again, education, I go for that.
Mr. Khanduja, biggest myth about AI that you've already told us, but will AI create more jobs or eliminate more jobs? An honest answer, please.
I was not dishonest earlier. I will tell you a story. So, I like talking to Uber drivers. So one of the Uber drivers, I asked that guy, "Kahan tak padhe ho? What is your education?" So he said, "I'm MSc in statistics." I was like, "Okay, come over. We will have a discussion, maybe for a job." He said, "Sir, before taking your call, I was sleeping for 2 hours. Will you allow that in your office?" Things are changing faster than, means we are not even fathoming how our young generation is thinking. So traditional ways, if we try to apply in the AI age, they will not work.
Mr. Madan. One word to describe India's AI future.
I would say bright, but we should make it bright.
That's optimistic. One more round, please. One thing India must avoid in the AI race.
Sir.
One thing India must avoid in the AI race.
Announcements are not outcomes.
One startup category that will explode in the next 5 years, Mr. Rakesh.
One startup category which can, I think that focus on creating use cases using our sovereign models.
Mr. Khanduja, one industry in India still underestimating AI disruption.
Uber.
So I believe agriculture is one thing where people are thinking कैसे होगा, but I believe वहाँ होगा तो ऐसा होगा कि.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
Mr. Madan, last one for you. If and when India gets AI right, what could become our biggest global advantage?
Viksit Bharat. I mean, that developed nation that we dream about with not just economic, but the sukoon.
Yep.
You know, we are a nation of happy people. I think that is the key.
Well, thank you. I see that the audience is very curious now to speak to all of you. Any questions from the audience, please? Yes, Mr. Shashin, please go ahead.
I'm going with your questions on agriculture specifically. So we are talking about a startup. Madan sir also speak about startup. But if you see what I'm from agriculture field, 25 years in agriculture, the startup ecosystem has never touched the always surrounding the farm, it is replacing either the middleman or the commission agents, never into the farm. So nobody wants to dirty their hands. Where is the future for agriculture and AI?
Maybe I'll just take that, and it is changing. You know, you look at projects like Mahavistar, where AI is being deployed to really change the life of a farmer across all the spectrum. I agree with you that we've been at the fringes, but I'm hopeful that with the current set of thinking that is happening and current set of initiatives that are being rolled out, you know, especially looking at the farmer as an entrepreneur, not as a beneficiary, and figuring out how do we grow the farming business by technology interventions, it's a mindset shift. And if we do that, there'll be a lot more initiatives that can go into the hands and the soil or whatever of the farm than at the outside.
Should I tell you Uber about Uber story of a farmer? So I met a Uber driver. I asked him, so since when you are driving Uber? So he said, this is part-time. 6 months I drive Uber. And I said, rest of the 6 months? He said, I go to Banaras. He said, what is there in Banaras? He said, I am a farmer. Then, so when I have to put the crops, I have to be there. And I said, when you come here, then who takes care of crops? He said, look, I do video calls. I have people there. So I inspect everything with my own eyes. And this guy was using ChatGPT to decide the quality of seeds he is putting in. So we are underestimating our population that they don't understand. Most of our people love ChatGPT, not because it is giving them the quality of seeds, because we are a nation hungry of learning English. And this gives you good written material. I can write a good email with proper English, or a good message with proper English using ChatGPT. That is the charisma which people are thriving on.
Mr. Dipjoti, yes.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a wonderful, I think, session. I have a very particular, since the topic is on AI and jobs, there has been a conversation, especially from the tech giant Elon Musk. So he has been saying that in future, what he sees is, with the coming of AI and robotics, jobs will be optional. Like, job will be just like a hobby. If you want to do it, you can do it. Because the value that will be created by coming of the AI age and the robotics, the nation states will have a lot of wealth which can be easily distributed, and jobs will just be your part-time, just like the Uber driver. You can choose to do that. So do you foresee that such a thing can happen, or is it a very far-fetched dream? Because in India, I think that when we are talking about AI, in the recent news also, if it is like rains can cause 100 people to die. So we are in such stark difference of a society, whereas there is extreme hunger, and we are also talking of such kind of society that we envision. So where do you think that we will actually head up to?
I think it's a very far-fetched statement now. The same guy claimed a few years back, you get driverless car everywhere in the world now. Today you see adoption in the US only. So I think automation will replace human completely is again it is a statement now. I don't think anybody in the panel in the room also will agree with this statement. Yeah, anybody wants to add?
Yeah, I experimented with it. So I found in 2016 there was something called Roomba which fascinated me. That now I don't need a buy in my house.
Yeah.
So I bought Roomba, brought it here. Now my buy decides how to use Roomba. So, and you might think that, oh, what is about this story? Amazon did the same thing, na? They decided to give everything to AI, and then AI rewrote their code, their entire server went down, and then they decided AI is not our business. And they created a position of a babysitter. Babysitter AI engineers. Whatever AI will do, these guys will check and then it will be deployed to production. That is what is going to happen. Even in case of Uber drivers. So, I was talking to an Uber driver.
You are really a man on the move.
I think the panel name needs to change.
So he told me that he has 10 cabs. And I said, you are here, then who is driving those cabs? He said, look, I drive now and then just to see how the business is. My real job is to maintain these cabs. So I put capital, I maintain these cabs. There are people who run it. And that was the first time I realized that we are thinking Uber driver job will go away when the driverless car comes. It will not go away. This guy is going to put in the capital and take care of the upkeep of the cabs. So whenever you are looking at a solution, it might be very different from how you are perceiving it. It is pure play business. If you think it from a business point of view.
The last point I want to say is that, see, the only point I want to make is, I think in Harry Potter, a movie that I love, he says it's all about choices we make, right? So it is up to us to say what choice do we make as a community, as a society, right? If we imagine that that is the choice we need to go to, maybe that future is a reality, right? But if we are to think that how do we truly let our country and humans flourish? And in that world of flourishing, what role should technology play and how do we leverage that tech and the pathway to reach there? Therefore, conversations like this and action items and we shaping it collectively become super important. Else we will be staring into a dystopian future where we have no control.
And by the way, jobs are still optional today.
Yeah. Nobody's forcing you.
Yeah, my question is, as an educator, don't you think too much of AI intervention is there in our life? Because research has also proven that, AI is missing. AI, emotional intelligence is losing. And you can take the example of one of the recent study among all 80 countries. They have found that the Gen Zs have their less AI as compared to their parents, right? So what is the collective decision of this panel looking forward to the enabling India's next growth wave in the times of AI? I believe humanizing should be also encouraged as far as the AI, because as I think some of the intervention has already been made by the people, by the audience as well, that AI is there, that we have to choose and decide, but too much of everything is also there. I'm being an, technology management professor, I believe technology is required, but too much of technology everywhere in the era of all these things, humanizing is suppressing. Thank you.
I'll perhaps start with this one. Right? See, at any point in time, my answer is simple. My answer is that there is no black or white. It's just a different shade of gray in whatever context you're talking about, right? So from that perspective, whether you think about jobs, whether you think about like your own job, or whether you think about how you receive services, right? That is going to change, but it's not as if the human element will completely get wiped out of it. Right? That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think you spoke about education. I think it's for every use case now. The scale of the way we operate, our scale and the cost are 2 important factors now. So if you imagine the only edtech unicorn we have today is PhysicsWala. Okay, they found a solution now. How do we do coaching at 8,000 rupees per year for the UPSC against probably 2 lakh rupees at a center? That's because of using AI. We saw, I think tuition is always there, I think from last probably 2-3 decades also. Now tuition became more personalized using AI. Okay, I agree with you. There has to be some pros and cons for both solutions also. But I think scale and that personalization is possible via AI.
I just want to, completely with you, I just want to say that probably for the first time in 100 years, studies have shown that forget EQ, IQ of humans are falling. Yes. Right? And therefore, that's a very dangerous trend because we're ceding ground to AI. You know, I'm probably better off with natural stupidity than artificial intelligence. So that balance is super important. Right? And how do we really leverage that so that the humans are always a step ahead rather than AI taking over, I think is a very, again, a debate worth having and needs to be had.
One of my friends, कोई सुनना चाह रहे हैं ना?
Uber driver.
One of my friends, he is like kind of an AI geek. Everything comes, he wants to try it. So he tried an AI engine and he said, what I will do is I will automate, like on LinkedIn, you have to wish birthdays. So he was wishing birthdays manually. He said, I will automate. So he automated birthdays and work anniversary wishes and given the task to AI agent, which is like very elegant. And it was a simple job. Whosoever name is coming, send them a message, happy anniversary or happy birthday. AI agent thought otherwise, said it should help him, and it started helping him. After 2 days, he had to shut down the AI agent because his boss called and he said, I understand that you are wishing me work anniversary, but you don't have to say how you have seen me progressing over a year and how I am doing. Thank you for doing my appraisal. And he literally was scared that I did not ask AI to do this. Look, this unsupervised learning or unsupervised jobs which AI does, you don't want AI to do. एक और एग्जांपल दूंगा खत्म
सर उबर का है
नहीं उबर का नहीं Amazon का है
Amazon sponsor.
So if you remember Amazon in 2014, they launched a project which started predicting who are the right fits for their organization. That is what we are trying to do it in 2026, most of the companies. They started in 2014 and then they realized that the AI tool is discriminating. And then they decided to shut that down. If you think, who did that AI tool learn from? From the managers to discriminate women when they are hiring. So there was somebody responsible who was sitting who said it should not be done this way. From 2018 to 2026, what has changed in the thinking of managers, because of which you are saying now we can trust and we can give all the data to AI engines and let them predict our future? Nothing has changed. You have not changed the society and you are thinking AI will change my society. It will discriminate. So humans have to be there making decisions. AI can recommend, but if you give decision making to AI, you are making the biggest mistake in your company, in your country, in the entire humanity.
Well, this has been an incredibly informative and a fun session. And it made one thing clear, that AI is not just a technology shift, it's a societal shift, it's a perception shift. Thank you so much once again to our distinguished panelists, our audience, ISB Bharati Institute of Public Policy and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and everyone who made this conversation possible. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
you like the Uber stories, I have 10 books with me. I can give them to you after this session.
Thank you so much. Now I request Ms. Neha Mehra to please present mementos. I also call upon stage Varun Reddy, who's also a member of our cohort. Mr. Atin Agarwal. Mr. Rakesh Verma. I now request Varun to present a memento to Mr. Harjeet Kanduja. Mr. Madan Padaki. I take this opportunity to give a shout out to all the round table panelists. I was there for a few minutes. There was very spirited conversation. And we look forward to the policy recommendations or the document that Tawasilan sir would compile and share with the entire batch and VIP.
Thank you, Girishma. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you would have seen the posters displayed outside the auditorium today. I would like to share that these posters are part of the Capstone project component of the Advanced Management Program in Public Policy, the flagship program of the Bharati Institute of Public Policy at the Indian School of Business. The Capstone project is a significant year-long research where AIMPPP participants work on in-depth analysis of public policy or governance challenge of their choice, with the objective of developing evidence-based insights and practical policy recommendations. Yesterday, over 50 AIMPPP participants presented their capstone posters before a distinguished panel of 5 evaluators. The presentations reflected a remarkable diversity of themes, strong analytical rigor, and thoughtfulness engagement with contemporary policy issues. I would also like to share that the evaluators deeply appreciated the overall quality of research, originality of ideas, and the passion and effort reflected across the presentations, making the evaluation process extremely competitive and enriching. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are delighted to recognize the top 6 capstone posters selected by the evaluators. I would also like to mention that all the 6 awardees stand at the same level of excellence, and therefore the names will be announced in alphabetical order. May I now request Dr. Arushi Jain, Director, Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business, to kindly join us on the stage for felicitating the awardees and presenting them with a token of our appreciation. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Okay, so our first awardee is Mr. Adarsh Kalia. Mr. Adarsh Kalia's capstone project is titled Bharat 2047 Rise, Regional Index for Startup Ecosystems.
Congratulations, Adarsh. Our next awardee is Miss Neela Pavani. Her capstone project is titled The Kavach Shield Strategic Maintenance Framework for Signaling Assets of Kavach. Congratulations, Ms. Neela. Our next awardee is Mr. Rajat Agarwal. His capstone project is titled From Capital Substitution to Life Cycle Efficiency, Reimagining Public-Private Partnerships for the Indian Railways. Congratulations, Rajat. Our next awardee is Mr. Shitish Ranjan. His capstone project is titled Strategic Policy Interventions for India to Lead Global Seafaring Through World-Class Maritime Education and Training. Congratulations, Mr. Shitesh. Our next awardee is Mr. Sri Abhinav. His capstone project is titled Merit-Based Career Progression and Specialization in Indian Police Forces. Congratulations, Sri Abhinav. And our final awardee is one more. Mr. Thawasilan. His capstone project is titled Cashless but Not Costless, a Mixed Methods Policy Evaluation of Publicly Funded Health Insurance in a Terrain-Constrained Hill State. Congratulations, Mr. Thawasilan. Thank you, Dr. Arushi. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause once again for all our awardees and for the entire AMPPP cohort for the exceptional work showcased during these capstone projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Nimisha. We have some disappointing but understandable news. Shri Abhishek Singh, IAS, was supposed to join us for the closing session, but in fact, he got pulled up into something and he couldn't even join us virtually. So he sends his regrets, but I think we all understand with the current state of affairs that he must be a very busy man indeed.
May we please request Dr. Arushi Jain to share the vote of thanks.
Thanks, Abhinav and Garima. You guys have done an amazing work through the day, so thank you so much for that. As we come to the close of Governance Summit 2026 on the title Inclusive AI for Viksit Bharat, it's my proud privilege to propose this vote of thanks today. At the outset, I would like to thank Mr. S. Krishnan, the Secretary of METI, and also the collaboration with the Ministry of Electronics and IT, because of which we really got such an amazing response to this year's Governance Summit. We are deeply thankful to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, and the roundtable speakers, the experts who have traveled from across the country to provide exceptional depth, experience, and insights to today's discussions. The richness of the conversations reflected the diversity of voices. It reflected various aspects, people speaking from the governance lens, coming from the government, people speaking from the industry lens, representing the corporates, and also, very importantly, the civil society as well as the developmental sector. Through the course of the day, the summit touched upon some very important aspects of inclusive AI. We spoke about the last mile governance and challenges. We spoke about digital trust, online safety, healthcare and AI, entrepreneurship, jobs and employment. And some of these sessions actually took us to really very important and interesting stories and insights that we all need to reflect on. Just in the last one, when we were hearing our panelists, it just reminded me of how careful we have to be about AI and how carefully we need to tread through it. We were talking about discrimination here, and that discrimination is evident. In fact, there have been researches where it's very easy to just recognize a white man's face rather than a black African woman's face. And that is the bias that AI would create even today. So we need to be very conscious of decision making, and the human in the loop is something that's really important. And through the day, we had a number of participants sitting here, participating in discussions, interacting with each other, building connections, networking. And today we had 250 plus participants registered who were here with us. And along with that, very happy to share, almost 1,500 participants were there online on our live stream link, continuously listening to the conversations that were going on in this deliberation. The videos would be out, and more people can actually listen to these conversations over time. I would also like to sincerely thank all the participants of the Advanced Management Program in Public Policy, also the students who were a part of the Student Organizing Committee, without whom we could not have had this conference at the level and scale of which it is organized. At the Bharati Institute of Public Policy, we remain deeply committed to the advancement of evidence-based public policies. Our focus has been on data for policy, and there has been a lot of work that's ongoing in different states across the country with various ministries of Government of India, with Niti Aayog, and top-level institutions. Right now, we are proud to tell you that we are working with almost 15 state governments across the country, with our teams based at many of these locations, where the focus of work is on data, policy, evidence, and AI. So while we continue to work in this space, we welcome each of you to please partner with us, collaborate with us, so that we can develop these synergies, so that we can come up with the partnerships to create the much needed impact at the grassroots. We would be very happy to involve all our students, our alums, into all the things that we do. So all our doors are always open to all of you. I would also like to place on record our sincere appreciation and gratitude to the press and media team who have been here, who were here in the morning, and we recorded some of these bites with speakers, but also with participants. So thank you to the press for covering the event extensively. A huge heartfelt thanks and gratitude is due to my own team, the team at the Bharati Institute of Public Policy. You see us standing in front of you, and it is the team who's here. They work relentlessly, not just for the summit, they've been doing it for months now, but for the year, while they facilitate everything for the programs, for the research that we do, and for any kind of outreach event that happens at the Bharati Institute. Our team, our research team, and our admin team are the backbone of whatever we do at the Institute, and we are truly thankful to them for all their efforts. As we conclude today's summit, I hope we carry forward not just ideas and insights, but also the collective sense of responsibility. the conversation started here must continue. They must continue in different circles. It could be formal, it could be informal, it could be within the governments, it could be at the academic institutions. But what is important is that we start this and we continue to ensure that our AI is inclusive, it is equitable, and by the time we reach the time when we say, okay, we are in the Viksit Bharat, we have a very equitable and inclusive society, far from any discrimination and biases. With that, I thank you from the core of my heart for being here. Thanks a lot for all your participation and sitting through the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, today's discussions have shown us that the future of AI is not just about algorithms, automation, or computation.
It is about trust, inclusion, accessibility, accountability, and human impact.
Thank you for being part of the Governance Summit 2026, organized by the Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business, in collaboration with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology.
Have a wonderful evening ahead and safe travels.
I request the AMPPP participants to stay back for a group photograph, as well as the BIPP team to stay back for a group photograph. Thank you, one and all.